weeks in there. I'm just going to show you the results from our last plate. Of course, NAL, this is the North American League with the top teams from North America. Orglis beating Cloud9. I don't know what's going on. C9 LOL, Merchants, all of that. Wildcard beating Cruelty. M80 rolling over OXG. Shopify and Dark Zero also at the top here. It seems like it's kind of cut and dry at some parts of the league, but not with others, Leo.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, looking at these results, the big one I was looking for, obviously, I think like many people, was the Shopify Rebellion Space Station. You look at these rosters, especially Shopify Rebellion, we didn't get the chance to see them play at Reload, right? Despite the fact they've got some of the most talented players on it. Spoit is playing on it. You know, Canadian is playing on it. They've got such talent on that team with Rexon, with the whole, with MB as well, the best rated player of NAL last stage, that we wanted to see them play and wanted to see them compete against the best teams in NA. And I think them facing Space Station and slamming them in the face, and if we look at the standings later, you're gonna see that they're almost...
Mr. Mine, how we doing this morning?
That's what I was looking for in that roster.
How are we
Looking
doing?
at the standings, what do we see here, Jack? For me, a clear distinction between the top 4 teams that we expect to be top 4 and then the rest of the league.
Yeah, I think North America was expected to be pretty top heavy this stage, and that's certainly how it's playing out. Dark Zero, of course, have won 6 games, all of them in regulation. They are topping absolutely every metric going in terms of team stats, player, individual stats. They're having a great stage. As you've just said, Shopify not too far behind them. And then SSG and M80 making up the top 4. We'll say M80, they took quite a big loss against Cruelty in the week as well, which was a little bit disappointing for them, but they managed to bounce back from that.
And, you know, from the standings and how they exist right now, it's about the next play day. And the next play day is actually not next week. As always, it's on Wednesdays and Thursdays, but next week is, of course, July 4th, which is, you know, a day off in the US, so it definitely has an impact on the scheduling. NAL will be back on Thursday, July 10th, and that'll be Dark Zero v Cruelty, LFO versus Envy, OXG versus Wildcard, Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9, finally Space Station Gaming versus M80. Jack, Leo, if I look at all 5 matches, any which one for you guys that really stands out as the must-watch, especially looking at those standings?
I think I'm gonna go with the dark horse one. I know everybody's gonna look at that M80 SSG game, but I'm not gonna go to that one. Game 3, OXG versus Wildcard, one on 9 points, the other one on 5 points, and they're both in the run for playoffs. Especially Wildcard, after such a strong showing at Reload, not making playoffs would be a huge blow. And so this match,
All right, tweets out. We're talking NAL, man. We just woke up, and are we already roasting NAL? What's going on here?
in that 5 to 6
What's going on, chat?
That one is very important.
Great morning. How's yours? So far fantastic.
They're chasing down that top 4, you know, M80.
So far,
There's not
can't
that
complain.
many points between them.
It's still early though, you know.
That's a big game for OXG to prove that, you know, they can compete with that top 4.
Still early, but we got our coffee in, and you know, that's all that's important.
It's just about getting to the
Drinking a little bit of coffee.
Consolidating top 6, beating a rival that's close by, and then maybe even chasing down top 4 for a better seed as well.
And especially considering that there's 2 weeks between
What's up, John?
matches that were played. Earlier
Nice
this
shave.
week
Hey,
and
appreciate it.
Thursday, July 10th. When
Yo, give me a couple days, sleeper.
because
It'll be back,
this way
and
you can just look back
you know,
at
this time we're
matches,
not shaving
see
it.
what went wrong, really kind of
This was our,
take
what
this
was it? I think it was our
maybe
700 sub goal,
last
something like that.
3 play days in
Maybe not.
NAL
The 700 was
and just
horror.
go
I don't
through
know.
and
Whatever it was.
prepare yourself. There's a lot to
But you could
look
already
at
see
and
some
kinda
stubble
learn from
coming
what's
in.
happening in NAL, just to see who makes
We need predictions rest of the season. Will Envy win more than Cloud9? Will Orglis or Cruelty be worse in the league?
From NAL, I focus in on our job today, which
I'm gonna say Cloud9 are gonna figure this shit out.
quick look at
I think they're gonna figure it out.
and where we are today.
Orglis or Cruelty worse in the league? I feel like I still got to go with my gut and go Cruelty, but it might be Orglis. It might be a tight race at the bottom.
1 point without a single win. What the hell is going on in SAL? I thought this was cut and dry, Leo.
No, when you look at the rosters,
Need the mustache mint back?
Brazil,
Yeah, real. I
the
know.
talent that there
I
is
know.
here, the competition is so high, even for big teams like Team Liquid, that coming back.
Do they have enough time to make the playoffs? I think they do.
Really hard. Eventually, if you look at
I think they do.
0 wins, 4 losses. 1 year ago, exactly 1 year ago, in stage 1, of
They
the
have
league,
2
they were already
games
0 and 4,
that
by the way.
should
They've
be
already went
theirs.
through this scenario. but it's big. It's a big surprise. And what does that enable? It enables for dark horses to rise to the top. Black Dragons is exactly that dark horse again. It's the one that I know Fresh is teasing me for it, but it was my favorite.
You know, obviously the next game probably got they need to keep their spirits up because they're probably losing this one. But they should, you know, they gotta win against Cruelty. They gotta win against Oxygen. That gives them 6 more points, puts them at 10, and like, you know, wild card. Also play some pretty easy games, to be honest. But you're looking at like Oxygen, who's at 9, and like if Wildcard wins this game, SSG should win this game, right? Versus Oxygen. So like this could be the big match. Cloud9 wins that, they could slip in over Oxygen with 10.
Do something.
So, you know, maybe a little bit of hopium, Cloud9 fans, but I think there's time.
But it's the same with ENX against Liquid. Somebody's got to win that game, and somebody will be getting a huge victory down the bottom of the table.
And if you look
yeah, we got a little Furia versus W7M matchup today. That's a big one. That is a massive game.
We want to see it. Although it's only a BO1, I'd like to see more of it, but it's
sold by over 300k payout. Oh, with the comeback, yeah, that was horrible.
Always have a champion of something going against a champion of something because they have the Reload, the Major, and the 6 Invitational champions all inside of SAL.
Man, this really is the best region in the world, is it not? And I like that you're talking about, you know, Boston. We'll get to that. You know what? I'm just going to leave it for a second. I'm just going to tease it for a second because it's something cool that we're going to talk about. However, let's go from matches and standings into our intel plays. And there's a specific play from last week that had us losing our minds, and it's right here with Souls.
Yeah, I think obviously a 1 versus 3 clutch, it comes out.
Not that Doe could be gone 6.
In the advantage that's misplayed it. However, Makina there, you've just seen it. He shot all of his DMR bullets. He had 2 bullets left after the plant. So he had to try and play this 1v1 clutch with only a gun 6 and a knife in hand. He did end up going for the knife in the end. And of course, Souls finishes it off, as you'll see in just a second when he wants to peek it, which is quite a unique way of trying to see a clutch finish, Leo, where one player basically, he has to try and play melee. He's quite literally bringing a knife to a gunfight.
You've got to be hating the fact the guy is sticking the pen. And look at this. 2 of his
Wish the NAL wasn't so top heavy. I mean, unfortunately, it's kind of always been like that.
He knows there's nothing he can do. He cannot panic.
It's just
the only 2 ammunition he had left. Before he was even in a direct threat or direct danger.
The best orgs, the ones that are paying the most, are going to stack their rosters with the best support staff as well. Like that's and unfortunately, talent pool just not there.
I mean, that must have been horrible.
Not there.
That's
and also, like, even if there is other talent on the other teams, like they're going to get scooped up quick, and you're not really going to be able to like build around other talent at the lower level because they're going to take the bigger salaries and the better teams.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you're looking at the macro of the game, and they were just outplaying FaZe the entire match. Despite this play, overall, when you're stuck in a 3v1,
Tempestorm was like that. Don't disrespect.
Kind of
nice.
A miracle happening on one side, and then a series of unfortunate on the other. That
I mean, to be a broken record on here, but like with Unwanted being a team,
our intel play of the day from our last play day
kind of made NA a little bit more spread out. I feel like. Right, M80 wouldn't be nearly what they are.
Whenever a team wins big events,
Dark Zero wouldn't have spirits.
It's like a blip on the radar, and then they disappear for a year.
It kind of made NA a little bit more balanced, but once all our pieces got taken, yeah.
Some other teams that are barely scraping by through the close qualifiers. After
saying Freck on the move soon, possible. That's just normally what happens. But the thing in the EU League, at least, is language barrier and stuff like that.
And I would like to explore that with you, but how about we talk about it with our pro players? Ike from the BR6 production team sat down, had chat with some SAL players and teams about the curse of winning the SI.
Oh my God.
Hey,
yo,
guys,
it's way too early in the morning for this.
From the Brazilian channels. Alright, today's video is a deep dive into some spooky Siege lore. We're talking about the weird jinx that only affects those who lift the hammer. The infamous invitational curse. Oh, it's 100% real, believe me. And I've got the evidence. Just look at NIP. After winning the 2021 Invitational, the Ninjas haven't touched another trophy. Just a major runner-up, a BR6 second place, and last year's Super Copa do Brasil loss in the grand finals. And don't even get me started.
What's up, Average?
On NA's former
How we doing this morning?
TSM. After their 2022 Six Invitational win, not only did they hit a title drought, they
So sad for
disbanded from the
TSM. Winning during
RCC.
COVID.
Now let's talk about FaZe Clan. They just won this year's Invitational and already got smacked by the curse in Reload. Oh, but that's not good enough proof. Bruh, y'all are ignoring all this evidence I'm laying out. But whatever, denial isn't just a river in Egypt. FaZe's players are building a dam in it.
Hoje em dia eu não acredito muito em superstição. Depois que eu ganhei o Invitation, acho que eu tirei um pouco isso da minha cabeça. Mas antigamente eu tinha algumas superstições que eu fazia antes dos jogos e tudo.
I feel like FaZe have been the closest to like retaining their fort. Reload, we can't count Reload. Come on. We can't count Reload.
Que falam que tem a maldição e focar em querer melhorar e
I think FaZe are still dominant.
Você muda totalmente a história disso.
Acredito que a gente não tem uma preocupação de pensar nisso. Existe essa maldição, a gente realmente deu uma relaxada no reload, a gente não estava conseguindo treinar muito bem. Foi, acho que, um dos piores períodos assim que a gente teve de treino.
Just want Edit to have international success again. Don't we all? Don't we all?
O time se relaxa, mas acredito que a gente vai conseguir sim sair dessa.
See? I told you they were swimming in denial. Now I know what
Ever
you're
thought about
thinking.
being a caster? Your knowledge during matches would be valuable. Plus, you could still coach the turtles. I just don't think I would.
They broke the curse.
I just don't think I would be a good caster.
Well, let's not forget there's
Kind of stumble over my words a little bit and stuff like that. Like I love talking about Siege, but I like doing it a little bit more casually than like on a professional cast. You know what I mean?
And ENV semis. The curse might take a break sometimes, but it's still out there collecting.
But I do think
souls.
there's like other voids that I could fill. Like obviously I love co-streaming, but I also think Siege is kind of missing a show of some sorts, kind of like ESPN, which I've been thinking about even back when I was on DZ, where like, you know, I've been thinking about like Wednesdays is the break day for Pro Siege. All the games have been played. Like imagine at that point having a podcasty-ish format with a bunch of like ex-pro players or whatever, and we kind of break down the matches, talk Siege, talk about stuff that happened. Like I think that'd be pretty cool. I think there's definitely a void of other esport content.
Se alinham pra zica ali que existe do Invi. E a FaZe também foi o primeiro campeonato ali, né, que os caras tiveram aí no depois do Invi. Vamos ver aí como se desenrola esse ano aí pra
Morning's good so far, Average. Can't complain. Had some coffee and ready to watch the best region in Siege right now. Some of the best teams.
Though let's be real, when it comes to regional events, FaZe always shows up. Which brings us to the million-dollar question. Are Vita King, Handy, and the boys the favorites to take SAL?
Cara, acredito que sim. A gente aqui no Brasil a gente consegue se destacar muito bem. A gente tem um diferencial muito forte aqui no Brasil, que é o conforto de jogar em casa e tudo mais. Acho que a gente joga mais relaxado, não tem tanta pressão de ser um campeonato fora.
Para superar essa maldição, acho que não existe nenhuma superstição, é mesmo o trabalho duro, mesmo a vontade de querer ganhar. A gente vai continuar trabalhando como estávamos trabalhando nos períodos que estavam.
Just like the Ontario Canadian pod, definitely avoided the yeah.
That's all for today. With those curse words from FaZe.
And it's not like I really want to do a podcast, but at the same time, I mean, it's kind of a podcast. I kind of think of it more as a show. But yeah, just people with knowledge just talking about like what's like Pro League stuff, right? Give people like an after show kind of thing.
It's up to you to
Pro League
judge
ends
if
and
the
like you just
curse
kind of
is
show up to the
real
next day, but
or
it'd be kind of
not.
cool if there was some type of like after show or
idea here?
weekly
Is it a
recap
real
show.
thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it is. It definitely is. Obviously, the statistics will tell you that it is, but at the same time, the team that wins the Sixth Invitational also has the biggest target on their back.
The casters just be talking nonsense, like just tell me what's going on. But I watch the Seed Sports Center.
So I think this
Well, the casters I think are more for like, you know, the general public, just trying to make it entertaining, and I think they do a good job of that. Like if you have no idea what's happening, like their job is just to make it hyped up and entertaining. But like, at least with me co-streaming right now, what I really like doing is similar to like Tony Romo in like pro football. If anyone watches that, where like you could kind of predict and kind of talk about the takes that are about to happen and like why they're happening, like what they probably saw for that to happen, and then like mid-round what the IGL is probably thinking about. Like I could see a lot of the times where there's a pause in the round and they're obviously coming up with a different idea and why they're coming up with a different idea.
Maybe I would say,
and just kind of like talking through rounds, try to make it broken down and simple in a sense, and maybe stuff that people aren't thinking about when they're watching the game.
And they've continued struggling over here. In fact, the struggles
BB the Wizard, thank you so much for the resub. 2 months, welcome back. W sub, thank you.
However, the one game that they did win was against Loud. It was 1 week ago today, and that was off the back of some of the most creative.
I would watch that. Would be cool. Well, we'll see if we can kind of get that going. It might be a little late in the season at this point, but I know High Bear has been down to do stuff with me, whether it's a actual watch party show where there's multiple of us watching these games, similar to COD, or
there's a big question.
That kind of seems like it would take a big production. So maybe just a recap show that we can kind of stream and then put on YouTube. I don't know. Bunch of ideas in my mind on like how to just do more with esports and the product that we have.
We always expected an IP to show.
You're Tony Romo, that's why I'm here. Hell yeah. Even though I'm not a Tony Romo fan from when he was a player, because I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan. So anything Cowboys.
And then
yuck.
Against Loud, they were,
but he is good at what he does.
And so it
the point. Yeah.
Do they have
thought it was super cool what he adds to the NFL cast, and I'm like, ooh, Siege needs that.
Super inconsistent. Today is the moment where they're going to be facing a weaker team on paper, because I hear what you say, Jack, but at the same time, Los, all 5 players are in the worst 10 rated players of the league. So realistically, it's the moment for an IP to take the regulation win, take 3 points, and secure the spot for playoffs. In the current standings, they're really good, so it's the moment for them to show up.
Like a top 10 moments at Pro League this week. That would be part of it. I think that would be part of it, John. I think normally we would go through kind of like, in my head, right? I think we would go through kind of like ESPN, where it's like, you know, we talk about each region, talk about the games, talk about stats, talk about what we saw in the game, what they need to work on, blah blah blah. But I do think, you know how like ESPN's got like the top 10, like that would be pretty sick if we can come up with that number one moment or number one fucking highlight of the week goes to Foresight. We see him here on the Fenrir, gets an absolute nasty 4K.
Overview of this, I would like to welcome our casters to the desk.
We'd have to be really dialed though to see every single fucking. I mean, I am watching every game though, so it is possible.
Okay, that's the game.
What's up, Peak?
Set, but it's almost ready to go.
This is the first game though. Yeah, this is the first game.
Because it is their first time in a while here in SAL, and actually our first time working an online broadcast in literal years. Hello, Intero.
Gotta watch APAC, yeah. Well, I don't want to say unfortunately,
because I'm the first.
But yeah, we'd have to watch APAC to really get all those top plays.
So it is finally a sensible temperature outside, which is
what days are APAC?
And I expect these games.
They haven't really been like broadcasting them though, right?
Yeah, I would echo that. We never really had a heat wave here.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have officially streamed games. That's the hard part until playoffs or something. Which speak about competitive integrity right there. Speak about where the hell are those games at.
This time in another region. How does that feel?
I am so excited, Milos. It has been 274 days since Parker and I last got the cast Los. It's always a privilege with this team. So
how long before a PL game are you expected to be in the lobby?
I think you broke his brain.
Honestly, it's like 15 minutes before.
You know, just to kind of lay by the
it's like too early, where you have to get in and
only as high as any of us here can count.
You're like sitting there like, let's fucking start the game, huh?
As we go into game number.
Ooh, fantasy's yawning, guys. Not looking good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Gassan, I will just say, it has been quite a while since we worked together. It is great to hear your voice. It is great to see you. I've worked more recently with both Fresh and Leo, but they're great as always. Jesse, we do indeed get to work with Los yet again. A bit of a different roster this time. And unfortunately for Los fans, whether they're in North America or they're in this South American League, the results tend to be quite similar. Now, they are experiencing
8-pack games that start at 6 East today.
A bit of a change in their roster. Maybe their workshop.
I'd have to get up at 3 a.m. for that.
Unfortunately, they haven't found the
Did I see that
success
Chicago
yet.
traded Lonzo Ball to Cleveland?
Sitting in the top 4 at the
Really?
moment. Some big wins over big teams this stage.
Certainly, Parker. I think
That guy hasn't played in the game in like years, right? That guy's always hurt.
Because of how Los performed in the past. I will say these two did meet in the 6 invitational qualifiers down in.
Do you think
South
regions have a
America,
3/5
where
rule so it's
Los
majority
and the
NA or
NIP's
whatever
chances
region?
to SI with a big 7-3 win. So history does say that Los knows how to beat this squad.
Like, as an NA
Slightly
homer, you would
different
say yeah.
rosters still, but
Like,
the core
but
is the
like,
same for both of these
I don't know.
teams. I'm
I don't
excited
think
to
it's
see
done
what
like that in
Los
other
do here in
esports,
South
right?
America. Obviously, they haven't
I
had
just
the
remember
best season so far,
in
but
CS, like, you
they
could
ended their
technically
stint
have a
in
full
NA
Brazilian
with some
team
interesting
living in
choices
NA.
on their IGL, right? They moved Arthur off of that. They had Sexy Gate coming in. Now it seems like Arthur has retaken up those reins.
All right, little
I'm really
cafe,
excited to see what
typical
he can do with
bands,
this team.
Castle Azami, that's going to stop
And
those
we'll see,
cigar
you know, we'll
extensions.
find
That's going to
out
stop
as
any
things,
aggressive
move
play,
forward
really,
with
in
Los. There's a
piano.
lot of expectations
Zombie is so
on this
good
team
at
coming
all
into
of
the
that.
stage. A lot of the people I know in Brazil
Capital,
were hyping
really
this team
common
up.
and
Those same
attacking
people
op,
now, taking it
specifically
back
for
that they were wrong, so I don't know if that's still
kind of the
there,
top
but
3.
after a week off, you know, a
The
lot
top
of
3
things
sites, if people want to do cryo takes. Some people crutch the Capital for those cryo takes, being able to fire bathroom, fire stack, swing in that south right window. Is that south? I don't know why I always think that's south. Maybe it's west. I don't know. I know it is cryo window.
A second home, but I mean, NA right now is on, I think, a 2-week break, so there is some time between these matches where teams will be able to look back on what
You consider the strongest region right now. I think you. I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to say Brazil. They have
for the future.
2 of the top possible 4 best teams in the world. FaZe obviously winning invite, and Furia winning Reload and winning the whole last year. Or year prior. Just a mining direct here with the Roar. I was curious how we are going to use the Roar, but I should have known it was a direct take, seeing the Blitz and the Ying. Like, we're not taking top floor with that kind of lineup. You don't see much vertical, or maybe Ash Breaches, but ooh. Mr. Outlaw, though, really slow peak.
It's just gotten so difficult. Kurt's expertly using this Clash rework, peeks out for his second kill of the round, and no hope for Wizards to try to win that 1v4. Big round from Los to start things off. Obviously, Cafe defense, expected to see them get some rounds, but still confident. I love the way they were.
NIP trying to start out hot.
A standard strategy, I would say, from NIP going in.
Glazing in a zombie ban. I've seen this story before.
This is the one bomb site that they never had to attack in their previous game against Liquid last week on Cafe. So a bit of a new test. Los maybe didn't know how NIP.
Lucky put W7M in the top 4 too. I mean, right now they look extremely good with Paulo. Yeah, I mean that like. Don't want to hype it up too much, but the W7M Furia game coming up later is probably like the 2 top teams we've seen play this whole stage. Mr. Mitch, yeah, me and Packer were having a conversation the other day. Who do you think is top 5 teams of all time? Holy shit, that sounds like a chat question right there, Dream. That sounds like one of those questions the guy that joins your chat that's never typed before. Hey, man, who's your top 5 of all time? Jeez.
First to die, if memory serves correctly.
I mean, you gotta put obviously Penta in there, right? The Penta team. You gotta put. Oh man, all time. Oh, that's actually might be easier than I thought. Hang on, you gotta put the Penta team in there.
About a deeper or more complex roam clear, or even just simply mapping out where these defenders may be.
You gotta put. Let's see. Yeah.
Lots of times where that
sorry, I need a right to think. You got to put that Penta team in there. You got to put Furia as well. Both these were like the dynasties of Siege, right? You got to put both of those.
Which is what happened with Los. Now, As was pointed out on the desk, Los
Gotta
struggles
put
are
those.
on attack, and Cafe, like so many maps,
I
is quite
argue
comfortable
as
facing
well that
defenders.
Empire
So it
slash
should be a
VP,
relatively strong
when they
first
went
game
on
for
their
Los.
run, I feel like you gotta.
Yeah, I mean, you
Like,
say
that's
that,
the
you're not
three
wrong. Los are the worst attacking
historic
team in South America with a 30%
runs
win
in
rate, but their
Siege.
defensive win rate is only 40%. So this is not exactly a strong site. It is maybe the stronger side.
Well, okay. Well, to my point, if you exclude their victory over Loud,
Yeah, the
all
Penta
of their
G2.
other matches, Los averages 2 rounds a game, 2 successful rounds a game. So I mean,
Do you put
those
FaZe
numbers
in
are gonna
there?
Be underwater. There's just no way around it. Whether it's attacking or
SITSM has to be in there then?
defending,
Why would
they're obviously
SITSM
suffering
have to be in
fools
there?
here. Bit of a slower paced round because we've already got a minute in, Jesse, and there hasn't been any contact.
Yeah, I mean,
Who else went on some runs? Because like these are the 3 that have like went on multiple runs, right? Have won multiple events.
Previously against Team Liquid, NIP failed both times.
Like the Homer in me wants to put like EG in there because they got second a shit ton in the beginning.
As well. Looks like
But,
they're just swinging this window, Parker. They need to get this kill back.
I'm amazed at the reasons.
Oh, the cam is blocking. You're right. My bad. It was just Penta. Sorry, it was Penta.
Now the problem with this bomb
Empire.
site, as you pointed out, is when teams do opt to full clear.
VP, whatever the hell they are.
Execute is typically quite strong. And look at the tools that.
What else did we freaking say? Oh my god.
They've got Rotero drones. They've got Twitch drones. They've got Candelas.
Oh my god. What did I do? What did I erase? Oh, Furia, of course.
The biggest thing about going down numbers for Los is that you cannot really contend with that top floor hold. If Nick
BDS Falcons,
chooses to
huh?
use it. And Pino is in Buck's office, which is right over top of this bomb site. The best case scenario for Los is that you either send somebody upstairs in an unexpected
BDS
way, but
Falcons.
Go in a smoke and a clash. I think that's unlikely. Or you just try to rebuff them with as much utility as possible.
The thing would be, are we talking like, are we talking of all time at Saudi events?
Alive, no toxic babes.
Or are
to
we
defend
talking like
Los.
actual
Nip has yet to
major
lose
wins?
a single player, and now it's Arthur off site with Legacy sitting inside the bomb site.
I mean,
Arthur picking away,
arguably, like
but
they're
still
getting second
control
an
blue.
absolute shit
20
ton.
seconds left on the clock. Still guarding over towards Whiskey. Putting
So
an awful lot of
if
shoulders of Legacy.
that
He
might be
dedicated bombs that he's seen over by
BDS
Baker.
Falcons. That it very well might be.
Unable to find cons. Two big kills
They
for
have a
Arthur.
little bit of a
Down goes
dynasty
Cons
right
as the
now,
fall
and
off his position. It gives opportunity for the clash to come back.
I'll give it to
Will
them.
there be proper coverage?
But then it's like, I don't know if you throw EG or you just say FaZe.
Now it's up to Legacy to save the round.
Because FaZe have been just good for
They let him slip through, but the timer was extended as
really
the
fucking long
first
time now. But we need to see more from FaZe. I feel like put them on here.
Despite a very
Like
strong
we see them all at SI, but
Way too close for comfort if you're NIP. That round we saw a double entry.
the
from
NA
Legacy
Homer is hard. It's like it's hard not to put
South
EG in there. Like you guys forget how actual good they were in the first 2 years. It was hard to be consistent, but
like it was starting them off strong. They then naded out the flash shield, which
that's tough, guys. I only got my top 3. Like for sure, you got to put Penta. For sure, you got to put the VP
sidearm to her name.
or Empire. So Dream, I don't know how that was being argued, Dream.
Picks back and then really odd.
And then for sure, Furia.
plan
Like
for NIP.
that's like the 3
They started
dynasties.
off trying to go for that diffuse get down, but they were in sight for a long time before they started holding F. That meant that those yokai cams had a really good opportunity to simply win the round off of time. You saw how effective they were able to deny that plant. They delayed it for so long.
Which I
And then
do,
even after
so they
the
don't
round,
count.
the
That's
cover was very, very tight. The Echo
he
pushing
said
back,
NIP.
they had
NIP's
gotten
okay.
that
That's. I mean, it's in the conversation. I think multiple people in chat say that as well, right? I mean, I'm seeing NIP. Yeah, 2 invite finals, 1 major final. Like yeah, I agree. I think that's an argument. I think that's a great argument.
No, I mean when you look at a
See, what a great question that we can add onto that sports Center weekly show we're talking about there. Huh, chat? Wow, imagine a bunch of
41 seconds or something along those lines.
imagine a bunch of pros just kind of arguing about that.
Be that upset if you're
Some
Nick.
good content.
Okay, we've got this in the bag. Yeah, we lost one, but whatever. You know, we took down the smoke. The clash is still in play. We know where the shield is. This should be a cakewalk. The only thing that we need to worry about is where those yokais might rest. Which at that point you've got 4 people.
That's the wait. Penta, Furia, Empire, BDS,
I was
EG.
a
Yeah.
little bit confused as to where the
Perplexed, I
coverage
think
was in
you
the
and me are
back
pretty
of the
much,
bomb site over by Freezer. I mean, you noted the
think you
clash
put me
is
and pretty much
located
are
in that
aligned.
area. At best, you have a 1v4. At worst, it's a 2v4.
Worst 5 teams of all time.
Somewhere, but I also don't think Nip had properly.
Whoever finished last place in NA in the first 2 seasons, absolute burgers.
And then over towards Freezer. They felt if somebody's playing over by Bakery, they can't make it.
Absolute plumbers.
That little nook that you saw them plant in because you're relatively well covered from Bakery.
We'll go to reading for the third.
Why the first team that popped up in my mind when you said worst team of all times? Why was one of the teams that popped up was like ENX?
Castle Zombie band, I should say.
I don't even know if you guys know who that was.
Piano and this top floor quite a bit more difficult. Doesn't mean there's not going to be players to fight top floor. Most of them have fallen off at this point, but you still have Legacy and Arthur that are locking things.
Yeah, United was not that bad. United had, I mean, they had
Legacy over here in Cocktail.
players that are
doesn't have the cleanest route back
still in PL with Rexon, no?
Deems it necessary. Playing with these
Who's the goat of Siege? Every said, no, it wouldn't be like that.
After conceding all this ground.
Another shield will come in.
United, guys, could have made a LAN event if it wasn't for this guy. Because we played them on Oregon, and I'm pretty sure it was like if we lost that game, they would have been a top 4 team or something like that way back in the day. And very last round, match point, 7-7, or whatever the hell match point was back then, I TK'd my teammate. And we go down 4v5 on a kid's defense. And then I beasted up. And I said, oops, sorry about that. Went into Master, killed like 2 or 3. Won the round for us.
But a great stall from above, Jesse, and enough time maybe for Los to hang on.
Yeah, that time waste is massive. Farius not getting anything down on the bottom floor, so they've got 30 seconds to convert this, although a second pick from Hates will make it a bit easier.
Look at that. Shooting through the floor, Fantasy has been dropped, and this is going to be a tough follow-up. Kurtz will get it. First with a Nitro Cell now.
We need a podcast where retired players discuss how teams can't attack nowadays. They all just run in, and I would smoke these fools. You know, the funny thing about that Angry Cat, everyone here I'm sure knows Skies. Did anyone see Skies' tweet last night? Because holy shit, did that make me laugh. Skies tweeted something like, what the hell, like he came back to Siege, for those who haven't known. He's been playing in the Element Quals, and he tweeted, what the hell does this term floating mean? Is that just an excuse to just run in and just go for, he's like, just go for kills. Here, I'll pull it up, hang on. And it was so funny to me because Siege is a lot different nowadays. People just, hey, I'm floating here.
Kurtz as well, late round, making some plays.
Which is like the up-tempo call, if you guys don't know. Hang on.
He has been very, very strong for Los through this game so far, so great to see him stepping up.
Is the term floating in Siege now just an excuse to not play strategical? The amount of times I heard this term this week and then I have no strategy whatsoever is wild. I just say you want to play for kills instead. Like, that made me laugh so hard. Because Siege nowadays is so fucking different, right? Holy shit. People...
until they can ban out that Brava. Otherwise, if they played it in the first 3 rounds, well, they would have had to play it with Brava on the board, and Maestro against a Brava, obviously.
Fuck it, I'm going in. I'm probably going to die. Yeah, exactly. That's so funny.
Change their site rotation and get the most value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cafe's always
set up on reading where they reinforce both top hatches. Why? When would you do that? Mishu, in my opinion, Cafe, very, very, very hard to hold on to the top floor, especially when you take out some of the better operators, Castle, Azami. So because of you're not being able to hold on to the top floor, because you can't play like those aggressive piano setups, and like if you just play a Mira and Bathroom, like they can just do a cryo take and Grim you, fire you out, shields up top, Yang, whatever. Like it's hard to hold on to the top floor. So the meta is to kind of layer on reading and mining to give up the top floor. Just waste a little bit of time, minute and a half. You'll see a lot of Mozzie, you'll see a lot of Valk on those sites. You'll fall back, and then because you're on the second floor, you always have that possibility of playing down into the basement. So it's kind of like layer sites. You don't have to hold on to the top. Instead, you play the second floor or the first floor. And, you know, you give yourself the opportunities for Valcam C4s on the second floor, or maybe as they're going for exec and mining, you have like a Pulse or someone in the basement. Yeah, I just think that's the best way to play Cafe. I think that was the best way to play Cafe for the last 6 months. But some people were trying to hold on to the top floor and were making it pretty easy for teams that had the good top floor takes, like FaZe, like DZ.
Nades coming into Legacy, playing up inside a Cocktail. Grunt of this push still coming piano side. That's Hate who makes the move, gets 2 picks on the entry before being removed by Arthur. That's a massive play, seemingly just solo, walking in on the
I mean, you saw it even yesterday in the DZ game, how easy they got top floor. and they were just doing the defaults. They did what we would call a cryo take back then. They did a cryo take and they did the Monty Whitehall take, 2 absolute defaults, and they would get top floor, and they would get it with 2 picks. That was like the big problem. They kept getting it, and they got picks. You can't let them get. If your plan is to layer off, you can't give 2 picks.
This is not a position they're happy being in. Somebody's got to make a play.
Well, I guess your question was just answered there, Jesse, wasn't it? You've got the
what map would I like to see return? Theme park for skyscraper.
Gets caught walking down White Hallway, completely unaware of
Oh, that was his timing, Arthur. You actually could have fried that guy.
For intel, and Wizard punishes him. It's all up to Legacy. Got a DMR. He's got an ACOG, long enough range, but he's going to get splattered by Pino, and this is a dogfight between these teams. Now, if you're Nip, Jesse, I don't know if I'm particularly happy about this one. You come into this matchup sitting in the top 4. You've got some very impressive victories over, frankly, 2 top teams. I mean, in the very first week, it took you into overtime, but you beat Black Dragons, the team who has a new logo, still same organization, different look, and different.
The Turtles went 4-0 yesterday.
Sitting in second here in the
So moved on to today.
Immediately after that,
Very good start for the guys in Element.
Furia, another team that admittedly is not as dominant in inter-regional play as they do tend to be.
Sky for Villa. I hate Villa. I hate Villa so much. I hate Villa so much.
For much of last year.
Morning, Obi.
If you're looking at a team like
Is Nick still on the team? Exclamation point, Nick's.
Your thoughts are, yeah, these gonna suck. We're gonna win. That's how most teams are going to approach this map. And I mean, you talk to teams, you talk to players. They won't always be quite so candid, but Nipper looking at this as, okay, we've got 3 points. Let's see what's, coming on play day number 6.
All right, let's dial back in, guys. Holy shit, let's fucking dial. We got a cafe game on our hands.
End this first half with 3 or 4 rounds, then I start to sweat a little bit.
And we are seeing more Rora. You know, I got to get back in the lab. I'm seeing way too much cool Rora tech that I didn't come up with, and I'm upset.
But end of the day, 2-2 attacking on Cafe.
This is looking like a absolute full clear. Right here, we got Gridlock for the flanks. Better than Nomad for flanking on this map because it's all staircases. So we're going to see Gridlock. We have Buck for the vert. Deimos, just because we wanted Deimos, because I don't think there's any roamers, so I guess there is. Hang on. Okay, you do need a roam clear up. We got Kurtz and we got Arthur roaming. Most likely just an extended roam, like they're going to just fall off here. Hatch is reinforced, so yeah, you just see this guy going downstairs already. However, Arthur's still in the cigar lounge, and they don't know. Just impacted. Drop down into train.
You're either having some big struggles.
All right, him and Kurtz. See how Kurtz just like stayed top? He didn't just leave his boy. They connected right there. So in case anyone was actually going to fight Arthur, he was there to help. That's called a bridge. You need to have a bridge right there when you're roaming. So really good job. And honestly, pretty good time wise. We're just getting into the map now, minute 40. This might be really good. Obviously, they have a Goyo, so we still need to pop some Goyos here, and we don't have a Twitch on board. And that is a Goyo TCSG, by the way, which I absolutely fucking despise, and think it should be an absolute crime if you're making a strategy and you have a Goyo TCSG in the strat. Or if you're a Goyo player and you willingly want to play that gun, then you should have to play something else. Get on Cade.
Take away that HP, and when you're low health, especially carrying the diffuser on cons, that's going to make it really, really awkward.
Smoking already. What are we smoking?
Gives the diffuse kit over to somebody else.
Oh, our smoke's in VIP. So this is, I mean, it's smoke in VIP is good if you think they're going to push backside, but I don't think so. And they are pushing backside. Hello? Smoke. Oh. I personally think Smoke's better played Whiskey, because then you can smoke and not have to worry about people running at you like that. And then you can also smoke the Sync Plant if they do try to jump window freezer and go for the Sync Plant.
One of their best operators in that position, and Farius is yet to find a kill through 5 rounds at this point too.
Wow, killing VIP and then pivoting. That killing VIP was almost for nothing, because now we're just going to go through the site. We're just going for kills at this point. Cons gets into bunker. I guess we got the Goyo fires. 3v3 though. This
Nip at bay. Diffuser goes down. Los seemingly unaware of this as they are far removed from the action, trapped by Hates.
Oh, they blocked off the door so they can isolate the VIP guy. Okay. Not bad. Not a bad idea there. I like it. That's why they went for the VIP guy. I did not know that the Roar launcher reached that far. He probably got that from Booth. No way, he walked out Brown, right?
Lead on Cafe.
Bit of a strange push coming out from NIP. It's very odd to see.
You must be a Furia hater if you think. Okay, here's the one exception, Foresight. The one exception is JV92. He's allowed to play the Goyo TCSG. He's allowed to do it, but no one else. No one else should be doing the goddamn. The Vector is literally a 2.0 KD gun. Like, you literally, you're somehow just gifted by the gods 2 kills if you're running the Vector.
Player inside of VIP, that was Furious. Often you'll see a Warden there. If it had been a Warden, that could have been a bit more dangerous if he'd been able to counter that blitz, but it wasn't. It was a smoke this time around, and so NIP got the better of him that time. Bit of a weird engagement with Kurtz in sight too, but nice to see NIP getting that.
Our mid mods technically turtle staff. No, we separate that. The only turtle staff technically I have is Hayshot, who runs the Twitter.
At about a 48% pick rate on shields on attack
and
this season, up 12% from stage 2 last season.
Look, he's in uni. All right, he's learning esports, and it's a great opportunity. Give him a nice, nice little review on Yelp. Okay, help him out.
In the final round, so we'll see if the bands that you've
Thank you for preaching the gospel of the Vector. I'm just telling you, like, since I've been a coach and had access to stats, every single time I see one of my players that runs, like, you go check their stats per operator, what are they nasty on? Goyo or Mira? Right? Gab on DZ was an absolute Vector crutch. Bolo, Vector crutch. Like, obviously, they're both nasty players, but, like, let me tell you the KD difference, though. Like, holy shit. Like, Gab's obviously nasty, but give that dude the Vector. Adam on Unwanted, obviously nasty, but give him the fucking Goyo Vector. We didn't lose defenses. You maybe run the TCSG on Bake Cafe. Yo, don't be calling me out right now. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Top floor being held quite.
Wait a second.
We see Kurtz already taking a ton of
Look,
damage.
I'll put myself in jail for that, Dream. I'll put myself in jail.
The next time he sees
That's probably why we kept losing that.
And Legacy playing with him, so he's not completely alone. But under the skylight, he's not in a safe position. Wizard just waiting and watching. Shoots the default cam in the meantime. If they know his position, they could get a really free pick. But I don't think they realize that he's stuck around. They might assume that he's dropped Parker.
Let's see if they'll be able to drone it out. We talked last round about how Nip was having struggles gaining intel. This time they don't have access.
Did Kyle tell Dream to reply to him via DM?
Bad spot. Kurtz is still here,
No, I did not. I'm just assuming we're going off that time. I'm just assuming.
Some would say.
I'm just assuming here.
Outlaw and Farius is last 2 alive. Outlaw is a target dummy on those red stairs. He gets swatted away, leaving Farius with 1 kill as he heads for the hills.
NIP 4 attacks.
Still to go for Nip. They have the case. They have a shield still up.
No way they throw this, right? No way they pull a DZ on this one.
You've still got the boogie drones from Pino's Ram as well. Honestly, Nip can very easily hold on. I would be shocked to see Farius pull this off, but again,
I mean, he's got to do something here. But you got Monty just holding white stairs, not going to be able to get a flank off.
Yeah, but I mean, you dream of having this much util in a 3v1. There should be no way, especially with Cons up on the Monty. Trackstinger's giving away Farius' position. He is in a good spot to deny a plant, but they should.
Monty is just staring at him through the vert holes. Oh my god, it's just, it's just wraps. It's just wraps.
And when you're inside that laundry room, there's not really many places you can go. They had him pinned down and he was fighting for his life.
Good morning, Mom.
Strong start.
Or afternoon.
A little bit worse for Lowe's.
I guess afternoon at this point.
Not just taking the lead, but extending it. And
so I think teams are making a mistake trying to clear through VIP instead of just stopping freeze and planning with vert as cover.
They did not muster anything. I know I made a joke.
Yeah, I kind of do, Kai. At times, because I feel like I talk about that site more than any other goddamn site. And like how many TikToks do I have? Like the best way to play it defensively, right? Where to put the right operators on defense. But that site just makes so much sense to me with, like, you take vert, it's free, and then you get rid of the Goyos.
The very end here. Those were some strong.
And then if Smoke is playing VIP, I'm not pushing Smoke VIP. That to me screams that like I could just go plant Sync's window. There's literally no other op that can stop me planting window. They had no Echo on board. There's no Goyo fire there because you can pop that from a vert, Sync's, and there's Smokes in VIP. So to me, it's like it's risky to go for a backside VIP clear.
But I do think they might be one of the worst
when there's no Smoke whiskey.
They seem to really struggle when they
I just think you go like VIP, going VIP makes sense if Smoke is whiskey.
Targeting both shields, almost every team has,
right? That denies the Sync's plant. And maybe you can't get the Goyo Fire's bunker. Okay, so don't go for a bunker plant. Now we need a different strategy, right? We can't go for a default drop freezer and plant. So at that point, you look at taking VIP side and going for kills. Right? Once you kill VIP, the whiskey player is a free kill. Okay. And then sometimes you can trap the coke guy as well. Or you look at flipping it to bakery, which we see tons of teams do as well.
So he'll immediately start to jump on that. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Parker. The opportunity to win this game has... it hasn't left, but it's gotten a lot more difficult. You wanted to go up early in the first half.
All right, top floor, we see...
You got to really dig yourself out of the hole.
Lowe's took out Castle, Mira, so we are going to see the Azami. That could be a mistake. Like, Mira's good, but I don't think Mira's that good. You can counter it. Again, those cryo takes kind of ignore Mira. I'm not a big Mira, so we're going to have to see how this Azami. I mean, the guy that's on Azami is 9-4 right now. And then we do see Capito. We got rid of both shields, and we left Capito up.
From the side of Nip onto
which what we're going to see is it looks like we're going to kind of see a crowd take. It looks like he's going to get back onto that south window here with the Capito.
Whether it was the Deimos in round number 5, whether it was just low drone count in rounds 4 and 6.
He's going to be able to fire out Bathroom.
Gain information, but they were using the shield so effectively. When you have a Monty on the board, you have a giant drone that is relatively impervious to most gadgets the defenders have. So if Cons is walking in and giving calls, as we could see from the yellow pings and the red pings that were coming out from both drones and from the players, Nip was still gaining information from that. Los was completely lost on where the advance from Nip was coming. Now it's going to be a little bit easier for Nip, though, as they play on as defenders for the remainder of this match. 8's under fire very early into what could be an execute, but still half the round to go, so plenty of time for Los to hang on.
Yeah, a good way to clear up piano.
So there, we see the Capital. You fire up Bathroom, again, which is totally free, which, again, even if they were running Mira, who cares? Because like, you can't play the Mira. Now they have to worry about that Azami and Deep Freeze. This shield's a little bit of a problem. I think NIP is causing a little bit too many problems. We're going to see the Whitehall push with the shields. Oh, we're going down. We're going downstairs.
Get them in closer to the bomb site. Pino, the first casualty. Cons will answer that one right.
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Free kill. Oh my god, he can't catch him. Oh my god. That poor guy. That poor man.
Almost completely folded. All up to Wizard and Fantasy, both of whom right now.
Someone's got to play that music over, that old school.
Top fraggers.
I wanted more of a chase.
In the ground at this current point in time, and now it's all about target prioritization for Arthur.
That's Warden. That's Warden. That's Warden, dog. That's Warden. We're running that Warden.
It's him and Kurtz in a 1v1. I'll have to pick his poison here. He's expecting.
That's the SMG 12 also. Yep. That's if I'm seeing an SMG 12 in a 1v1, I'm betting on that 99%.
What a clutch.
Big moves from Fantasy, the young player at NIP. I say young, I mean, he's been on this in the tier 1 scene for a while now. I still remember when he went pro back in 2021, a huge, hot, young pickup for Furia back in the day, actually. He went to many different events, 6 international tournaments, in fact. He's been very experienced, but never really found his shot on a top-level team in South America. It felt like he always had the skill, he always had the talent, but maybe sometimes lacked the discipline to get a spot on those top organizations like FaZe, like W7.
NIP running through Brazil.
He never really found
they are top 4 right now, aren't they?
Then he got moved over to NIP. Felt like he finally had a bit of a shot. Not that NIP have been that big org in recent years, but with him being on this squad, being added to with Wizard and Hates, Cons, and Pino, feels like now they're starting to click. You know, it really feels like he is starting to lead this team as a big fragger, and obviously hasn't been the focal point of the team so far in this game, but you can always rely on him to step up. When you need a big play, Fantasy's the guy that NIP often rely on.
I mean, I remember the days of him being considered one of the most promising prospects in the entire region and one who was very highly coveted. You know, he never really found, at least to this point, success on one of the top 4 teams in Brazil, but he was always talked about as a potential pickup.
Who's my dark horse for this stage or Pro League? What region? Are we talking every region?
And they never really get picked up by the top teams. You have to wonder, maybe is it just that there's, you know, an elegant way to solve the role issue? Maybe they have an off-putting personality. Maybe they're argumentative or difficult, or there's some bad blood between players. We can't really speak to that. But it has been a little bit puzzling why Fantasy has never been picked up. He seems to have found a good home here on NIP, and well, he's thriving.
I have one for each region.
But let's not ignore the fact that
I mean, yeah, a little bit like
before the clutch. So
BDS over in the EU League. We saw him take down G2, but I think that's a team that is probably going to sneak into the playoffs, 5th, 6th place. People hated me for it, but they definitely have a lot of talent on that roster. Freck, #1 rated player right now. So again, people kind of clowned on me for the pick, but I think they can bring on some upsets. So that's for EU. NA, I think I said the dark horse's wild card in my power ranking. We saw them upset SSG, but like obviously they got a lot of work to do. They're playing at the weaker end of PL right now. They're playing a lot of the quote-unquote weaker teams, so they should get some points, should make it into the playoffs. And
just try to ride out the remainder of this round at this point. If you're NIP,
I didn't make a SAL or Brazilian list, but it might just very well be this NIP team. I think they're pretty high up there on the standings. I just don't know who's going to get the 4th spot, because obviously like W7M, Furia, FaZe are at a little bit of a class of their own. And in the past, you know, I've obviously been a loud fanboy, but kind of been struggling. They've been struggling right now.
They've been in this position before. Wizard and Fantasy last alive. Fantasy looking for yet another clutch, but he won't pull it off. Farius
the EG skin on Ash.
Down, and a 3rd round will appear in the column of Los, denying match point for NIP.
Yeah, beautiful little way to hold on to that.
I think wildcard ends with 3 wins. They should. They should. They're playing, I believe it's LFO, Cruelty, and OXG, right? I believe that's their final 3 games. I believe.
The entirety of that round. You know, they never wanted to contest them up above. They thought they had a strong enough hold down into.
We have Black Dragons in 2 regions. Oh, is it Black Dragons? Hang on, give me a sec. I think I don't. Dang it. Liquipedia, SAL, R6.
Is free from gaps. Obviously, there's always going to be some way that the attackers can exploit your setup, and I thought Los did a great job of that.
I mean, right now it is NIP, but oh yeah, Black Dragons. Black Dragons, who did they take out?
No real problems with that push.
Took out Loud.
The NIP didn't present the most.
Did lose to NIP here. I thought they had a more impressive win, did they not?
They managed to drop down through
Oh, they beat FaZe. That's what it was. 7-2. That was insane.
From being able to dodge those toxic waves, they thought it was going to go over towards Sinks. Instead, it went over towards Coffee. So just moving around quite a bit, catching NIP a little off guard.
Insane.
It's not an easy game, but I mean that's how it starts, right?
Right, and I mean I do wonder what the exact outcome of that round would have been if the
Lethal at Chalet
wasn't as good as it was. Right, he was the one best positioned to deal with Arthur. Arthur was down inside the bomb site, not far from the bomb
struggle with those weaker teams is how they're going to match up in a best of 3. When like obviously like can they beat the good teams on 1 or 2 maps? Yes, but like they're not going to have those maps up in a best of 3. And how deep is their map pool? Right, that's what separates like
inside of the Viper pit.
You know, you might be able to beat FaZe 7-2 in a best of 1, but like that's what's gonna be the real test is best of 3s and how deep their map pool is. And yeah,
completely
How many
changes
times do we see, even at LAN events, group stage starts as a best of one, team looks pretty good, but then you get to a best of three and it's like they just get abused. Map pool. Everyone knows what your good maps are now because of the best of one, and like there's no depth.
Off a successful defense. So kudos to that vertical play. I know that some people.
What am I watching? Wait, how did that guy not? No.
That's a great entry from Los, by the way. Where has this team been for the entirety of the stage? They find 3 unanswered kills.
That was a good attack.
At the moment, it's him and Fantasy against 4 from Los.
How did Warden get blind?
Those numbers will continue to dwindle. Fantasy finds 2 kills, and he's narrowed.
Hey, hang on, 1v2.
Hates just needs 2 more and a full house for Nip.
This is winnable.
The round. I imagine there'll be.
Do we not have any vert made?
90 seconds left.
Or are we thinking that they might rotate to dining?
5 drones alive too. Not sure how many of those are drivable on the side of Los, but if they can hunt down Hates, that's going to be a huge boon for them. They do have positioning in towards the site, right? Outlaw is inside of reading, but Legacy with the fuse kit just hopping in the building now. They are not together.
I think he's got a read on these guys, but they might go dining. They're like, no way they're going to play it reading. We have vert holes.
They should know he's above broadly. I mean, that's a good guess from them, but they.
Oh, we are seeing the bomb go down on the reading wall.
Teases it and makes some noise as he hits the ground. There's still plenty of time and utility for Los to drone this if they so choose.
He got off.
Eights has just given his position away.
I think it's fine to get off there. I think that's fine. Just make sure both guns are up and get this guy.
2 rounds in a row on attack on Cafe.
Down Q change. Could have not registered first.
A bit of a ball game, don't we, Jesse? That's baseball, by the way. I know Edmonton
could
doesn't have any professional sports teams, but that is a baseball.
I thought the guy that got fried in the reading rotate saw the Amaru and would have called that out.
Legacy getting off the plant there scared me a little bit, but realizing that there was so much
Also, did Zero's sound change? Because I don't know how every single time I see a Zero get played, there's somehow a Zero cam right underneath somebody.
Super smart rush to come.
And I've just very like, did Zero get buffed? Is that a shadow buff? Just there's no noise on those things now.
Everything set up for it, right? They had Kurtz launching the logic bomb so that they could get a bit of information as to where those players were at. They had Legacy spamming the top floor with Ying Candelas so that nobody up above could react to the rush that was coming in. They had Farius rocket through the window on that Amaru to start opening up some picks. And then Arthur had the defuse kit.
Yeah, it's definitely been Brazil.
Behind his team for a while, knew that
that's the most underwhelming team.
That defuse kit down as fast as possible.
Would I say Brazil? Liquid.
A part of the map that was
definitely been Liquid.
Bomb site, so going for an immediate plant wasn't the strategy. Instead, tried to stay up, go for that cover. Wasn't clean. I mean, they lost a couple of bodies, but
like arguably they should be able to get some wins now. They played a lot of the top teams. They were the team that had to play all the top teams in the first half of Pro League. But if they don't beat some of these other teams,
that Los have been going for, they'll take their tack timeout now.
There's got to be some shake up there, right?
In these next couple of rounds, because you're right, Parker. This game is starting to spiral out of control for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timeout called is going to show you just exactly that. This is a very bizarrely attacker-sided Cafe. Not that we don't see them, but they don't come all that often. You've only got 3 rounds so far of 10 won by the defenders, which is a bit abnormal, but I mean, you've got 2 teams that play relatively unpredictable. Their positions in the standings are I guess, somewhat unpredictable as well. I'm waiting to see, as we get into the final moments of the prep phase, what operator swaps we have from Los, because Adokabi, Zofia, Grim are not bad, but I'm curious if they make any changes. Swaps immediately coming in.
They need a Barista. Yeah, those guys are fucking cursed. That's so true.
On the board, so they're going to bring an IQ and they're going to keep the Dokkaebi, which is the right call. As long as you can keep Kurtz alive.
Maybe Liquid's got to change regions.
Some serious value here.
Bring Liquid to like NA, you know?
That can be easily spotted by IQ and then also dealt with by the Dokkaebi. And then, of course, flank watch is almost always a necessity because of the.
All right, we see sense on this site. What are we sensing off, huh? What are we sensing off, Mr. Outlaw?
Runouts for the Nomad too. That's why we see Arthur putting some of those outside the building.
That's what I want to see.
Bringing a shield back-to-back rounds on the side of Los as well, trying to make me eat my words about their non-shield play earlier, and they've got a couple opportunities.
Got a guy in the basement.
Down inside of VIP. This is going to be.
Are we gonna get this pick? Oh, we do have. We see Arthur on that VIP.
The IQ is
Cam, they 100% know. Arthur knows this guy's here.
information is going to be massive.
I think Cons
No
knows.
surprise that NIP banned
Yep,
out
he's
the
out of
game
here.
too, by the way, that was only run that single time.
Good drone
for
play.
Rush. You don't often see rush strategies.
Good job, Arthur.
Replicated, so maybe
Are we gonna see him lurk? Like, what are we doing sitting outside there? Like, why are we flicking the lower cam?
Problem over the first 3 rounds of this half.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I didn't see a ton of success from that Ying either.
Maybe just an early opportunity. They're gonna give it up. Okay.
I mean, Ying has been a staple for both of these
All on the
teams,
roof.
and frankly,
Classic
unless
cafe
we're
gameplay.
missing something, and I mean, both Leo and Jack will be.
Under Thieves need to come to Siege. I mean, it seems like they're sort of interested.
I don't know about this Ying ban. It does not seem
All right,
as
they
optimal, but maybe they just
contacted us on Unwanted. They contacted JJ. Like, they're floating around. They just want a top team though.
we would say, oh, Maverick doesn't
They want an actual top team, and
says it's not about Maverick's immediate impact. It's the threat of a Maverick.
don't know if they're gonna get it.
Causes us to change our strategy ahead of time. Maybe the same thinking is applied to this Ying ban.
Because I don't think any of the top orgs right now would sell their teams.
Outlaw's gonna cross off some angles, but there's a warden back there. Won't be able to see through the Sens walls, but through the smokes that also got tossed, he will. A couple of bits of damage go down to Outlaw and Arthur, but they don't find any frags for it. They need to make a move with 45 seconds. Their util is starting to wear out.
And they're buried a bit inside a Piano and Cigar at the moment. Outlaw and Arthur on low HP is nothing abnormal. They've actually been below 100 HP or 100% of their HP. For most of these rounds, frankly, they still seem to do decently well. Maybe not Outlaw.
Bomb's going down?
Sure. First kill comes in from Kurtz. Hates answers back. Diffuser in the hands of Arthur looked like it was about to go down. And now a fight onto the window as Fantasy drops.
Where are
away.
these picks coming from?
Him, but he dies instead. Nip in terrible shape.
0 kills. Hello, bomb down.
Is just so suffocating.
Oh, we don't have the bar open? We don't have the bar open on cocktail defense in 2025? Hello?
As it's a tie game. Los with 3 rounds in a row.
What are we doing?
Man,
What are we
Arthur has
doing?
really stepped up big for Los. He has historically been one of the worst players on this team. He is statistically lowest on KDR. He was minus 11 coming into this game. Now to be putting up such big numbers, and it looks like he's playing with a lot more confidence, both in the way that he's calling. He is the captain of this team. He is their RGL. And also in the way that he's playing in the server, right? In the last couple of rounds, we saw those
They
decisions.
want a
coming
top
out
team
from
but
him.
don't want to pay for it?
When goes for a rush,
No
when he goes
idea.
for his top down,
No idea.
and
I mean,
executed
typically,
exactly how Los wanted
some of
to
those
execute.
big name
There's no
organizations
hesitation in
just
that
hope
play.
to use
But
their
also,
namesake
you saw the
to
individual
get them
play
out of
from Arthur.
spending
Deciding,
money.
I'm gonna push up into bottom. My team is stalling out a little bit in Piano. I see a bit of a gap. I'm gonna go.
At least that's how it's been in the
My team
past, but I have no
pushes
idea.
as well.
I got
Gets a
literally
couple
no
of big
idea.
picks, is able to put that diffuse kit onto the ground. Really finding impact for Los in a way that he kind of hasn't for this team in the
Ooh,
past.
Mr. Highbear needs someone on a super secret project,
Maybe
guys.
he's a strong IGL,
Everyone,
he's a strong shield player,
2
but
hands
he
up.
doesn't really
2 hands up.
stand up in the fragging department. He's
Start
got
raising our
those
hands.
Hyper passive support players that doesn't get a whole lot of picks, but today he's showing he can hang with the big dogs. 9 and 6.
The big dogs.
The most impressive stat lines I've seen from him in a very long time.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Arthur had a strong start, I want to say, a couple years back, and was somebody that playing on shields, and frankly playing the shields quite well, Monty being the one operator that is so vivid in my mind. There was a lot of hope and a lot of promise that he could do well, but then slowly but surely his stats started to decrease, and then he got moved around, and he's been a bit of a journeyman ever since, but he shows flexibility.
His management was unaware of this
Every
project.
team in every region needs, at minimum, 1 good shield player. It is a requirement with the meta being what it is. Just so happens that Los has a great one on their hands. Cons isn't terrible either on the side of Nip, who is usually the shield player for NIP, but I mean, Arthur right now, the way he's able to enter, the way he's supported by those drones, and the way that he takes up space on the entry, pushing roamers back and funneling kills into the rest of his team is great. Or maybe he just decides to dive into the bomb site. Out go the
Here we got a little mining direct.
He's at the halfway point of the diffuser.
Cons can't do anything from 90 window.
He's a dock, stemming himself right back up, is
Or he's not going to choose to do anything from, because that wall's actually reinforced. He actually could have went 90 and
nobody seems to be aware of Wizard.
chose to just stand there.
Disappearing trick. He's
Huh.
inside of the corner. Kurtz
Well,
with the
bomb
first kill
down.
for Los. It's a
This is
4v4.
almost
Still
impossible
running away.
retake.
That does not benefit Nip whatsoever, and Los is cleaning
Oh my
him up.
god, upside down
They
repel
know
right
a
there.
desperate attempt to get to the bomb
Jeez.
site is cut down by Farius,
Sheesh.
and Los has won 4 in a row, and it's their turn on match point. They denied
Wow.
match point 15 minutes ago, and they have taken it now for themselves.
What a way to turn things around.
If you can guarantee good dental insurance, you think we pay people over here at Turtle Tactics? We're one of them predatory orgs.
Wrong in this game. Their attacks have just been so well put together. And I mean, you look at that round, it's another rush play. It's another fast, objective-focused round where they get in, they don't even get kills. They plant 5v5. There's no response from NIP. Wizards in train, and yeah, sure, he gets the first pick, but that pick is after the defuse.
How else are Trev Max vacations funded?
He already did his job. Put the defuse kit on the ground. He is more than happy to let his teammates trade out those kills. You gotta wonder where the response is from NIP, if they're maybe not so ready for these pushes. It's odd because them banning the Ying, the fact they took that attack timeout, they should be expecting this. This is not a new playbook from Los. They have historically...
Yo, I woke up to that TikTok alley. I was just shit-talking Spider. I'm like, oh boy. Red on E5 quals. You're just gonna piss him off today, huh?
What Los are putting up in this game, it really feels like they have just been caught off guard, and now they are scrambling, Parker. It feels like they are absolutely lost in this match.
Yeah,
doing the DZ,
I
damn.
completely agree. I mean, NIP is obviously not the team that won SI many years ago amidst the lockdowns. It's a completely different roster. They've changed up the players.
Look, guys, with High Bear in the chat.
Psycho's gone, Kamikaze, Julia.
Look, chat, I know you're all unwanted fans. That's why we're here, right? We all had
has changed, but since that SI win,
the
just, you know,
gracious opportunity to watch the masterpiece that was High Bear's documentary on the Unwanted Run, right? The biggest underdog story in Siege. You guys all check that out, of course, right? And if not, please head over to High Bear's YouTube, because my God, I watch that video 5 times a day. I wake up, brush my teeth, watch that video. Hop in the shower, watch that video. I'd make myself coffee, watch it again. Spirits told me last night. He sat down with the DZ boys. He knows that they're 6-0 right now. But he sat down, wanted to give them motivation. Had everyone sit in the living room, pulled up that Unwanted documentary on High Bear's channel, and fired the boys up right before the game. Right before the match.
Let's move on to the next match. That was Nip's mindset. It has unfortunately let them down as they now are 1:40 away.
And look what happened. Those guys absolutely came out swinging.
NIP, you cannot allow Los to set up the push as they have for the last 4 rounds. If they get exactly what they want, they're going to go for a strong execute. You have not been able to stop their executes. You've got to deal damage in the early round, but I'm looking at this defense. I'm just not sure that I see it. They keep the freezer hatch closed for a little while thanks to those Zoto canisters from Fantasy. That's nice, but the freezer hatch should still get opened eventually.
The sex appeal was too high. Blame Dream for that one. Dream was too sexy that we had to split up. Like, Hot and Cold was actually so jealous of the attention that Dream was getting, right? Hot was like, guys, I'm the best IGL in the world. I'm the best IGL in the world. And everyone's like, Dream is sexy. And Matt was like, fuck this. Fuck this. I'm going somewhere where the crowd chants my name.
What's going to be different about this defense? NIP need to have an answer,
and that's why we split up.
Strong utility, and
that's exactly what happened, guys.
I'm not sure what it's going to be.
Anybody's match, and it's certainly anybody's.
All right, can they make it 5 here? NIP does get the first 4 kills. Well, looks like we're going to overtime. I can't even commentate on that one.
On the side of Los, except for Farius. That's an incredible shot on the cons as he vaults in the top floor. Now 3 more targets to be found, and he's running behind on the clock. Jesse he works his way down red stairs. They know his exact positioning. One over in small bake, one over towards whiskey. He can just easily hold the cross, and that's exactly what they do. A shame for Nips fans that they come alive at the final seconds of this round and this final seconds of the regulation half that we just saw, because now you forfeited a
I literally blinked as well. Like, I was literally about to be like, oh, here we go. Here comes the kills coming out. 1v4.
Again, going back to the very first week,
I love Unwanted, but as a Gunner fan, having them play M80 felt like that picture with the little wolf crying as the 2 older wolves are fighting.
Everybody thought Black Dragons would be as dominant as they are. Black Dragons at the moment are in second place.
That game was so upsetting, guys. Those guys wanted that game so much. They powered up so much. They played, what's that expression? Like, you play out of your shoes? That's what they say in sports? Something like that? Like, those guys played better than their peak That was their Super Bowl. Was playing us in that group stage game. That game was absolutely meaningless to us, but my God, were they fired up. They could have that little Mickey Mouse game. We would have slapped them in a best of 3 later in the tournament. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We would have absolutely slapped them.
Able to find that crossfire, and the players that were jumping into small bakery made all the difference.
They caught us a little off guard. You know, they were playing some default ass Siege. They put Gunner on the lurk roll, caught us off guard every goddamn defense. Wouldn't have happened again.
Good coordination. You might be able to shut them down that way. Get some cross angles on that blitz could make a huge difference. Not that there's going to be a blitz this time around. Arthur's bringing out a brand new operator for the first.
Never seen Glaz before.
Rocking the Glaz. First time we've seen it in this matchup. Going to be pairing it with the Grim from Legacy. Going to be pairing it with the Aurora as well from Various.
All right, top floor Aurora again.
Is something we've seen quite a bit on a multitude of different maps. I think it's very common to see it on a bakery push on the bottom floor on this map.
Yep, very common to see that.
That's where it's headed since the bomb site is up top. But these two operators have found a lot of good synergy with each other, and we get to see another creative push coming out from Los, which so far, when they've gotten creative with their executes, have gone really well.
In this whole series between these two teams, I mean, the match we're watching has been quite unpredictable. And
was it an old meta to just spam smokes down long bar on the map, have your Glaz? yeah. There was a time where there was no bulletproofs.
But still, I mean, something can be creative
and there was a meta where you just spam 6 smokes and just dropped down the goddamn and just picked one of the smokes to go planted.
See the same here with the way that the teams approach this. Collins couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat on
wow, really good entry.
He's a sitting duck inside of reading.
Had to pull his pistol out to make sure he was there while that guy was blind. Deimos, gotta avoid this gunfight.
Now next one in line is Hates.
Ooh, and he's running downstairs. They could just use their numbers at this point. If they have a lower cam and they see this guy all the way downstairs, now's the time to hit the site. 5v3 upstairs. This guy is completely useless. And what the hell are we doing down here as Azami?
Those death marks in pocket for the execute. They use them to hunt down the roamers. Will the same happen in this round? We're just past the halfway.
There's gonna be a little bit of a pause instead. Kurt's gonna just not even need to use Buck and just kill fucking Pino peeking down the hole. There's that Azami flank though. Are we going now? Smoke's coming out. Arthur smoking.
This is gonna cue the defuse kit coming in. Doesn't
ooh, Roragate stacks. Okay, that's what we're seeing. So he's on the cocktail window. Roragate off stacks. They killed the C1 guy from under with Buck. Probably have a guy on Skylight. Not let anyone else in. That is kind of a free entry. Not gonna lie.
In and of itself, but usually you want the glass to cover while the plant is going down. Not smoke case. His smoke's in back pocket.
What?
Now down below.
What? That guy took like 0 damage from that. How?
Legacy's bees are chasing Wizard out of his spot. Wizard is continuously harassed. He won't be able to find much value in the final moments of this round. The drop goes in. Huge patience.
Not shooting there might have been absolutely massive. Arthur's gonna go down. That's the case. 15 seconds left. Just they're just gonna look for picks here. NIP just gotta stay alive. No case. Oh wow! Big NIP round.
Both teams with a player still alive, but Nip with the victory.
I think Los was a little slow on the trigger there. Guy in the basement, literally a 5v3 top floor. Yeah, I think they could have went a lot quicker there.
To make that play down below. He's been a guy all game.
Instead, they stalled out a little bit. Azami able to kind of do something from the fucking basement. That was huge value. Forky, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Candy Jar W sub. Thank you very much. This is the first match. Yeah, what's up, Tubba?
To sit in one spot, right? He's going to be roaming all around the map, making a huge problem, and always just a fear in the back of Los's minds. After he got that first pick on the mid floor to try to claw back man advantage, that really stalled things out for Los. They realized, shoot, there's another guy on that mid floor. We thought we cleared out reading. Now we've got to worry about him, and they couldn't track him down. They couldn't find him.
Ying Glaz, million flashes and smokes, no warded and Glaz walking. Yeah, that was the old Glaz meta, guys. If you really want to watch that, going back. If you want to go watch that back there, holy shit, muted with the 5, gifted. Wow.
Back inside of piano, no clue he would have rotated.
That's my kind of start
quickly.
right there. Made it. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Big W sub.
They can go for those big executes.
Big
They're gonna have
W
to talk about what
subs.
they want to do on defense. It's been a very long time since they played on this defensive side. Didn't go very well for them. If they don't win their first defensive here in overtime, all of this comeback would have been for nothing.
Who's Sexy Cake playing for now? ENX.
What a dogfight this has been between these two teams.
Which I always want to say
Frankly,
ENX,
terrific
but it's
match
like
for
ENX.
to cut our teeth on this time in the SAL. Our very first time actually casting the SAL, as now it's been renamed. For those that have not followed along,
That's just
the
unacceptable.
regions
Yeah,
have been
goddamn
condensed.
Twitch.
The
Goddamn
brand
Twitch and their
of the
ads.
league still remains with the same title, but
How
there
dare
is no
they?
Mexican
Right? How dare they?
competing.
Let's go Twitch.
Over
Let's
here,
go.
you've got what used to
I got a
be
sub.
Brazil. Is now the South American League. You've got a bunch of Argentines playing on 9Z. It's Naza Nitro and Tuku. They will be in action later today. Actually, in our very next matchup against Black Dragons. 9Z.
All right, reading. It looks like we're going to see a very meta hold. You can kind of tell from these feet holes here, right? Those feet holes, if they flank up the white stairs, NIP is going to have to be very, very careful if all they plan on taking, excuse me, is above train making top down, right? So those... I'm a big fan of the feet holes, and they're obviously going to give up top floor. Not much in the way of operators to actually holding on to the top floor. Goyo, a little bit of time waste up there. We saw him play some Goyo's top floor. Two brow for the hatch, most likely, just to waste even more time.
On stage. That'll be matchup number 2. There's 5 matches today, as there are in most of the major regions, so buckle up. We've got plenty of South America League for you.
Black Dragon's new roster is really exciting. This new Los roster was supposed to be really exciting as well.
All right, so we'll see how long it takes NIP to take top floor, because all outside still, minute up, and we are, I mean, really not contesting. We see 2 people upstairs, 1 white corridor, 1 in the cocktail lounge, but I'm very sure that they should fall off pretty quickly.
For their only attacking overtime round, and they're trying to clear out that top floor still. It's only Arthur and Legacy.
They got the tart bunker, which is when you see both these stacks walls reinforced, is mute jammed as well. And you're going to see a smoke play here just for even more time waste. I think kind of made popular by that VP roster. I feel like they've been doing this for a really long time. You have to be extremely careful when you open up the wall like that. Montane and Freezer, some C4 potential. Doesn't end up connecting. But that is going to get everyone to leave. They do have top floor control there. And Smoke didn't even have to use any smokes. 3 smokes still.
For now, I think they're feeling okay.
Now we need to see Pino come in and get those ram drones, but Fantasy already lurking down. Maybe an overheat right there to kill that guy and not just keep walking. Had no idea about train control there, but regardless, ends up getting a kill. Another trade. Wow. 3v3 for the execute. Nor help either team. Not sure why anyone would be on that rappel with 50 seconds left, but maybe holding the white run up. Sure, sure. Pino now doing vert. 40 seconds left in the round. Was he sitting on flank cams? Because if he was, someone else got to do that. Way too late to be making vert here.
That's going to be likely stopped by a Goyo if it's not already been popped with a vertical destruction. You have to imagine it has.
3v3, you just need to set a pillar cam and a white flank cam. And now this guy's going to walk in and start planning. Vision would call the flanks. Los almost seems like they had... Like, where's the win con? Hello? You had to know that they're going to be going for a default plant. You needed a win con sooner. Are we flanking top? Are we flanking pillar? Regardless, really good retake there. We're going to see 7-7 match point. I feel like it's still a little late. Kills kind of went in their favor. That could have been real bad.
I said you might have to watch out for Farius in the late round, Parker. Playing on the bottom floor, made the rotate up, and then had that final kill. Was able to press up onto the top floor, just as I said that somebody might. That was always going to be the problem for NIP, and they weren't quite ready for it. Yeah, you got the plant down, but that is not an easy bomb site to hold off a post plant. There's so many good rotations the defenders can make. Los were able to make those plays. I thought it was a great round from Outlaw, not a player who you mentioned has had a great game.
Duel
so
the Fades.
Far, but, I mean,
you mean the
rookie,
isn't that Super Sting?
First season of Tier 1 was very hyped up, being picked on this Los team. He's played 3 different seasons of Tier 2 Challenger League.
John with the gifted sub. It doesn't tell me who it's to anymore because Mickey Mouse OBS settings that it's probably totally my fault, but thank you for the gifted sub, John. And whoever got it, you lucky duck.
Potential that he brings, right? One of these younger players that can come onto a tier 1 scene, big name that a lot of people are aware of, and starting to show exactly what he's capable of.
Wow, okay, Max OT, we're just gifting subs.
Very
All right, Peak, thank you for the 5 gifted, and thank you for getting into a lobby with High Bear. Huge subs coming out. We're loving these Max OT.
Wag your finger at their opponents, and in this case, Nip has made some puzzling choices and some puzzling decisions. Well, that'll be something that the analyst desk can dissect after we get finished with this matchup. We know that
Only because we got gifted subs.
Right, in about 3 minutes time. One of these teams will
Only because we got gifted subs.
one. A few points need to be earned in regulation before you keep playing them. The thing for most is that there will be a fair bit of movement.
All right, chat.
They win.
All right.
Number one, they win here,
Also off topic, but I hope you guys are watching that Andor show. Phenomenal television. Andor's so good. Hell yeah. Is that show not like, it's not even like Star Wars. I mean, it is, but like, bro. All right, top floor. We see Buck and the Ram. Lots of vert coming out. Gonna give all the top floor control. It's gonna be a last second execute. We're just getting into the map right now with the blitz. And we are gonna see an actual late round. We do see Smoke in the correct spot, in my opinion. He's playing the whiskey bar. He's got 3 smokes. He's gonna, if he stays alive, 18 kills. He's gonna be able to deny the Sinks plant here. The Goyos to the bunkers. We see Cade for the hatch. Lows look like they're surrounding the site. Might be going for more of an Anaconda style take. Not trying to just go for a freezer drop. But this is kind of the intel gathering stage at this point. Still can't get the hatch, and we only have cans. No ace. That could be a blunder on Los's part. Gonna be huge for this Twitch drone. He is gonna get the claw, and we're not gonna be able to replay. So hatch is going to get open at this point. 50 seconds left. It's mature Star Wars? So true. So true. That's a great way to put it. We ain't kids no more. Alright. 30 seconds. What is the plan coming of NIP? Looks like we are just going to go for that last second freezer drop. We need to put a little bit of pressure on the VIP guy because that C4 is going to come out. Arthur take just a little bit of damage, but is going to get the Sinks. However, the smoke is on board, but all smokes are out. Sinks plant is absolutely free. We're smoking the wrong things here. But we could see the planner and Pito somehow gets into sight. Where the hell is the vertical on board? We brought 2 fucking vert ops with Ram and Buck, and Pino somehow gonna get through the site. Throw a C4 to stop fucking Sinks. Oh my god. NIP got away with that fucking one. That should never happen in a million years. They had everything they needed for that plant. No smokes. We smoked red. That was the gap. That was exactly what was needed. But NIP, huge fucking C4. Pino had to make the round-winning play. Of course, the mature Pino Skywalker made the fucking play. He had the high ground. Holy shit. Actually, really good C4, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they had the win con. That was, yeah, that was insane.
I think if that nitro doesn't come out, if Arthur gets that plant down, it's an entirely different game.
And the F-bombs, yeah, I'm just, that's why I can't be a caster, guys. I get too excited. I'm just dropping F-bombs. We gotta relax. It was just an NIP fucking, it was an NIP Los match. Like, we got W7 Furia later, like.
Just as intriguing and as competitive, but as much fun as we've had, Let's give an opportunity to our good friend on the desk to have the same fun.
Ooh, Kai, I actually think you're 100% right on that. You know, thinking about that. I mean, the smoke was a little low on red, so it really shouldn't have been able to push the guy up red stairs from what I've seen. But I like the thinking there. He probably... Right, Pino did... The guy on red, his job is to watch anyone in sight through the hole that's always made in the red wall.
It was crazy to see both of these teams.
And Pino was able to catch a gap, possibly from that smoke grenade, right? He smoked the guy on red. Guy maybe had to give up the angle. Pino slipped through the cracks. C forward sinks. I like that.
To hold the flanks and clearing side by side. And then
Maybe a little risky. I would have preferred, you know, just
some good ones from Los. A rush tried from
smoke
ENX
sinks.
in the first round. Another one tried from Los and was successful.
Save the smokes. Hey, sinks is smoke, guys. Can't plant there. You know, that's where those microcoms come in. Sinks denied. Can we deny them going bunker? Yes, we have a going fire. Cool. They got to push through, guys. Gun up.
The opening kill happens in the last minute. That for me was the craziest thing in this matchup.
Also, though,
It was great, wasn't it, Jack? It was.
we were like, Smoke was not going to be able to kill that guy, right? Like, it looked like he was ADSing him.
Really impressed with Los.
But I think that was just the shield on his back sticking up, because I'm pretty sure you can't get an angle on that sinks plant. Pretty sure.
Into this game, we challenged them. Can they step up on their attacks? They certainly did that. You know, you said it was an attack cafe. I understand Leo's point about NIP sitting.
Those looking good in the scrappy rounds. No, they actually did. I was impressed from them.
Onto them.
Their attacks looked way much better than their defenses, obviously. But let's see.
Bring out some fast attacks. They brought some direct attacks. They, you know,
I mean, Los, for being
ideas as well.
all the way down here,
That being said, they will be disappointed not to
actually looked pretty good.
because they had the full advantage to take the full 3 points from this game.
It's like 1 pixel, really. Okay, I'll have to. Because I always knew like you can echo drone him, and then obviously he stands up, and that's when you kill him. So like you can combine it with echo. Otherwise, you just smoke it. But
You're thinking, my God, Los come back in the second one.
wait a second.
Going to
What if you
OT
put a
is not something that
deployable
we expect
shield
going into this. Then again,
just randomly in the hall,
looking at the vibes of the game, usually before we get
so
into
you can
it,
fucking
like you're saying, Los really
jump over
just
it?
able to bring it back to OT already.
Well, I guess you don't
before it's
ADS
hard,
anymore,
because
huh? Never mind.
How many times, Jack, does it
Never
happen
mind.
where we go to cafe, you see a team getting smashed on the fence, and they just give up? They don't really. They start struggling on attack. They second guess themselves. They don't really know how to handle their defense, or really their second half, no matter what side it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously a game of two halves. And I think we saw.
I make the rotate so you can get a little bit higher. Yeah, there probably is some tech to it.
It was a game of two halves.
Probably is some tech to it. But like normally that's combined with the smoke grenade anyways. Like I mean I normally see that in NA at least, like that's sense. And you sense across the sinks plant, which I think is really good because then you don't actually have to be planting sinks. You'll see a lot of teams do that sinks plant when there is a smoke whiskey or bar, because they'll smoke sinks, but you can just plant like right when you jump over the window. Like there's other space.
I think the idea was that we're gonna punish Los by playing time because it's a younger team. They're struggling in attack, and we're gonna be able to punish them in the late round. The problem is that the way Los attacks is very learned by heart, strategical, methodical. So if you give them too much space, that execute just becomes that much stronger, right? So when they started fighting, I
was gonna say I've seen Felipox do it too, but the first time I ever saw it do it was actually OXG, and then we took it on unwanted.
Just before the guys were starting to execute, that was very successful.
Hot and Cold would do that playing all the time.
Just a miscalculation.
Mr. Matt Stevens.
In the end, you're still offering Los all of the space to execute properly, and that may be why we saw an attacker-sided cafe. But in the end, the overtime was, I guess, rewarding the defense, and that's all counted for an IP.
I mean, this is a question that we'll definitely be asking Cons, who is joining us on the interview from an IP. Hello, Cons. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Desk. Welcome to the desk.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the win. Now,
Shouldn't have won OT.
Map you play on
Probably.
Loss off of both.
Fresh is held hostage.
Previous play week. You're thinking, okay,
Are you streaming SAL tomorrow before you go on a date for his birthday? Whoa. This ain't no date.
What happened in the game? What do you think?
My girlfriend's coming, all right.
Things kind of slipped.
Probably, yeah.
I think,
yeah.
like,
because dinner's not going to be early.
In that attack was like
473 subscribers. Oh my god, my sub goes off. How dare I? How fucking dare? Stream Elements trolled me.
Don't get so many pickings, and they get spaces, and on the rush they every planting every time. So I think this was like a mistake for us, our defense, and I think that's it. Like the match was good for us, but we lost so many rounds because of this, the way aggressive they play. So that's it, I think.
Cons, I think it's quite interesting because we've seen an IP for Psycho for so long, and now you're stepping up and you're becoming the IGL. Can you tell us more about this new position for you?
When they talked to me to become a IGL,
Is giving interviews the most annoying part of being a top player, you think?
Like a fear, you know, it's like a big responsibility. So everyone on team.
I think a lot of pro players don't like it, but a lot of pro players don't like talking to people. I just think you gotta have fun with it. I think I was very quarterback is the way I like to say it in my interviews back in the day. I was always trying to give like the politically correct, like the quarterback answer, like, oh yeah, you know, pretty boring answers. But at the same time, my biggest problem with interviews is I think a lot of times it's just like the same questions and the same boring questions over and over again. And it's like, I prefer people to ask like real juicy stuff.
No worries, no worries. Talk to me about fantasy, because he's been
I don't know.
so far before today.
It is kind of annoying.
He was the best entry inside of Brazil. But he's a player that I think he came into Brazil as like an
back in the day, the interview questions would just be like, did you guys think you were going to win that game? And you're like, oh no, yeah, we came into the match thinking we were actually just going to get absolutely fucking shit on. Like, what are you supposed to say? Like, yeah, or like, what was preparation like for this week? Yeah, we prepared the same way we have every other week for any other team. We scrimmed and we reviewed and knew kind of what map we're gonna go to, and we played it. Like, what do you want me to say?
Was searching for the fourth, you know, like get the ace. Here we talk to him. Like sometimes you don't need to get more kills. Like, don't be a hero, you know. Just play for the teams.
Does pineapple belong on pizza? Right, there we go. Solid question.
Here he can't be that player, you know.
Solid
player and be a really good player. Like everyone, especially me, stay like angry with him when he get one kill and he goes to the second, the third, you know, get somehow die in the rounds that was good for us. So I think that is the big difference right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that feeling as an IGL of having your entry that overpicks and dies randomly.
Yeah, and bro, I get so mad when like the round is for us and he just go away and dies, you know.
Yeah, when your teammate's off in Narnia and you're like, what are you doing? You're a spearhead. There's no need for you to get over aggressive or to peek that angle to be where you are.
I think Fresh Alfalfa do ask good questions, to be honest, given they have more experience working pros. Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's better. I'm more back in my day, it was like, honestly, like most of the time it felt like people asking the questions had no idea what they were asking or talking about. I think nowadays the cast is way better.
I don't have nothing to say, bro. I be humble and like obviously I want to win. And that's it, because like this week we can qualify for the playoffs, so just be humble and win tomorrow.
There you go. Focus is on playoffs.
Stay humble.
And NIP.
Sit down.
Thank you again for joining us.
That's what he said.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. There you go. Always good to hear from the players themselves, especially Cons as an IGL that's had this experience and can really tell us what's happening within the game itself. At the end of the day, NIP victorious. They collect 2 points from this matchup. Lost runaway with.
Yeah, I think Doki was like, that was a fun TriCast to watch. I think Doki was very, very good at that.
You got the other end. You get NIP.
But he's going to be playing for quite a while. I'm sure.
Over that hump, Jack.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think it was a game of two halves, and I think the big telling stat on this screen is actually the entry statistics. I think for Lost playing, you know, two more times more rounds from behind, they got 5 entry kills to 10 entry deaths.
Yeah, wow.
They are always going to struggle in that department.
Actually, kind of getting quite destroyed on the entry.
Actually managed to get it 2 overtime / should have won because they were playing from behind so much.
Yeah, if honestly, one thing that is reassuring to me is that we do see some, I guess, glimpse of hope follows, in the sense that yes, they're all the way down on the leaderboard. But
Yeah, I know exactly, Kai. That's the unfortunate part.
By managing to get so many attacks down.
And he's just isn't Doki pretty young still?
Talent in the team that we
I guess maybe he has been around a little while.
5 of these players were in the bottom 10 rated player in the
Can't expect
SAL.
good questions from backward dinosaurs from the earth. Yeah, the esport was too new back then. That's the unfortunate.
They know how to attack now. They can fix these issues. It's just a matter of time, and probably as well.
He's 25, really?
Where they will manage
God damn, put the guy on thermite.
Teams. I think the victory against Loud was an example of that.
He's at his prime.
Just hoping for them to be able to do that
Actually, his prime. Like, I was at my prime at 25. Like,
run probably stops this week.
What was that? Like 20? I was like 2018 when I was 25.
The pressure
I believe.
still NIP to
Wait,
perform and
holy
bring
shit,
it to
math.
the top 6, which is what we mentioned. Hate, of course,
Yeah,
the
2018,
number one
2019.
MVP of this matchup, putting in incredible numbers at 18-10 with 18% cost. You are contributing to every single round, and that's what NIP really needed to bring it over this hump. Again, top 6. If we zoom out on the macro for a sec here, Jack, it's right there. Just a good game tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first goal.
Is there any match besides Tokyo Finals you are most upset we did? Okay, yeah. That's a great question. That is a fantastic question. Tokyo Finals for sure. For sure is up there.
He was phenomenal today.
I think also up there is the NIP match.
About fantasy in the interview there, but he actually
Was that 2018 SI?
so he showed his versatility
That,
as a player.
or wait, was that 2020? It was 2020 SI.
He was excellent on the entry as well.
Yeah.
Was the NIP match that would have got us top 4? Because
when you see his role,
I don't want to say it was like, obviously SSG was phenomenal, and we ended up losing to them in groups. But
he was instrumental to the attack wins.
NIP to us was the hardest team left, and then it was TSM and SSG, and like scrim results, and like obviously we were really good against NA teams. Like we felt like we had a shot at it. It was just NIP got in our way, and those guys were too good. And we put so much time into prep, so much time,
We'll talk about them and more after the break.
just to try to get past those guys, because we just thought if we can get past them, it was looking good. Is there a consensus on rough retirement age? I don't know if there's a consensus. It's just when your priorities start to change a little bit.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
That is a crazy comment, Hateful. How much of an impact VP's had in competitions? We call the best player of the match MVP, which stands for most VP player. Oh my god. Wasn't the Furia roster playing at SI 2020? Let's go down history lane, shall we? Since we love doing that on this SI 2020 R6. This was like peak DZ for us.
Play number 5 of the South America League.
And yeah, here we go. We ended up losing to NIP, which we would have played BDS, and we beat them earlier in the tournament. Shouldn't have lost this conflict game. But anyway, we beat them earlier in the tournament. We're very confident against that old BDS. So if we beat NIP, we were very confident we would have beat BDS, and then we kind of, I'm pretty sure back then, we were better than TSM. In fact, we might have played them earlier too. Again, NA-wise, like, we were kind of farmers of NA back then. So, like, we kind of thought if we got past NIP, that was going to be grand finals for us. Because it was very NA heavy. And of course, we got 2-0'd by Space Station. So, like, who knows? They could have owned us.
But that is a hell of an opening.
But, yeah, that's a game that does sometimes suck because
Leo's gonna
As a player,
say that it
that was the highest I've
and he's
ever.
right to do so.
I mean, besides Tokyo, obviously making finals. That was like SI, right? SI is everything. Top 6 SI. It would have been great to
This leaderboard, or South America, sorry, not
make a
Japan.
finals.
You think
That would have been
Rivalry,
sick.
You think FaZe, you think Furia, you'd probably go as far as maybe Loud.
Oh yeah, the Capital Clutch for BDS where I owned Shaco with the pistol.
A really upsetting
Owned that fraud.
Yeah.
Good times.
You did not expect them to be that up, and before that match they were top 2. That's even crazier for me. You know, they were the seed that would get a bye if they went into playoffs. They would get straight to semis. So if you look at their run, it's not been extremely consistent. You know, they struggled to lose to NiP. They lost in overtime. They struggled to beat ENX, which on paper is one of the weakest team there.
Who
And
did
then they
9Z
somehow
beat?
create the biggest upset that we've had so far in the season by beating FaZe. So we see all the talent. We're just
Los.
missing the consistency so far, but they're gaining so many points that they're almost sure to also be.
Yeah,
in
just
playoffs.
Los.
Well, friends, let's just talk about Black Dragons as a team. So we pull up their roster, we have a chat about them. Let the glazing begin, because in the
Off you go,
top
Leo.
3, yeah, genuinely, Leo, I will agree with you straight up. This team deserves it, right? You're calling them the dark horse, even though they're not a horse at all.
No, they're a horse called a dragon. And if you look at this lineup, once again, they've rebuilt 4 out of 5 players who are not playing for Black Dragons last year. You look at Rare, Makina, all of these guys, Muzi as well. All of these guys were not part of Black Dragons before. They are basically rebuilding an entire roster, one direction, one vision, from players that were coming from 4 different teams and somehow made it work. They've got the chemistry. We labeled them as, an interesting team that could be a dark horse. Last play they proved it by beating FaZe, and it's the way.
Would you say that Cap 1v2 was a better play than your iconic Blitz play versus SSG?
Split in attack, by the way, against FaZe.
I mean, it had like higher stakes, right? At a SI versus a at A batch, right?
2024 coming into 2025, he's the top 5 best rated player in this league. Still has a lot of potential to grow.
I think I got probably more hyped for that than I did the Blitz one. But more people are gonna remember the Blitz one because, like, I mean, shit, you won't be literally 1v5.
And if they go and beat 9Z, which should be a weaker opponent.
Or literally aced. I guess technically not a 1v5, but in ace.
A very high percentage of them making.
But that one felt good.
That result against FaZe to me was
Pretty sure I was having a pretty good event there too. So yeah, SI 2020. Again, feel like
strategically they won that.
you look at that roster on page, like we should have went further.
Now, what does Clubhouse
We
test?
were a good team.
Test your fundamentals as a team. And Black Dragons so far, not just in Brazilian Siege, but
Got me in my
terms of
feels right
World
now
Siege,
thinking about that.
the best
Thinking of all the events I
fundamentals.
should have won or at least
I'm
made
gonna use
farther.
to back that up, is that their devs traded is the best in the world by an absolute mile. So they trade out 28% of their devs, so just over 1 in 4, and that's the best out of every single team in the world. The next best team is actually W7M, and that's at 23%. So they're 5 percentage points above the second best team.
Yeah,
That's
it's
actually incredible.
that is perfect, High Bear.
Thank you
That is
so much for
perfect.
that, Jack. And actually,
Absolute masterclass as always out of the High Bear.
Squad in this game,
Uh,
9Z. Now we started by glazing.
I need the skies lore. Is he a burger? Whoa, whoa! What the hell did you just say?
Pretty good what they've done.
What the hell did you just say? We calling skies a burger in this chat?
Core, that Argentinian
Guys.
core.
Hello?
But they've since slipped up a bit, Jack.
Hello?
Yeah, absolutely. I think commendable is the word that I use when I think of 9Z. I think
That's
commendable that they stuck with
great.
their team.
I can't even defend that. Chat, we're all unks in here. Let's talk about skies,
Some
huh?
of their results, you know, they ended up losing against Loud. They ended up
Any
losing
player that you haven't
against
coached that you wish
and
could
then
coach?
they
No,
ended
language
up with a
barrier.
commendable performance against W7M. All results where I'm thinking, yeah, they might not have been on the right side of some of the results, but the performances have been good. That then stopped last week when they ended up losing 7-2 against ENX in what was a pretty poor performance against an opponent that I probably actually had them pinned as favourites against. So I think the story of this team is
Gunner.
a little bit inconsistent, as you might expect.
Wish I can
Some
coach
players,
Gunner.
you know, making their step up, making their debuts into the South American League.
Uh,
But so far, there's a lot of positive signs to build upon.
Yeah, and today is a good test of that, right? They're playing against Black Dragons. Yes, they're in good shape, but it's also not one of the biggest.
I didn't
teams
realize
in
Mint
Siege.
never played with
And if
Bolo,
you
only
look at this
coached.
team, the main thing they've got to
Yeah, I was never Bolo's teammate. I was just
when they look
Bolo's
at the entry,
coach.
to actually convert that into a round win. If you look at experienced team, they
Sad.
will get at 75%,
So
80%
sad.
round win after they gain the opening engagement, right?
I want to
That's
play
just
with
not
Bolo.
in a 5v4.
Guys, I want to play with Bolo too.
If you look at these guys, they barely win.
If he's that guy, why is he playing in E5 calls? He hasn't played the game in like 2-3. Like he's been retired. He's just coming back to play for fun, so playing element quals. The absolute cinema would be, I don't know how his team's doing in element quals, but if we played them in the best of 3 to make element, that would be cinema. Bow replacement? No. Technically, my replacement was Pambazoo. Technically.
1 or 2, 3 rounds that you will win based off that will be a difference maker.
I had to think about it. Hang on. Me and Skies both retired at the same time.
Very close fashion so far.
Yeah, and we have to mention the fact that for
And
some teams and
I guess technically it was Brandon, maybe,
this
actually.
stage and maybe even stage 2 later on this year
Brandon Carr.
are just long-term plans, right? You're here to build up that experience until you get higher and higher in the standings, and there's no better scrim than an actual live match. And speaking of which, our maps are ready. Let's take a look. Down from 9 to 1.
Oh, wait.
in our
I didn't
best
change
of
the title.
one
What are we
Jack
playing here?
competitive
9Z, Black Dragons?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's best of 1, so we're going to see each team ban them out, each map out, and it'll be 90 that will take us through the first bans. That means Black Dragons are going to get the pick of the maps, and 90 will choose the starting side. So Black Dragons will take us to Chalet, and then 90 are going to choose defense start, Leo.
Yeah, now that's interesting to me because we've just seen 9Z being the most problematic, I guess, team to face for W7M, putting on 4 rounds, and on which map was that? On Chalet, last week. So they were able to be, annoying to the most dominant team in that league on this map 1 week ago. Clearly, Black Dragons also saw this, and at the same time, both of these teams actually showed this this season because Black Dragon actually won 7-3 against Loud in the very first week. So clearly, comfortable match for Black Dragons, but at the same time, 9Z to be able to put on a show and defend the way they did against W7M on that map 1 week ago, they've learned, they've taken the lessons.
All right, we're putting Cox to the test here, guys.
It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Uploading a YouTube video as we speak.
On that map, sorry.
Yeah,
Let's
having a
put
week to prepare
Cox
green is
to the
obviously
test.
a big boon, a huge positive thing for the team because usually you're preparing for the 2 matches.
All
that are
Bolo's
gonna be
coaches were
played,
players,
not
and he
a
played
lot
with
that you
Pojo
can
Gotcha
choose
briefly, so I just see
from
we played with all his
next
coaches.
days.
I was the like I feel like I was like the one coach that never actually had to step in
On the 5-person cam. Gents, first game went to
because
overtime.
I mean
Now
shit.
we're going to
Pojo had to step
Chalet.
in, Gotcha had to step in. That was TSM. I'm pretty sure Lycan had to play at one point, no? Or maybe it wasn't even Lycan. Luke had to play, which was the coach. OXG Redeemer had to play a LAN event. What other teams am I missing? Christian from Mirage had to step in. Like literally every coach in NA had to play a game. But luckily my guys were made of steel. Healthy as
went the American route of saying
oxes. I live it now.
If we can all agree that that's how we're going to pronounce it.
9Z, yes. I'm going to go 9Z.
No French.
Goddess had to play. Yeah, that's another good one.
No French.
Another good one.
Leo, you like getting bullied no matter the broadcast is just because you're French.
Did
Right?
Bolo give you guys a Rolex like Ronaldo? No, Bolo gave me multiple Rolexes to coach him. Bolo gave me multiple. He gave me a Lamborghini as well. That guy.
So if you want to say something, please feel free.
Well, I will
Dizzle.
say
Yeah,
that
well, I
so
know. I was
far,
talking like NA
Dominator
coaches
fans, we're
during my
seeing
coaching era.
much
Like
what
almost
you
every team had their coach step in, and I never had to play a game. I never even went into a scrim.
Most commonly banned operator on Chalet, I believe, of any map. Azami on Chalet is the highest.
Did I fear Super when we played Rogue back in the day?
Highest combination. Not 100%.
I wouldn't say
but
feared.
we did a game last week in Brazil where
I remember a little 1v1 old man, me and Super.
Black Dragons won't be
1v1 coastline.
They'll remove that
The
alongside
Battle of the
Banter,
Unks.
and then double shield ban coming out from 9Z.
And this Unk
And Zed, excuse
took
me.
it.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but it was like coastline. We were playing Penthouse. I think he swung in the window in the 1v1, got off the bomb plant because I killed his teammate covering him, and then
rocking those shield operators, a decent
old man
amount of
reactions.
there, but compared to most teams in the meta, Black Dragons
The
actually
greatest 1v1 to ever happen in Siege.
So interesting that 9Z still think it is a big threat. I don't disagree. It's still going to be one of those tools that is just so powerful no matter who you're against. Sometimes you want to.
What up, Castle? How we doing? How we doing this fantastic day, huh? Never going into his scrim was crazy work. Yeah, my guys were healthy. And like, I just retired. I was willing to play for the first like 6 months to a year. I was like, hey, I was thinking in my head, the ego I had, I was like, hey, guys, if all these other coaches have to fill in for a game, if someone goes down with an injury or someone gets sick, like, I feel like that's a pretty good option to fill in, right? But after a couple years go by, even on the Turtles, I had to fill in for Trev for a week and a half. And guys, thank God I never had to fill in for DZ. That's all I'm saying. DZ fans, thank God I never had to fill in. Because I'm fucking washed.
I have no faith in watch this game on Twitch. Have you seen the things they say in chat? My goodness.
All right, what's our audio at? We at appropriate level here?
Of course, just joshing.
Well, they've gone
Doing great, Scott, at the gym, ready to start my day. That's a fantastic way to start your day.
Common sites that 9Z played last time they ran this map up against Loud, so not a huge shock to see there. The push will start as Blackbeard jumps on in, Rare hoping for
little dining poke.
that's Flash Street, but they both get rolled.
See the doe calls go out. Surprise! Like usually this is combined with some type of solar pressure, whether it's a Grim or something on big, maybe Ying big window, like something that like it fakes that you're going to be going top floor. But Black Dragon's actually just full horizontal, just trying to kill the guy in sight. And sure, they did. However, Kitchen, the philosophy with Kitchen is you can win Kitchen from top floor. There is physically nowhere you can plant that you can't stop from top floor. So as long as you hold on top floor, they are chilling here. They have a clash. Now we're seeing Black Dragons. Okay, you got the site pick, but again, you have to clear top floor here.
Challenging for them to be able to
almost assuredly a 9Z round at this point.
Down goes Nitro. Hornet with a big kill. This has been a bit belated here, Jesse, but it traded back Zhao with another one, and now it's Musi is the last man standing, harassed by the electric.
I'm 19 and I'm somehow a C junk. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Musi looking for more. Bigger focus will be to get that clash into a position.
Like, when do people officially become unks, chat? Like, what age? What age do young folks think is old in gaming nowadays?
He's just constantly being hounded by Naza at this point. If he wants to go for the defuse, that's one.
I'll tell you, when I was a kid, when I was, you know, a little 15-year-old Call of Duty yapping, I used to think, wow, 30 years old? You're so old. You're so old. Oh my God. Get off gaming. Go have a life, you old man.
Smart the way that 9Z closed that one out.
Now I'm 32 and I'm like, guys, I'm still 15. 23? Oh my God. 21? Oh, guys, we're guys. 30 is both feet in the grave. Oh my God. Oh, guys, come on. 30's not that bad. 30's, guys, let me tell you, 30's great. 30's the new 20s. Let me tell you.
He's been down playing for Argentinian teams
since
2020 when he first made it into Tier 1 down in that region, and so nice to see him stepping up with a big couple of kills.
How am I feeling about NA so far? Any surprises? I mean, there's been some surprise matches for sure, right? We saw M80 get absolutely destroyed. New video uploading right now, by the way, about that. We saw them get absolutely destroyed. We saw SSG maybe lose to Wildcard, but like honestly, no. It's been pretty much as predicted. Top 4. A1, thank you for so much for the gifted sub. Almost a daily gifted sub at this point, A1. I'm on to you with the 100 and whatever gifted subs that you've paid. Thank you so much, and hope the day again is a fantastic day.
BD and 9Z. Well, I guess 9Z technically doesn't have anything to do with Loud, but the rest of them do. Just a fun little quirk. Loud, obviously.
All right, no wall denial banned out. 0 wall denial banned out. We have a Fenrir zombie ban, and we're going to see absolutely no wall denial.
They are in action in our very next game.
Wait, is this bar? Hang on, wait. Let me. I might have just trolled all of chat. This is probably bar, huh? Or is this actually lower?
A paralyzing operator on the side of the attackers now gone.
Okay, this is never mind. This is wine. Yeah, we're seeing no wall denial get played out. That's you know, sure, I'm mute.
The NS to the body shot that downs him. Finally finished off.
Odd.
I like that play again, getting aggressive. The second opening pick. Sometimes you think of Tuku as more of a kind of anchor player. He does play the flex role on his team, but
we are going to see Black Dragons kind of do a full clear.
Not wanting to stop the aggression. You can see Zhao up in
I think it's a. I never want to say like a troll attack, but like questionable decision to go for a full clear. We're just running basically headfirst into the defense.
The pressure is coming from Black Dragons. Machina here on the Blackbeard, starting to make some space, starting to take parts of the map.
It does look like we're only really... Yeah, here we go. We are going to get top floor control. There is a guy over in library. Probably don't know about him. It's Jaeger over in the corner. Taking our time getting in.
Good news for Black Dragons. They have some contingency or redundancy. If you
Looks like Habata's opening up the hatch. I wonder if we're going to rotate to a big garage and try to get the long angle open here. Usually after a full clear, I prefer to go snow. I think going backside after you full clear, I don't think it's quite as good. I think you have to take so much more. And I don't think I've seen a team win going backside after taking full map. We are working picks here, though. Still have Jaeger and Bar. We do know about him. This is going to be another free pick. 9Z kind of overstaying their welcome a little bit. Even if Black Dragons got map control, they have no top down in that lineup. It is a full roam clear lineup. Lion, Deimos. So we are going to see him go for the snow clear. And in a 4v2, this should be absolutely free. Blackbeard. Shield gonna protect him. And we just gotta get a synced execute it this way, please. Just 3-2-1 this guy.
MPX and the SMG-12 means that there will be no struggle for Will to engage long range. The question is, does he know exactly where the target?
Yeah, the DZ Shopify game is going to be
they surrender control of the breach as diffuser
very, very good.
He's got to worry about blue, breach,
almost as good as this W7M Furia game coming up. Hey, get yours, Will. Get yours. It's wraps. No way he wins this.
Towards the breach. He needs to make quick work of time as well. How daunting it is to hop on that diffuse kit with the yawning chasm in front of you, between you and one of those attackers. Rare is the culprit. He's far enough back. He got the diffuser down and then watched over top of it like a mama bird. Black Dragons win the round.
Yeah, he backed all the way up, let the bomb go down to 1v3. It was definitely questionable. I mean, once that bomb goes down, it's actually over. You gotta contest something there.
So advantageous for the attackers.
So, I mean, they did a roam clear. I still think it was questionable. But even worse roam. like everyone was so spread, no one was helping each other kind of roam.
Then you lose 2 roamers for nothing. That's going to be really weird.
And still, like, where was the wall denial?
I think you got to give a lot of credit over to Black Dragons.
All right, I like Bar. Bar, it's like the most stacked up defense you can play here. You'll see teams running this. Mira facing for soul takes. Other Mira facing library double. Every player pretty much stacked up. You'll have a guy Mez, you'll have a guy maybe library corner, you'll have a guy blue. Possibly even 2 sight. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be giving dining.
Separate Black Dragons away from the other BD teams we've seen in the past. This Black Dragons team have looked so strong.
Black Dragons going to be coming full util here. Capitao and Grim both up because we elected to get rid of both shields, Monty and Blitz. And we're going to be running Capitao, Grim, and a Ying.
Maybe they're not first, but they're second, they're third. They're playing really well anyways. Black Dragons look like a very well-rounded team.
This is going to be quite
starting to find that out the hard way.
The top clear.
I mean, you don't just luck your way into second place after 5 play days. I mean, I guess you could, but if you're in that position, you're usually there for good reason. Black Dragon's strength of schedule is not, or 9.
11th of July, I believe. Someone maybe know the day. I think it's that.
Is up against Furia. Then they
we have our calendars marked for July 7th. We have Wizard versus Stompin, the 2 highest rated rookies in EML. Gotta watch that one. And then July 11th, if it is July 11th, DZ versus Shopify.
Finish off against NIP, the team that we saw earlier today, who. I mean,
why don't teams ban Warden on this map? It makes playing Blue Stairs on Bar impossible.
July 13th, which is when the very final match will be.
I think you definitely could ban Warden on this map.
To study the matchup today because Nip obviously showed some serious weaknesses. Black Dragons at the top. Well,
I think banning Warden could be good for Bar. It also could be good for Kitchen.
But again, as we saw from the very
I think you would see more sight pokes into smoke plants on Kitchen if Warden were banned.
Defensive Bar games gonna revolve around library as it often does.
I think it's a viable. I think it's definitely viable. However, Azami has to get banned on this map, and this also is Fender, like one of Fender's strongest maps. So I don't hate the bans. I hate playing against Clash. So at least at the T3 level, I'm taking out Clash. Maybe Fender a third ban. I just stopped banning Cade because for some reason people forget Cade exists and have stopped running these two Cade bunkers.
Will is still struggling to get it down, and he'll have to walk away from an impact.
We do see the Warden on the mirror I was talking about, and here comes the Execute. Lots of Grims. Where's the Capitao at? Capitao may be saving Aspires for the late round Execute if they get top floor. They're kind of stuffed here, though. Kind of stuffed.
The annoying operator Dokkaebi is no longer. Machina eliminating Nitro.
All that util, but like we should have brought fires. We could have fired Box. That would have made Warden leave. However, he does expose himself to the window eventually, and they got the picks. Now we're cap firing. Bomb's going down.
After setting it off, we'll try to get Diffuser down. Will's been pushed out of his position in the library, and he'll have some reading to do between now and the next round.
All right, not a bad take. Not a good take, but not a bad take.
But did not go down. A joint effort from
I kind of like the roar that Shopify did
not an easy round
against that Mira. Also bringing Ash, one of the two. At least making that Mira a little less, or at least like shooting a Capfire again at a box. I feel like you need to run more traps without cringe. You can be on attack now. No point in top K if people are bomb rushing with Ying and Exep Ops. I mean, yeah, but if you're playing pretty bunkered up, how are they just gonna... Right, like the Tube Cade bunker came with a Warden in the lineup as well. What it was weak to was Soul Executes, which... That's fair. That is usually fair.
Finding that entry point broke that hold open, and once they had a gap, Black Dragons exploited it from there. Everything fell apart on 9Z. I did not think they were going to...
Because like right here on Master, again, I mean, Tube Cade exists. I don't really believe in Tube Cading on this site, but we will see teams like Furia, right? Play like where Mira's reinforcing right now. You can put a Mira window here, which he is going to do that. Okay, so this I like. And then combine this with like some type of wall denial for this, or a tube. Clash is... Okay, Clash got banned. But yeah, having like a shield and piano, like this is starting to become like a pretty good bunker area. Forcing someone to go underneath and try to pop the Mira, which can be pretty annoying, and some teams aren't well practiced in it. Like, I don't think it's that annoying. Like, it's pretty easy to solve, I think, but I think it's just that teams aren't practiced with it. You can also just bring a Mav and Mav open the wall, and like that Mirrors has to fucking leave at that point.
They prep the castle barricade. Question will be though, you lose these gadgets right away. Oh my.
Teams are electing to play the 3-man piano half setup, and they control the choke at the top of the map. OG plays that fairly convincingly, even with the Mafia versus SE. Yeah.
Possibly, or not impossible that it will have some impact. It also wastes an impact to get rid of...
This library guy's dead now. Well, I would expect the library guy, because that wall shut, I would expect him to not play to die.
Excellent value from this Brava on the side of Black Dragons.
I feel like you're quite happy with that early round on BD, disrupting some of this util. It's not a very crazy defense coming out from...
I would expect this to be a complete fall-off strat. Also, if we're trying to play top beds with a Melusi, come on. Got to be a better op than that.
Of course, you're going to be bringing that. Now without this utility, 9Z are in a bit more of a precarious...
With the zombie ban, I'm a big fan of either playing over there with Scopos. If you want to stick Jaeger,
Will kind of looks like he wants
or an Oryx, so you can at least dash by the windows.
About this. Oh no, don't do it.
Oh wow, he knew.
Pro jump out, and will do just that. Rare will meet his demise at the hands of that vault.
The plat of Soul Stairs is called Sun, right?
It ultimately pays off here.
The platform of the staircase, the landing? No, that's just Soul Stairs.
Black Dragons. They didn't bring any can openers nor an operator that can deal with it. It's an air jab that just got hit. You know, you heard it.
On the board for 2.
Yeah, Musi will capitalize off of that play. 9Z in significant trouble, but they equalize numbers as Machina is punished. He'd done some serious work on the map earlier on. There's an air jab as well to down Nitro. He's still looking for his first kill at this current point in time. He's the only player who's been held off the score sheet. He's hard support though. Naza decides to face check the same window his teammate had just died from. I don't know if that was poor comms or just desperation and flash.
Are we just all gonna peek the guy on big window? This guy's just Jesus, he's getting absolute freebies.
But that's not the way this game works. That's why.
Not sure where I heard it from. Yeah, no, someone covered it. Like people call it Soul, people call it Sun. Yeah, I mean, I've always called it Sun, and then I joined a team that called it Soul. It's just confusing.
Around bathroom and around solar, so they did kind of have to make a move. Actually, I believe it was down outside.
I do think it's a good idea to call the plat on staircases. I forgot. Plat doesn't sound right. Or maybe it was plat, but on old DZ we used to like that landing. You know what I'm talking about? Like that separates like say like cafe, first floor, second floor. Like there's always maybe it was plat, but we would have a call like first floor plat, like it's on the plat. Because there is a difference between being on the staircase and being on plat. At least back in the day when like consulate, yellow staircase and stuff like that. I can't remember. Plat doesn't sound right, but I'm trying to remember the call Jarvis had us learn.
They were just able to hold those windows.
I don't think Jarvis gets enough credit to some of the comms that are still in the game. Like that guy invented majority of fucking comms. That guy was so good with communication.
That didn't pay off, but since then, Parker, Black Dragons have looked like they are fully in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean,
him and BC, like definitely best players that I played with as far as like comms.
Every single matchup, there's a reason why we play the games instead of simulating the games, and that's because anything can happen. A team can come in with a perfect record, looking completely indomitable, and get shut down very swiftly by the probably most unpredictable results. And a team that you didn't think would be able to hang with them suddenly will do just that. I do appreciate that we're able to get an extended tech pause just to look at Flashtree's Fuse skin.
Been distracted. Is 9Z just giving Pixing moving too much? I mean, Black Dragon's playing pretty default here. Don't even think some of the attacks they should have won. But yeah, like that roam on Wine, 9Z was very separated. Very easy for Black Dragons to work the picks. Bar, I don't even think it was that good of an exec, but gave way too many picks up top with the Grim Capital.
As well,
just lost the fights from what I've seen spectator wise.
We're just waiting word, and no, I guess the
and that attack was just pretty default. Just kind of died to the big window guy.
Okay, well, it gives Hornet a bit more time to think about his operator as well, which is gonna be good for him. As you mentioned, used to be known as Hornetau, shortened it to Hornet a little while ago. Economists tend to look at that as a recession indicator, so might be something to look out for.
Yeah,
common one that is used. You know, he used to go by Hornetau, which was big Hornet. You know when he took the first Tau out of his name? 2007.
Did he shrink or like what's going on here?
2007. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
That's when he took the first Tau out of his name.
2007, Jesse. I don't even think you were
right
born.
After 2007?
Maybe he got attacked by a hornet, or maybe he saw some smaller hornets, and he's like, "Oh, I guess they're not quite this big."
I'm just saying, rocky times are ahead.
And so, you know, I hear it's a recession indicator when players shorten their names.
Just Hornet.
Oh.
You streaming E5 calls as well as this today? I did. I messaged the guys last night and basically gave them, I gave them the option. I'm gonna let them kind of choose where if they want me to kind of follow the journey, I will. But if they don't want the distraction and they kind of want to put their heads down and just keep focusing on quals, then I'm gonna let them rock. Just because I've already been away for basically the week.
Leftovers of Brazil, a bunch of players that had been removed from their previous teams, but it had big performances.
So we'll figure that out a little bit later.
A huge name. Machina has been one of those really hot rookies down in tier 2 for a couple of years now. Rare and Flashtree as well, quite a bit of experience. So I've been a big fan of this team that Black Dragons have put together. And with Hornet kind of being that rock that was on this team previously, and probably their best player mechanically, maybe alongside Machina, maybe Muzi too, if you can roll the years back. It's a really solid fundamental team.
You're talking about people's ages again, or are you just dedicated
Listen,
to be...
What if they're too shy to ask for? I don't think they're that shy.
How it is.
It's not even about being old. It's about Muzi won a
I don't think
like
that.
4 years ago, and then he retired for a little bit. He didn't retire. He took a break, and now he's.
I just know how much like Element means to all of them, and I got kind of like what the meaning is for the team. So it's just like if if they don't want to be streamed for it, I will respect their privacy, and we'll figure it out. Obviously, once we're in Element, we can get back to
while we're talking about this round has been effectively dead because there's been very little life in
normal
it.
scheduled turtle
Stream
streams.
Black Dragons outside is again this same library established beachhead that we saw.
Also, would have to figure out if I can even stream games in Element. It's a little bit more strict in T2. T3, understanding.
Black Dragons wanted to take library quickly. Hornet jumped
Right,
in, got rid of
just
the surrogate
kind of
immediately.
promoting and giving
I
eyes
think a wise decision
to some of those T3 leagues, but T2, I don't know what the official ruling is.
Games. This is where that really strong mirror clash setup came down. They've removed the clash. They put Zhao back over to the Jaeger. This is well, Will was previously the person running Jaeger last week when 9Z were playing this up against W7M.
Did watch them through a broadcast.
Both this time and last time that they were on this bomb site, where they really focus around holding that top floor, holding around library. But last time it was Machina who found the opening on this hold, and he's in the
Could do that.
exact same spot.
Yeah,
that he
we
was
could
in
do that.
previously.
Could do that,
If it's
John.
another opening pick, it could again just spiral out of control.
That was the round where we saw great value from the Brava drones too. So it's not just about utility, and can be about.
Would I VOD review any of their matches and quals? I'd probably be around for some of that, yeah.
Numbers-wise, Flashtree eliminating Tuku. That's the first one to fall, and he finds yet another. Very
Quick hit,
swiftly.
onto site.
Black Dragons are able to get these
9Z, where are we at? I would say quick hit, but with 50 seconds left. There was a big stall, a big lull in the round. We should have known that they were looking at something else here. If we're still top. If we are still top with 50 seconds left. Hello?
9Z had just used their timeout, and it was all for naught because the most dominant Black Dragons round follows. 4-1 is exactly the start that Black Dragons are craving. They would have loved a 5-0, but it will not come to pass. Final round of the first half, and as you said in previous rounds, and we will almost certainly sound like a broken record, they're playing almost perfect.
Is there word on the sub wars? Yo.
Yeah, I love the coordination.
I literally,
right now. You know,
Dream was in my chat
same
earlier,
we saw
and
Dream
I
jump in from the-
still got no word from him, guys.
from the fireplace window,
I got no word from him.
as both the Black
I'm just gonna assume that that we're set though. I'm almost gonna assume because I need people to give me confirmation. We would only have like 4 days to set this thing up
jumping into library, got some massive
because we're looking at Wednesday
vert angles as well when he needed
before all the 4th of July
really
madness.
clean execute, everybody pushing together at that same moment.
Wait a second, you're right, Kai. They heard me. K-Tube on board for kitchen. Oh my God, we're gonna see a tube Cade my Clash of Clans bunker.
There was really none of these players that were teammates.
Now, if they don't win this, I'm gonna look like a clown.
There's a couple of players who have overlapped in previous squads, but for the most part, this is a brand new 5-man squad. No history playing together.
I'm seeing campfire spawns though, and this is the counter to this take.
Young IGLs, and it just looks so well put
Is a soul take. However, we don't have many soul
for years, but it's only been a couple months.
kind of take operators here.
There are teams that have instant
Oh
chemistry,
my
and there are teams
God.
that take quite a bit of time to gel. You know,
So we're
we talked a little bit
okay.
about North America earlier on, and
Good pick. Good pick. Hey, wait, I'm rooting for 9Z. Wait, good pick. Good pick. That's why we call it the K2 bunker right there.
but one team that always, one player, whenever he comes onto a team,
Won't be able to do that. Can only do weekends. Yeah. Well, that's why I need to put the date in there. Because anyone that can't, we need to find fills.
Talk about regions as a whole. His teams have notorious slow starts here. Team Liquid are the same. Every time Team Liquid makes roster moves, they start. So
This is good. Like again, I don't see many like good attack operators here that can really get us out of our spots, right? Like they're gonna, if they went library side, they're gonna struggle.
at the moment.
So they
seem to be in free
looks like they're
fall
kind of
after
poking
disastrous
sight
result.
/ doing a sun take
Came
here.
in after making some roster
Don't know
moves
if there's
that
a
were
mute
hoping for
jammer
the
on the
best
soul
player
wall,
long-time
but they
member
could
taken
probably
off of
open
this
it.
team.
However, Will is here, and
New
again, no
adjustments
ways to really get no
players that are teams
Capitao,
you can put together and they get instant chemistry.
just nades. And he's got a really good angle if this guy wants to jump sight. I don't think he knows.
Might be that there's a wall in the way. I don't know if you can actually see the foot. Sometimes the
Oh,
silhouettes.
you could tell that guy was...
Sometimes the
Oh, we're just
silhouettes do
flashing him and running at him.
What a rush up.
Wow, and he just killed Hornet. Hello?
Teammate. Great shot, though, I will say. Really good shot. Hornet did
Okay.
not see that coming.
And the power of the 2K bunker is you're holding on to top floor control, which means
9Z
you win this. Hey, 2K bunker.
on a fraction of HP.
Power.
I don't know how you get yourself out of this position. Best case scenario for 9Z is a 4-2 half, or 2-4 half, rather, that they would be on the 2 side of.
Really though, kind of questionable from Black Dragons. Not enough good operators. I'm not a fan of this operator lineup that they brought to attack here for the soul kind of hit.
Creeping through West Main. Their positions aren't known, but it doesn't matter. Tuku hits the shot, leaving Rare in a 1v4 on a beeper.
Am I streaming EU
Should
next
be
week? Yeah.
unwinnable. And there it goes. Jiao from up above, finishing the
Of
job.
course.
The Black Dragons will not get a devastating
EU League has
5-1
kind of
half.
been
Really felt like throughout that half, though, we saw a lot of
sleeper.
similar
Kind of been the
positions
most
for Black Dragons, where things stand still
exciting
for a while,
matches.
you know, things aren't moving, and then all at once the push comes in, even in that last round. Other than losing Flash Tree right off the bat, all 4 players making the move at the same time, but 9Z were ready for it. I'm sure the man advantage helped quite a bit in that round as well. So you walk away with 2 successful defenses on Chalet, which is a map that historically leans attacker. That's not that bad. Obviously, this is going to be something they have to worry about replicating on their own side. In their match against W7M, 9Z only mounted a 40% attacking win rate through 5 rounds. So they have not shown the best attacks on this map so far, but plenty of room for improvement. Those that week off they had, I'm sure they were working on this map, expecting it to be in the pool up against Black Dragons. So we'll get to see what they have cooking. And as far as op bans, if this isn't an Azami, okay, it's an Azami. I was gonna say we're gonna have a crazy game, but no, we'll keep it standard.
The Togepi ban will also join a 1 shield operator ban. You talk about the double shield bans on certain maps. You think that a Monty ban alongside a Blitz makes sense?
Wait, EUL's excited because everyone's the same level of mid.
I'm not talking about the
Nice.
teams, I'm talking about Chalet in general.
Chalet's super
Nice.
flexible, so
Damn, EU hate. We got a brawl in chat right now.
the attackers don't get
We got an
a lot of
absolute brawl.
banning operators on Chalet, but the defenders get loads of
All right, switching sides. Black Dragons, 4 attacks. Honestly, good enough to win here.
I think that's reasonable as
Banning out Blitz. I think this is one of Blitz's probably top 2 maps. I think Blitz is the most powerful shield on Chalet. The options to jump in the B2 window, West Main window, run through K9, just breaking down doors. You see so many fast plays with Blitz, so I think I'm big fan of that. Doke, it could have been a bunch of other bans, but sure, Doke could be a target ban, like Jesse's saying. Kate Azami, I think we'll see is usual bans, which is why we don't see those tube Cade bunkers a lot, and especially in other regions. However, we finally got to see one that last round. So Cade's banned. Does make lower sight, I think, a little bit weaker as well. And then Azami, you'll just never see Azami up. Azami, this is like Azami's king map. So many cutoff windows.
You used to work on the desk, you know.
I did. I was once there, and then I was deemed too stupid. They said, "Go cast." I said, "Okay."
I don't think that's what they said. I think that's what I said, actually.
I might be mixing people up in my brain. That does sound more like
I think
you.
that's what I said about you. But
I'm a big fan of a Capitao ban on this map. I think Capitao is one of the most powerful operators, especially for soul takes, especially for this lower site. When you open up the back wall, you have Capitao and you fire the pillar guy. That guy is absolutely dead, has to expose to the long angle. One of Capitao's best maps, really good for the library corner. But we are going to see Capitao get used, and all walls open because we are running again. Surprise, surprise. No wall denial, just a mute. So walls open. Absolutely free at this point.
That's very nice. I was going to make a joke about how
we have the Capitao. We see Naza here. If anyone was playing Pillar, that guy is a freebie.
So
I think we're almost set up for plant here. Is someone flanking up top? We see
Yeah, sure thing.
smoke still in the kitchen, which is not a big deal. You don't even need kitchen. But the guy is able to smoke from top. Ooh, Flastry. That's a big pick. That should not happen here. They were just about to go for an execute.
Bundle on the board. You saw that the skin as well on the AK that's being brought by the Nomad of Will. 9ZG, unfortunately, not with the best start to this particular round. They lost Jow. Black Dragons.
Again, no one's playing pillar. So we are going to fire, though, so they can't run through.
A little bit of revenge from Flastry. He had the opening death there not too long ago.
He's going to smoke, so this guy on hatch can't kill him. Psych, he's not. Guy just ended up killing him.
Still holding court inside of kitchen. That'll force 9Z to send a player.
Kind of questionable that we still try to go for that same plant there.
Yet again, it's not entirely important that he gets one.
And a little late here. Now we're going to push this guy. Yeah. Oh my, I thought we had Kino shotgun for a second. I thought he was getting two.
His first kill, and that's all he's going to get. Tuku left standing as Black Dragons shovels the rest of them into the bin, and they know exactly where the Damo
BR's been substituting Capital Striker that just spam flash nade.
Tuku about to die with all utility in pocket.
Yeah. I mean,
it's
you kind of have to problem solve when like Capital does get taken out, right? You need a backup plan. EML, we saw a lot of Striker, I believe, on Secret Plate Chalet, right? Because I remember Mowgli being on it.
Coming in from MIBR in the off season. I liked the idea from 9Z there. There was
the K9 door breach. Yeah, that does terrify people for sure.
Smoke the dining hatch so we don't have to clear dining.
They tried to do one of those Nomad outside west hold the flanks, but like I am more of a fan of at least clearing master and office, just so you can use the vert and clear the guy off the hatch. Right? Once you're above with the Deimos, you can track anybody below you. Super free to clear dining at that point. And then just hold the flank. Kind of minimal control. You got to get like 2 rooms. And then Deimos. I just think that outside west flank is fraudulent. Absolutely fraudulent.
Little bit of the misstep in the execution, and that's gonna always burn you when you're going up against such a good team.
However, we saw M80 do a really cool adaptation that I was a big fan of, where they had that outside west flank and they made it seemed like they were going to go for that plant through the wall with the Capital, but they had snow wall open because there was no Cade. I think they banned it out, and they opened snow. And they baited the entire defense into thinking it was like that normal backside clear that we just saw, that normal backside attack, the Nomad outside west. And then Matt rotated with bomb to front snow and used his Capfire's blue and connector and just jumped in and planted in that new spot by green bins. And it was absolutely free. And it was kind of genius because the only thing you have to worry about with that green bins plant is connector. And you have long angle wall open, so no one can actually beat connector. No one can peek them. And he fired it off.
Complicating these matters is you had that W7M team that was really quite big. MIBR/Immortals and all of them thought that they had a good shot as well. They represented the region at the Rio finals back in 2018. Now there's been major upheaval. The top 2 are W7M and Black Dragons. Those are things that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see in this Black Dragons squad. Well, they're very experienced, and it might just be the best BD squad we've seen in quite some time. They started off with 2 very quick kills.
What a classic, but Montaigne down. This one's a little bit more over. So this is just trying to get the Montaigne walk up sold. Unfortunately, they lost 3 people. That had to be a better roam clear underneath. Cannot be losing that many people, especially the Montaigne as well, if you want to take underneath. Don't even know if you really needed to clear underneath either.
You've got to be able to find
Montaigne's super powerful. Just walk up Soul Stairs, and then you can just hold the flank.
Point lies ahead of Black Dragons if they can close out the 4v2. 4v1 now as Makana finds his second, leaving Tuku with 70 seconds to find 4 kills, and he is outside the building. A lot of teams in this moment would go for an unofficial timeout, but it feels like he's got to go for it, Parker. The game is just too desperate.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to workshop at this current point in time? They called their timeout earlier in the first half. It immediately resulted in a flawless round win for their opponents. So I don't know. I mean, Tuku realizes what he's working against. There's a Frost on the board, there's an Ella on the board, and there's a Legion on the board. Those are 3 trap operators. So you have to deal with the Gushmat mines, the Goo mines, and the bear traps. And then to make matters worse, you've got an Echo with Yokais to give information away along with a bulletproof camera.
Oh, didn't expect the second one.
And they're just going to throw bodies at him. Flastry gets the very final kill.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but I feel like there isn't good enough ops with breaching charges.
Was available, but it is not
breaching charges or hard breach? Breaching charges. I mean, Ash might be the best one.
It's funny you were talking about kind of the big 3 in Brazil. It feels
Nomad.
like new big
It's another solid one.
These days, the modern big 3 being FaZe, Furia, and W7M, who have consistently been at the top of big international tournaments.
We see both of them right here.
The Black Dragons have started to disrupt that big 3 has really been, I think, the
technically Striker can bring them, right?
As far as South America is concerned.
Ace. Oh yeah, there you go. How did I forget about Ace? Of course. Ace, another big one.
7-2 dominating victory in their match of
That's a good line. Yeah, Ace, Ash, Nomad.
Not an easy opponent, and for
I mean, those 3 probably the best.
Obviously, it's not been the match.
But yeah, Habana, Striker, of course.
This is one of the opponents that you don't expect to be. You know, you're a team like 9Z. You're still.
But you're almost. I mean, shit. You could run an Ace, Ash, Nomad, most maps.
It makes sense they might go down to a team like BD who've been playing so fantastically so far through the stage. But I'm hopeful they can come away from this game, learn a little bit. It's not over yet, you know. 4 rounds.
But I think the actual best Verdop, if you like, if Buck Sledge were banned or Ram Buck Sledge, like Ash, I think it's the easiest and best replacement. Double breach or a double range breach plus hard breach or goddamn soft breach.
Similarly difficult task ahead of them today.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's always nice to make those references, but not a perfect comparison, which you acknowledge, just based on the teams they're playing against. You know, NIP is a middle-of-the-pack team that has consistency issues historically, but also so far through the stage, whereas Black Dragons have looked quite good in, well, most of their matchups. So, I mean,
yeah,
a little bit harder to come back from. Anything can happen. That's the beautiful thing. I mean...
What is up with these fast kitchen? No one wants to clear top floor. Hey, no one want to clear top floor on kitchen. We're just constant soul pokes is what I call them, or dining pokes. And that's my favorite way to do it right there is shield, jump in west main window. Sense was a complete distraction, got in with the case, and they were able to pressure top at the same time.
Bit of remodeling as he's stuck right now inside of the closet, eliminating Will, who goes for the run down below. Now an upside down repel. Black Dragons know exactly what that's like to do to their opponents, and this is going to be a heck of a shot for Musi, who's waiting for
so close, so close. Oh,
a very challenging shot to hit, and just one that if you hit it, by God, does not happen. Naza with the final kill, and 9Z win the round.
We've not been able to talk about him too much because Nitro has been quite quiet in this game for 9Z, but he got an early pick onto Rare inside a trophy that really started that round off strong. Then he's able to use those Sens walls to cover his plants as he gets it done inside of Kitchen. Been excited to see from Nitro, who's a player that I've been really hoping to see a bit more from. He spent the last kind of 3 years in the Hispanic leagues for Maycam, Malvinas, and then last year was on Vasco as well, peaking top 2 in that regional league. So he's had some success, and he's also the only Argentinian player in the league rocking over a 1.0 KDR. So he's
who won the previous game?
For the team, even if it hasn't been so much in this game. But I like
oh my God, who played, guys? Oh my God, who played? Was that the Los game? Is this only the second game of the day?
Similar to what we saw from Los in the last game.
Yeah, it was Los. Sheesh, it was NIP, yeah.
I don't want to write the obituary for any team just yet, because obviously there's plenty of rounds to play, and you just have to take it.
I feel like Fett should start coaching again. I feel like he's too good not to be a top coach.
Team and the hallmark of a team that really does trust each other and is comfortable on their roles.
I mean, it's just up to him.
Not just adapt in the
he could coach. He could easily coach.
If you notice that Black Dragons are playing very, very passively and are trying to set a tempo by layering their defenses, forcing you to commit more drones than usual. And you can bring operators to tackle that. And it's not just...
All right, I've been seeing this set up a good amount here. Bar with a little bit of extend to contest that soul side. Seeing a lot of castle whenever you see this. Not exactly sure what team made this, I guess, famous in a sense, but double reinforced off closet and they castled. So just a way to time waste a little bit on the soul side, if that is what 9ZG is going to do. The way I like to call is, if I saw something like that, if I saw that they want to waste time on that side, then what's free underneath is free. I would go for more of a garage hit on this one, or sorry, yeah, like a open stock. I call it a rat take, where you open garage, open stock. There's no Jaeger on board, there's no Wamai on board. You have Capital, you clear out library corner, and you just plant. Right? Can't play stock. Can't play in the library corner. I think that is basically what this defense is weak against. But not all teams call attacks based on what's free or what's space, and we also don't know what info or what their theory on siege is. So, looks like we're going to see more of a clear. See Zhao on the soul side. Looks like they're actually going to want to go into this setup a little bit.
But the idea of using this clash on the top floor is still relatively similar. They're providing a lot of problems for 9Z to solve. You know, they are holding a lot of this map. They need to find an answer, and that's a good start to it. Na's a beauty of a headshot.
Nomad, it's probably the best counter for Clash. He now can't power.
Lots of chaos in this round at the top clear, but
got some good usage, though.
Right up until Nitro goes down to Machina.
Nitro going down.
To a 4v4, you force some of these roamers off of the piano extension out from Master. You don't feel too bad.
Will getting a pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that
found a gap because they were all, like, Black Dragons was all on that side. Will caught a gap jumping through library. That was a really good lurk, but still 3v3. Needed a little bit more impact from that, maybe. But that was a really good gap find from the Capital there. Over 3v3 Clash up.
Clash very susceptible to getting knocked over from that position. You can abandon the shield.
3v2. Clash up. This should be 100% over.
I mean,
just a Twitch, Bravo. You don't want to smoke a Warden here.
In their hands, but you're running out of time. The defenders still have utility.
Warden did fall back to bar. So we are still holding on to the top floor. With 30 seconds left, I don't even know if I would give these guys kills. I would fall off the top floor, because now we have an ump fighting Twitch. I know we have Clash there, and, like, there's nothing they can do.
Cuckoo's downstairs. Zhao is basically one slight gust of
but just please don't give a 1 to this DMR. Just please.
He's not been shaken off of this position.
All right. Held their ground. 7-3. Black Dragons win.
Black Dragons survive a scare in the
Van Legion brought Bravo for Fenrir Mel. Yeah, none of that's up. Yeah, they're not even running that. I don't know.
All 3 points for their troubles.
Again, I would have went for that more library direct take. I think that defense was begging to get hit on the library side. I don't think that was a good setup at all for that. 9Z, new team. Didn't call for that. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
So far for BD this stage.
All right, next game I believe is. Oh my God, my mouse died. Nope.
From the veteran.
And they were just chasing.
Yeah, next game we got FaZe Loud, so we have an actual good game coming up here. Let me change my titles, and then I need to walk my
so it is going to be quite the mountain
dog very quickly.
To get back there. I mean, Black Dragons still will sit atop the standings, which is great. They'll that top 2 spot is so coveted. More work to be done for.
All right, guys, quick break. I'm gonna take my dog out real fast for a bathroom break, and good time to take one as well. So I'll be right back. We got FaZe Loud coming up. Actual, hopefully banger of a match. I'm a big fan of the Loud boys. They've been struggling a little bit this season, but hey, FaZe coming off a 2-7 loss to one of the worst teams in the league. So who the hell knows? Could be a good one.
Back on track schedule-wise for the day. Black Dragons displaying a very distinct play style if you compare it to 9Z on the other side, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first and foremost, we saw exactly what we expected from that game, which was BD the heavy favorite and 9Z struggling. And we saw the same flows. We're going to see the first 4 rounds here. In the first 4 rounds, what do we notice? 9Z consistently winning the opening kill and consistently 3 rounds out of 4 still losing the match. And if you look at the way, still losing the round, if you look at the way Black Dragons attacked on this, it's almost only direct takes. You see them coordinate, use the Grim, use the Capitao, use the utility. 3-2-1, direct attack on the bomb site. We isolate the anchors from the roamers. And that way, even if we're at a man disadvantage, even if we're 4v5, it's going to be a 4v3 or 4v4 on site and we can win it. And consistently, they brought back these rounds again and again. And when we transition to defense, I mean, clearly they were trying to be disruptive. Clearly were trying to be aggressive. They played the clash. They played very extended setups to prevent 9Z to get a foot in the building too easily. And I think the game plan was executed perfectly here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. And obviously, when 9Z got themselves onto their attacks, Leo, it was like chalk and cheese. It was completely the opposite of the way Black Dragons attacked it. It was scripted. It was slow. It was full clears. It was trying to plant without, you know, steps being performed. We saw in that very round there, the jumping in the wine cellar breach, trying to plant when they have no control and no execution over dining room at all. So they just get taken out by a player playing over and above the hatch. And I think realistically, it's two teams that are probably on different trajectories as teams, but Black Dragons are so impressive, particularly, and I'll reference it as well, Leo, in that very final round, you said that they were disruptive, they were a thorn in the side of 9Z, but actually, whenever they could, they were really trying to force the engagements to keep the man advantage level, or keep the man count level. It's this kill here. So,
for example, here, yeah.
This kill comes in, and after Muzi dies, look how much he's sprinting to go and get that refrag. He really wants that 3 versus 3 because he realizes how important the control is to his team. Gets an unreal kill off the back of it, and that's what Black Dragons are about. They want to play the FPS side of it. They want to be in your face. They want to be aggressive. And what underpins that is that team play underpins it, so they're so good. When they're on it, they're just sweeping teams away.
I mean, this is something that we were talking about actually before the start of the day, is how do you play around shields, right? You have that conversation whether you're on the attack or on the defense, and in this case, especially in that last round, you saw a masterclass of how do I play even with a UMP in and around a clash that is there to support me, and I am also supporting at the same time, Leo.
Yeah, what's impressive for me is that last round obviously is an example of that. It was the only round where they played a shield, but with the rest of the teams, it was usually you have a win condition that's the utility operator. That's going to be the Ying, the Brava, the Blackbird, especially when they were in attack. And then in defense, that clash, for example, it's the individual level of each player, but their capacity to play as one to the same win condition. Here it was fighting in piano, denying the entry point. We get the pick. Okay, we fall back. Okay, we're still fighting again. The clash is there to feed information. Muzi on the castle can trade. Honestly, beautiful to see. Consistent, relentless aggression, but it's calculated. It's based on information. And first and foremost, it's always in a tradable position. And that's what makes Black Dragons so impressive so far, especially when, once again, these guys 3 months ago were coming from 4 different teams. That for me is the bottom layer of this. It's so much talent, but that plays together despite different origins.
Okay, we got it. We got it, and Black Dragons pulled it past the door here, and a big win. All 3 points and an extra differential that they'll be very happy with, a +4 on those rounds. Our MVP, though, has to be Muzi. 90% cost, Jack. This man is just there. He is the game.
Yeah, we see you, Muzi. I don't know if he can see us, but yeah, I will say, I think even in that last round, that round that I highlighted where I picked up on the play, he's the one that's leading the team as the experienced head. He's driving the behaviors that this team is exhibiting, and he was at the forefront of that in that replay that we just showed in the last round, forcing that trade, forcing that man advantage, keeping the pace going, and he is the identity of this team. And he's also leading from the front, as you can see from this 11 to 3 KD, good on the entry, great cost, really high survival rate. I think overall he'll be very, very pleased with not only his personal performance, but he'll maybe be more pleased with the team's performance across this SAL stage so far.
Yeah, honest. I'm not surprised to see him step up, see him flourish and blossom out of the NIP core, because it was always a big question. You know, he's played for so many years with that roster. Coming into this new environment, do you crumble because you don't play in the same system that you used to? Or do you rejuvenate? And it's exactly what's happening with Muzi there. I lived it when I was a pro and I crossed regions. I felt alive playing another role and playing around other players. And I feel it's exactly what his experience is right now on Black Dragons. And it's beautiful to see because he's got so much talent.
Yeah, absolutely is. As someone who's been around for quite a while, I think we all still remember when Muzi was considered this young up-and-comer, and look at where
All
we
right,
are
lunchtime.
now. Many years.
What kind of sandwich do I want,
after
chat? What are we
making this
rocking
high
here?
performance, and look at where we
Hang
are
on, I gotta look at a
today.
menu.
Back on it. This just means that the top 6 in SAL is just closer and closer and closer. It just means that we're probably gonna get incredible playoffs and a big fight around.
What's our sandwiches? What's our go-to?
That
PB
was
and
set
J.
game
Come
number 2
on.
for today.
PB and
Gonna put us
J?
back
Nah.
on that docket pretty quickly.
It's gotta be turkey, right? If we're ranking lunch meat, turkey's gotta be it's gotta be S tier, right? Who doesn't like turkey? Turkey sandwich. Here we go. Turkey sandwich. Are you judged by food choice? I would never. But like, in terms of sandwiches, PB&J is kind of like a B tier. Like, it's solid. It's solid. But yeah, are we 12? Are we cutting the crust off? Like, what are we talking about? Ham, bacon, lettuce? Nah. Ham, F tier. F for ham. Turkey's ass. I'm not looking at chat. Holy shit. I'm so tilted right now. Chicken parm sandwich? That sounds pretty good. Where's the turkey, man? All I see is ham this, ham that. Tuna? No thank you. Salami? Meh.
Quickly onto South America League.
Might be a chicken parm.
Over the beautiful botanical garden of Curitiba.
Swiss.
In Brazil,
Salami.
the south
People just allergic to...
the nation. What a beautiful place it is, and what beautiful matches we have been having so far. We continue on to we move on.
I got my own crust, thank you.
I'm Milosh, with me are the wonderful Fresh and Alfama. This time.
Oh yeah, you gotta let Mike have their way with it. If we're not letting Mike take it in the back and just absolutely just have his way with it, like what are we doing?
Sense of this, we would have thought coming out of Reload that this would be a highlight game for today, but I want to talk about differences in performance. I want to start with FaZe on the, I guess, higher note, because last week's performance that FaZe had against Black Dragons did not look too promising, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are obviously, realistically, they are our world champions. They are such a high-quality team. So how much do we get hung up on one loss against Black Dragons? The answer is we probably don't. They're still going to make the playoffs. I would still expect them to be in the top 4 come the end of the stage. That being said, it will, of course, have been a big disappointment and a big shock to the system for a team that is so consistently good and holds themselves to such a high standard, Leo, to have suffered not just an upset, but the nature of how they lost that game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen the movie of the SI curse, and I think it's exactly.
Does Jersey Mike's have a TikTok? Oh yeah, they do. You got you guys don't? Are you guys not getting the? Are you guys not on TikTok? Like that's the Jersey Mike's. That's the trend going around right now. Maybe not. This already might be late. That's all my TikTok is. No way you've seen those. That's all my TikTok is. Just people walking into fucking Jersey. Those poor employees. Those poor employees.
And then the opening engagement.
Some of that shit's funny though.
Having Cyber and KDS on your team. So overall, it's layers upon layers of obstacles. They are a dominating team. They are our favorites for taking South America League still. But they need to wake up a little bit.
Let Mike know he can strap it down.
Some flows in that team. And it's we all have bumps in the road. It's the moment to get.
I just want to know, like, if I go to Jersey Mike's, I feel like they're just gonna be pissed off if I say some shit.
It's the perfect moment to get back onto the horse right now.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier on today, where winning SI kind of just brings the curse with it, where it takes time. Something is gonna happen. Something's gonna give. So far, FaZe have actually been fighting against that tradition that has gone on for a while, but we'll get to see. Maybe once we get to.
Have I ever had Firehouse? Yeah, I actually do like Firehouse. Here's my guys. I think I love sandwiches. And first off, I don't know if you count cheesesteak as a sandwich, but cheesesteak is the ultimate S tier. I'm from Philadelphia, so of course, right? However, cold subs, I'm going to Jersey Mike's. All right, I want Mike Okay, but we're not gonna go there. Cold subs. I want jerseys, but Firehouse for hot subs for the meatball sub at Firehouse. The engineer over there. Actually, the engineer is pretty good too. And that's not even. I don't even think that's heated up. But anyway, I do like hot subs at Firehouse.
And if you take away that win against NIP, it's been disappointing. They've lost to BD, Black Dragons. They've lost to Lost. That's the most surprising one. Lost hadn't been looking good so far, and they managed to beat Loud. And today,
Yeah, the meatball sub at Firehouse. Exactly.
W7M and FaZe. They're playing against two of the Titans of Brazil. If they lose right now, because they've already lost to some teams they should never have lost to, they're gonna be.
Sorry guys,
out
of course I had my Discord.
So, right now,
so there we go.
It's the exact definition
Classic.
of the team being their back against the wall because there is no LCQ.
Oh, don't look at my Google Drive. No, my Google Drive.
I don't see it happening with the way they've been playing so far.
It feels very defining for them this week, and I will say, you don't see it happening with the way they've been playing. The way that they've actually been playing has been very, very sloppy on their entry. In fact, actually, they are the worst
Where did I put the
entry team
game?
in the world. Out of every single league, every single team, sitting at 35%. Now, that can't continue. You know, the fact that they've even got a win at that level
There
of
we go.
entry engagement
There we go.
success
Sorry, I had to get a thumbnail.
very good stat. Because realistically, when you're
Had to get a
playing
thumbnail out of my
such
drive
a
here.
FPS, it is a game of numbers. If you're playing from behind so much more often than not, you're going to struggle.
There's a lot here on the line for Loud, and of course, they
Check
have to
my
go
mentions.
against the
Okay.
behemoth of a team
What happened?
that is FaZe.
What happened?
But on what map will this
All right, guys.
duel happen on?
Cruelty
Again,
versus
that
M80.
pool is
I know it's a little late at this point.
after our teams
Uploading.
play out.
I'm uploading the video. What is our clickbait title? Because Cruelty, obviously, if you guys haven't seen that game, Cruelty absolutely went on to shit on those guys. So you know, I'm thinking something like biggest upset kind of shit.
And Lur taken away. Now, Lur is the interesting one.
What are we clicking on, huh? What are we clicking
And
on?
the reason being is we're not used to seeing FaZe Clan.
Mentions.
But equally so, when they're known as Loud, when they were known as Raza Company Academy, we have not been used to seeing Loud play Cafe.
Check my mention.
either.
Was
This
it-
is a bit of a blink and, you know, force your opponent into a mistake.
Oh wait, big dub. Big dub.
I don't think necessarily this map is really high for either.
Big dub. We got the super shout out. If that's what you're talking about.
We haven't seen. Well, technically, we've seen FaZe play it against Furia at Reload, but it's not been consistently a good map for them. And
How major winners lost to the number. Yeah, I was thinking about major winners. I was thinking about slapping that in there somehow. You know.
Played it as Loud. Then you look at Raza Company Academy. They've not played it at SI and the Raza Company Academy.
Spoit's old team needs them. Ooh, wow.
I've seen them play Cafe was against
Wow.
Stag all the way back in Manchester playoffs. So that was more than 1 year ago.
What?
Corned beef pastrami sandwiches.
Finished to be weird. If
Chat, we like corned beef pastrami. I actually don't. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Right?
I would probably eat
So
it.
who gets the side pick? Loud. Why
They
do they
pick
go
attack.
start attack on Cafe? I have no clue. So the whole Mapito is weird for me. Like, why do we end up on Cafe is weird already. When we prep this, we're like, okay, what's going on? And then the side choice is even more questionable. So maybe they have a trick. Clearly, I did not expect anything from this here.
So I've actually got a theory on why they might have chosen attack. Now,
Go
Loud
ahead,
have
Jack.
not
We have
got
plenty
a
of
lot-
time.
Loud have not got a lot of things going for them this stage, I'll be honest. But their attack win rate is marginally better than their defense win rate. So they've got 50% attack win rate, 22 attacks attempted, 11-1. 23 defenses attempted, 11-1. So I say marginally, there's literally one round in it. However, Loud are the best planting team in the league. 41% of their attacks, they've managed to get a plant down. So if they're feeling comfortable in their attacks, then I can understand, regardless of the map, why they might want to choose attack. That being said, it feels like a very, very big risk on a map like Cafe, where we've often seen defenses snowball. So yeah, I think it will be a very, very defining first half of the game.
Winless team beats major champs
We have like
in R6 Pro League. Is that clickbaity enough, guys?
Until the game actually.
I think that was their first game, right?
I'd like to explore that topic.
Wait, I put what I was talking about in your Discord
to
memes?
Talk about it from a strategic point of view.
Did I miss
What
something?
is there that makes Cafe Dostoevsky defense favored? 1, 2.
Oh, wait, why did this not pop up in my mentions?
Hey, I want to play attack on Cafe. What are those markers? in your professional opinions, that lead you down that road?
Wait. That's not even what I meant to. Holy shit. That's not even what I meant. Oh god.
Is widely struggling in attack, but are the second.
Oh god. Why? That's not even what I meant to say. In the back room. I meant to say.
If I'm the challenger in that matchup.
Holy shit. All right.
Against the world champion. So I'm gonna throw them up as much as I can by going on a weird map.
This is why I can't be a caster, guys. Obviously, I slip up with what I'm saying. All right. Not as bad as Bloodbath, but we still slip up.
Plans in attack that would be fast-paced or direct takes. Executes that, you know, use the Riora, use the Monty, use the smokes and the Ying. Stuff that allows you to maybe attack almost directly on the bomb site. We've seen a team do that today on mining by rushing directly up red stairs, on dropping the skylight.
What's up, Steve?
Or trying to go a horizontal take onto the basement. Cafe is heavily defender-sided because most of the time it offers plenty of situation on every single site to peel off. You've got natural crossfire at any single floor. If you look at the top floor, you've got the cigar and piano crossfire. And then you go and backwards towards the bathroom and tops. And then you've got the cocktail line of sight. And you can drop off and burn even more time. So Cafe, generally speaking, is a little bit tough to attack because first and foremost, it's hard to get in the building, and then it starts to separate those crossfires. So yeah,
Jack,
overall, that choice is weird to me.
And
Are we
Jack,
just gonna
from your
stare
point
it
of
loud the
view
entire
as
time
a
here, by the way?
former coach, what really, coach and analyst in different positions, saying there, Mahafzal Club, I will respect the positions you're in. What would pull you as a coach say, look, I'm gonna start off on attack on Cafe?
I also think, and I don't know if Leo felt this when he was a player as well, but certainly I think there's a lot to be said about momentum and confidence. And what I mean by that is, if you start attack, and a lot of, and this used to be relevant with map bans, with operator bans actually, not so relevant anymore because of the new system. It used to be more relevant that if you started attack, you could facilitate the bans in a way that you wanted to do them. But I think realistically, if you start off attacking Cafe, you know you're not meant to get much. If you get a 2-4 split or anything better, you've got confidence going into that second half to then assert the dominance. If you get a 3-3 split, a 4-2, you're like, cool, we've got this game won. We just need to see out Cafe defenses. By the same token, if it doesn't go so well, you have that fallback by saying, oh, guys, it's only a 2-4, it's a 1-5, it's Cafe defenses, we've still got this. So either way, you get that mental boost. Again, I'm kind of reaching here, but like, there's a lot of big teams that, in my mind, that I know that generally tend to pick attack.
Oh my god.
Because of that
Oh my god.
Because they know
oh my god.
if they have a very successful first half, it puts people under so much pressure in that second half. And what does pressure do to people? It makes them crumble. So, you know, that's what...
Wait, did Cruelty win a game before this? Am I clickbaiting myself? Hang on.
If they can get that successful first half, thanks.
Okay. After all, we've seen a Cafe attacker sided today.
Today,
So
yes. 4-2, both halves.
No, right?
Both halves. It's actually incredible to see how can all...
Not sponsored by Ghost Energy Drink. Yep.
Why
don't we make an extra first 7-0 in NAL in a whole year? I like that title more. Matt, that don't give me the views, man. That don't give me the views.
So maybe we could say hello.
All right, too boring.
You know
what I'm saying?
If they're around, that'd be great.
Too boring.
Hi, Antero. Hi, Jesse. My wonderful Canadian friends. We're here. We got it over the line. We get to see FaZe and Loud going up against one another in this matchup. And look, this curse of winning SI and then just kind of having a downward trajectory.
Matt, where are we going for your birthday, by the way, huh?
Is that something you believe in, Parker? Is this something that FaZe are on?
I think
where we going? Where's the deets? Birthday tomorrow, hot and cold, huh? Mr. Matt Stevens.
Or we see a serious drop off in performance, and that's because so many competitors are only vying to win a title, and once they do it, they feel like that's it, it's done, right? You look at a team like that Furia squad, you look at the team like the old Penta G2 squad, and they were very candid about the fact that they're like, we don't just want to win one, we want to win them all. We want to cement a legacy. There's a lot of people who play this game whose only desire is to get their name on a trophy and then move on with their lives. maybe FaZe is going through.
Get Matt and George in the call for it. You think Matt remembers us getting 10-0'd? Matt's got too important stuff. Where's the vid from IPV? Where's my spoil treatment? Wait, Matt, do I have your permission?
I don't know, man. I feel like we're kind of jumping on the FaZe hate train a little too fast. They got eliminated.
Can I do your skyscraper one where you just absolutely shit on somebody?
It's not like they've fallen to pieces.
Put this guy on a gun, you know? I have a new POV coming out. Wizards POV coming out later today once I believe Aspirin's still finishing up the video.
That's true. No, honestly, Jesse is so right, because the last time every single team has fallen down that hole, be it NIP when they won, be it to some extent SSG when they also won, be it G2 Penta after later on in 2019 when they needed to get the pity invite.
Spirit, or sorry, yeah, Spirits. We're calling you Spirits here. People don't know you're Zach. Zach, how's the golf game? How's the golf game coming along? Are we ready? Are we ready to get that rematch? Me and Diffuser versus Matt and Zach.
You're looking at Loud, where we see kind of this growth, this very rapid growth in performance, how they were in their Raza company at SI, going in under Loud and Reload, and then now it's just been it's like
You're at the driving range as we speak? Wait, no fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps we're seeing that kind of get shifted over towards Loud a little bit. I like what the desk was talking about. I think Fresh talked about the entry statistics.
How often you guys golfing? I'm so jealous. I went golfing with Nick once. I want to golf with NJR again.
Moving around a little bit too much. I'm hoping that's something that they can maybe learn a little bit from coming into this week, maybe sharpen up a little bit, because it definitely feels like that's been one of the areas where they've really been struggling.
Well, I won't take too much of your time because our lobby is set and ready, so I'm just going to leave it to you. And Tara, Jesse, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh, and thank you to the rest of the desk as well.
Do I still talk to Nick? No, he hates me. He hates me as much as you hate me, Steve.
We will repeat it once again. I mean, one of the things that CJX has brought to the table is...
Oh my god, we got a game starting. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Clan versus Loud on Cafe. Questionable to bring FaZe Clan to Cafe. FaZe has notoriously been almost like the innovators of Cafe for quite a long time. Constantly, I mean, I feel like other people are as well, looking into VODs of FaZe Clan on Cafe. These guys always coming up with the new tech. They absolutely love Gridlock on Cafe. We'll see a lot of teams playing Gridlock now on this map.
Function exactly the same as
Tea time every Saturday, driving range twice a week. Bro. Oh, sorry, we got off topic there. Sorry. Golf on my mind. Loud, obviously kind of struggled in season, not the top 14 that they probably think they should be, but FaZe also coming off a 2-7 loss. Not a good one on Clubhouse. However, more familiar territory for them on the map Cafe. We're going to see them on defense. These guys also kind of innovators as well. Cocktail, not getting played often in NA most of the time. We're not seeing a top floor defense. This season we are, though. And I think that's due to
I will say as well, you know, the one
kind of FaZe and Furia playing a lot more top floor. Brazil League in general loves this site. This has been FaZe's #1 site of choice for a while. Again, when others didn't want to go here. Soul's playing his patented Aruni, which he's always playing in Cocktail. Vita King on the Echo. We are seeing a lot more Echo on the site as well, which is usually good when there's a zombie ban. However, a zombie's still up. Castle Mira getting taken off the board instead. We could be running some zombie and aggressive piano setups, but we're not going to see that. We are going to see Vita King. Right now, he's in the bar freezer just through his last Echo Drone. Usually there's some Echo Dronage tech for those piano retakes.
History between these two teams, maybe some intel that us viewers are not so privy to, but regardless, if there's any team I trust, they know what they're doing. It's FaZe.
And I tag Jersey Mike's now. Jeez.
Should always trust.
Always thought golf was lame until I played it. It's fun and challenging. It is, and you're outside on beautiful. Like the best part of golf for me is you're outside, beautiful green golf courses. Some with like beautiful water hazards and stuff like that. You're outside, and the challenge that it brings. I don't know if you guys follow CS:GO and know about like Cloud9, C9 automatic. right? Followed that Cloud9 team that was really good, won the major. He's got a new TikTok now, and he's into golf, and he is on a road to becoming a scratch golfer, and talks about trying to get good at golf is like the same as trying to be an esports pro. The challenges that you face every single day, the grind that you have to go through, and it's really cool to watch from like another esports person perspective.
A lot of pressure still going down.
Yeah, the Vegas courses they are pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Vegas spoils us with the golf. Like right now, it's too hot for golf. That's the problem. Summertime is like golf for other people. Not in Vegas. I will stay inside until September.
FaZe just sitting pretty right now in a very standard lineup. Jaeger has come back into the meta quite a bit. We talked about
started his account like right at the beginning. Okay, that's true. That's true.
Catches things that originally only Wamai's magnets used to catch. It's given Jaeger a bit more relevance, and in some cases has actually muscled Wamai out of a favorable spot in the meta.
So we're actually kind of seeing Loud do a lot. They see the Echo Drone getting shot right above Cigar. I think the first team I saw do that was Furia, where they play this Echo, whether it's playing in B2 or whether it's playing in, right here, it's Freezer. But that Echo Drone above the Cigar hut, usually you have to use util to kind of clear it if you know it's up there, but it calls so much info, letting Souls kind of peek whenever he wants. But this attack is looking pretty similar to a FaZe attack, which is what I would call like a C1. Most of the pressure is just going to be in Cigar, just trying to kill this C1 player. Souls just try to stay alive. Just working absolute picks. The guy swings into heaven. He has no idea. And overall, a really clean attack from Loud.
Seconds away from getting a flawless win, will not have that happen. Cyber tearing through them, but finished off by STK.
Again, Loud for me, I think they are, I don't know what the stats show, but I think they are a better attacking team than they are a defending team. I like looking at them for really clean defaults, and in Brazil, you don't really usually see, besides like FaZe, clean defaults.
Who was posted up on the cocktail windows got a big kill. Then it was Perez, the next one to answer, who was sitting outside on the piano windows.
Crazy hot in Texas too, but we're powering through it. That's a good, yeah, it's true. It probably is hot as.
And then everybody on FaZe Clan just felt like they had to start moving. They got a little nervous. They had to start making swings to try to equalize that man count back. But the more they swung, the more Loud were able to punish. So really patient and slow and steady round from Loud. Not the type of round you typically expect from a team like this, who has a history of being a bit more explosive, but maybe showing off a bit of a new pace to their attacks. You know, Fresh said it on the game, like, this team has been a little bit, been struggling a little bit on their attacks. I guess that was FaZe, but Loud as well. Not been the best attacking team so far in South America. So this is something where if they're changing up their playstyle a little bit, it could lead to good results.
Absolutely. That first round was a bit of a messy affair. The final.
Oh my God. Good call, guys. Goyo shotgun. You know what happened?
We used to see way back in the day when certain operators were a little bit stronger, Mute Mozzie being a key part of it. We also
I hope Cyber gets absolutely put in the dirt this round.
Castle, you had lots of bulletproof gadgets, Maestro Evil Eye cams, bands.
This is not Jersey Mike's. It's a place called Nanny's Cafe, and they have no turkey in the building, so I now have to eat
That's a very common spot for planting.
mid chicken and ham.
We actually saw it be used multiple times as a planting spot in the Los Nip game that started off our day. Keep a Goyo canister there, stop them when they try to plant. That's excellent, but already it's been cleared away, and that's good value from the Twitch drone of STK.
Despite that, I don't think you're too eager to fight if you're FaZe Clan. Last round, Loud were very, very slow on their push, and they didn't have to clear any floors above the bomb site. Now they've got 2 to clear out, so I think if you're FaZe, you let them take that time. Once they get to the site,
now,
they still got to clear through 2 brows, which are going to slow down the breach.
FaZe, I always think, has the perfect,
protected by Wamai's.
the perfect answers to basement. I think they play kitchen like one of the best teams, always having the right ops in the right spots. Aruni Wamai, in case there's any of those bait kits, and you see Vita King in small. He likes to play in the corner with Wamai there, denying a lot of those bake ISOs. Good Goyo fires. Cyber's gonna go down. You know why? You know why he went down? Who's swinging with the TCSG? Yep.
There's a Nitro cell as well to keep
Also, kind of weird that your tube wasn't VIP, but tube might have been trying to get there and dies.
in the face of STK.
I think that was a positioning problem right there.
FaZe Clan really suffering.
Unorthodox from FaZe. A little sloppy of a round from him here.
Oh, we already saw one.
Now they're going to need to kind of go for some hero plays.
Right? Well, we are hurtling towards that at the moment as Louder poised to take their second round.
Well, there we go.
So on attack both sides.
Somehow, Vidaking now slipped into VIP.
Jaeger taking over Lamai's role in a lot of ways. Well, Vidaking will run the Lamai and have him close enough right now.
All stuffing this side. Gap right now is like red stairs, small bake. But Loud is kind of a team that goes through with their normal default takes, which is why I feel like they were pretty easy to play at SI. That's like their only. They'll just like stick running this take, even though, yeah, again, there's probably could go somewhere else.
They don't have any nitros, no smoke on the board, no echo either. If this
20 seconds left. This is bad. A zombie's close.
It'll be up to Basetto. Live and Daffodil both will watch now as FaZe Clan walks into the bomb site, but Daffodil still has control from above, fighting from behind. It's
That was a
Vidaking.
big fight to win by Vidaking.
Basetto falls off
But it might not matter.
He's not able to get the
Oh my god, he knows he's on brown stairs. Just run at the guy in bomb. Just run that guy in bomb plant.
Just stay alive. Attempting an engagement. He removes
Oh
the
no.
runs for home.
Now we're going to see the Monty 1v1. The worst thing in Siege.
Shield break will need to come in. Vidaking versus Basetto in a position where Vidaking himself has been before. Can he now do what was not successful against him? Fighting hopelessly as that timer continues to tick away. Basetto playing this one so well, squaring up his body. Vidaking doing some serious damage, but Basetto still at the halfway mark. A desperate attempt. Just about 10 seconds left to find a golden opportunity. Both of these players fighting for their lives. Vidaking realizes it's do or die, and he will hop on the diffuser. No, with not enough time left. It doesn't matter. He got there a bit.
Oh, I woke up. Oh, what a fun post plant that was. Woo! So exciting gameplay.
Monty King down in Brazil, but Basetto shows him what is possible as an operator. Basetto has statistically looked like a player who has struggled this stage. He's minus 15 overall on his KDR, but as the hard support, as the primary shield player, primary planter, he enables everyone else on Loud to do what they do best. He currently leads the league in plants. That will bring him up to 6 total defuse kits put on the ground this stage. Really good shield play. It's not easy to consistently be backing up like that. You've got to not run into anything. Otherwise, it's going to be a better angle for Vidaking to get a rotation on you. Then you've got to constantly be moving that shield around you as you constantly get shield broken. So your shield's moving out of the way. So you got to twist your body. So
Ham on a sandwich? Come on, man.
Wow,
Mid.
that was really impressive stuff from Basetto. I also expected him to just
Let Mike have his way, man.
Coffee. You know, when Vidaking was first making
What up, Spider?
he came from VIP kind of in through
Did they make E5? They played today. They went 4-0 yesterday. They played today, later. A little later.
Well, Vida's just going to run at him, but Basetto pulls off that diffuse kit.
What the hell is on here?
Inside the site onto somebody else, leaving then Vidaking in
What kind of midness?
situation where, I mean, Vidaking did all that he could, but Basetto just too good.
Olives?
What a fun round.
Chad, do we fuck with olives?
We've been questioning why Loud would start an attack.
I don't.
It's clear they've got some tricks.
You can just imagine the desperation on the side of Vidaking. He knows shields very well. I think he knows his way around a Monty probably better than most people do. Loud just had him beat. And sometimes that's all it is. You can have the best strategy.
Green olives, in particular.
You can drone everything out, and all it takes is for you to misread. I wouldn't even say misread. He just simply didn't know where the plant was going down, and by the time he got there, the Monty was fully extended, and it was a bit too much for him to deal with.
I got a spectator or caster game. I've said this a couple times, but it depends what the guys want. If the guys just want to put their head down and just qual, then I will respect their wishes, because they've been doing good. They've been doing real good so far.
At the moment, red fully under their control as well. You don't need a whole lot of top floor pressure if you're attacking this site. It will be given to them for free if they want it. FaZe Clan have completely vacated the top floor, so that will allow Loud to maybe take a bit more space than they otherwise would have wanted to. This can let them clear across. If they want to late round now, they can go for a push down the white stairs to maybe get into dining that way. Maybe offers them a little bit more options, but FaZe Clan, they've clearly done this for a reason. They're going to have Cyber down on the bottom floor, trying to play on that Solus to deny a plant.
All right, kind of similar to what we've been seeing in these other regions, though.
Maybe go for a rotate up,
More of a layered setup,
not a ton of
right? FaZe already forfeited top control. Lots of vision, though. Maestro, Valkyrie, even Solus for flanks. You see him on red stairs with a shotgun. That could be a really, really good flank from them.
You don't prime the nades anymore, so holding it for any degree of time does
No
not seem to
C4s on
change the
board, so we aren't going to see any
definition.
C4 kills come out.
An opportunity to line things up perfectly.
It's going to come down to this late round with these with
Nades
the
are
vision,
mostly
with
used
the
now to
vision.
just displace certain operators and clean up gadgets. They're not used for kills as much as.
And I'm feeling like Cyber's getting 2. Bottom red stairs with that pump. I'm feeling like he's getting 2. SDK does know.
Want to displace them and there's nowhere for them to go. Well, then I suppose killing is the only real alternative. Still, you bring them, you can clear them out. That means you don't need to bring somebody like a Zof or an Ash with any type of long-range destruction, even a Kali as well, or Ace and Hibana in a pinch. Missed opportunity there for STK as his reflexes are just a bit too slow. There was a run on the stairs, and the Solus of Cyber is able to get away. KDS with the very first kill, and
There's
Cyber
one.
goes back for
There's 2.
more. He finds both inside the bomb site, and the time runs out. Goodness gracious. FaZe Clan just waiting it out, and the attackers finally lose.
And that's a good defense. And that is more meta cafe right there. You give it like just wasting time up top, giving the top floor, and then on those middle floor sites, again, they created so many problems where like even if you get top floor, even if you make the vert, there's still so many problems they have to solve with all the vision, right? The Valk cams, the Maestro bubbles, not having Bravo there, yeah, probably a choice. Maybe they hid the Maestro. Maybe that's why we didn't see a Bravo. And then you're worried about, even when you go for a plant and you find the best plant spot, you're worried about, is there a guy in the basement? Is someone playing a late round C4? You had the Solus with the shotgun on red stairs that like you were kind of worried about the entire time. You can't play flanks off a flank cam.
Inside the site, we know we've got players down below that can answer. We've got good pressure around the map. They will call their attack timeout. It's clearly not feeling too good about how this game has gone so far. Maybe reliving some memories from their last matchup when they lost 7-2 to Black Dragons last week. That game was the single worst scoreline that FaZe have put up in 47 straight games for the last few months, stretching back, of course, into last season. The last time that FaZe lost 7-2, other than their game against Black Dragons, was against Loud.
Ooh, W comment right here. The memories of you just running through teams as Bandit and Jaeger. I remember seeing you and thinking you're the best fragger right now with kicks. I was just remembering those days year 1. Cool you're here. Appreciate that, Relish. You hear that, chat?
FaZe Clan will know that better than most.
I didn't just make that comment up out of thin air. All right. I was a fragger. Now I'm an unk. But I was moving back then. To be fair, Bandit ACOG was like freebies. Bandit ACOG and Twitch F2. Absolute freebies. Yo.
Times where teams will win around and then you call it
not the cap. Oh, that came from a YouTube comment on my YouTube stream. And Twitch chat is not having it. No one said that. Fake chatter. That's crazy.
Not Rainbow Six citizenship.
Guys, you weren't around back then. You don't know. Bandit ACOG, Twitch F2. There was a time in the first three seasons, I considered myself top 5 NA for sure.
And the general manager basically came in and
I thought I was nasty.
Celebrating, but there are a lot of things I'm really unhappy with. We'll deal with them tomorrow. And it's just like, if I was a player,
and then people got good. That's generally how my gaming
my
gaming career, but like what's it called? Any game that I played, when it first comes out, I am always like one of the best players. When a new game comes out, that's kind of how it's always been for me. Like above average, whatever. Like I've always been very, very good when a game comes out. And the longer that I play a game, the more I somehow, for some reason, fall behind. Siege was a little bit different.
Maybe you wait until now to
the longest game I've ever played.
There's no point talking about it before round 3 if you know you're not going back to the same site. And sometimes make the difference to the defending team as well. It chose to ban out the Valkyrie, chosen to ban out the Monty on the other side, so still taking out some shields for Loud, and then of course one of the best cam ops in the game, the Valk 2, which was quite effective in that previous round of mining dining. even more of these Maestro cams coming out. That'll be a whiffed nade. The nades were pretty effective in clearing out those Maestros last round.
Back to top floor, and honestly, I think that this could be a really good FaZe Clan timeout. We got a little bit of a read on them. I think looks like they're trying to cause a little bit more problems for them, but Loud, again, on attack. These are some good flank cams, good intel cams. I think that's the two best prep cams on this map. I always recommend having a bottom brown cam for all sites, and I recommend having a train cam. And you see Loud having both those. They do see Handy right now in train. We're going to be going for a trap. SDK lurking around the white stairs. We also have Deimos in underneath. So Deimos right now is just trying to pull, and you're trying to get Handy, who's in train, to try to come flank this Deimos. That's why you see SDK just in a punch hole right there. He's just trying to pull, not trying to do too much.
There's a lot of storylines going into that one, and both teams.
So make Souls right now like freak out and say, "Hey, I need you. I need you to do something, Handy. Please, please, get out of the train." You now see him in fireplace. Boom, taken down. There it is. That's really good at Loud.
Vidiking will be the only person on FaZe that's firing back. As Souls piloting this clash has taken an awful lot of damage. For a clash, of course, that's roughly about 30% of her HP. The remainder of Loud is still upright. They've got 2 death marks in pocket for Live and explosives in pocket as well, as the smokes from Basetto will ideally give coverage for Loud. Forces Souls to put down that
really low time again, though. 20 seconds left. Have to swing into heaven, but it's watched by KDS. We did get the kill going up white stairs, and last player is going to be called out, Cat.
Of Loud is on the board, and KDS is
bomb going down. This should be surely wraps here.
And he will need to go big as Basetto gets diffuser down. Daffodil is still alive.
Ooh, good aim. Good aim. Good attack from Loud.
In store right now. Loud back to their winning ways. 3-1 the scoreline for the attackers.
I loved the movement from KDS in the 1v2. You noticed how he played really close up to the ledge. That's because he was avoiding the player covering from the skylight. Just kind of whiffed his shots at the end there.
I've been really enjoying the cocktail takes that we're seeing in this region a little bit. And I think there is potential with that Roar there, being able to shut off stacks, that double door. I think you could combine that with some other operators and make that take really good.
For so long down below, STK kept on holding him.
Part of a team called Hot and Cold. Did we make our tag Hot and Cold? I don't think so. I mean, that was the team, though. Like, it was... Technically, it went... At least from what I remember. Because H&C, that was Hot and Cold, and he just made his name H&C for a little bit. But it went... VWS to T3, which was Trinity Esports. Then we got picked up, or wait, before that was Nem. So it was Nem, Nemesis. It was Nem, VWS, Trinity, Flipside, SK, DZ.
I mean, he's on Cafe. So I mean, where do you need?
Wait, Got Him Game was in there too, right?
I would need him to actually come into Cafe because right now he's just
too old.
You know, the players will listen to this broadcast and be very upset, and then you'll probably get a mean tweet or two.
I'm sure they're not listening to the English broadcast, to be honest.
You never know.
All right.
You have no idea. Have you ever talked to them? Have you ever asked them?
I have talked with Handy a little bit. He's a pretty chill guy. I don't think he'll mind.
Okay. Well, for my sake, I hope so. I mean, we already got the Come to Brazil reference on the desk earlier today. You don't... If Brazil wants you to go there, you don't want to go there. It means bad things, Jesse. I don't know if you are aware of this.
I went to Brazil. I thought it was lovely.
When they say come to Brazil, it's not a warm invitation. It's a threat. I mean, we joke around about the chatter on social media, but I will say I have enjoyed the country and I've enjoyed all of the events.
Tara's got to say that right now. He's backtracking a little bit in his comment right there. He's like, oh, I love Brazil.
I have an answer. Sao Paulo is a giant city and I quite enjoy it, but Rio's like tropics and beaches.
Yeah, they're definitely just yapping
a little more, but the food is excellent no matter where you
go. Oh, here we go.
I would love to check out Brasilia, the capital.
W Glaze.
Brazil would be a cool place to go one day. And in this game, we actually have the only 2 Brasilia-based players in the lobby, with Vidiking and Perez both hailing from the capital of Brazil. That's of the data I have. There might be more, but I don't have complete location data on Brazilian players, unfortunately.
What's up, Ash? What's up, Jonah? All right, back
That's your fun fact of the day.
To what should be their strongest bomb site, back to the to lower floor.
Nonsense about islands from you again.
Now we got, look, we got tube in the right spot. FaZe, good. However, what the hell was that tube? Hatch open.
Jump off an island to get into the ocean.
Normally Handy plays smoke here because I do think smoke whiskey bar is very, very good, again, for that Sinks plant. However, Zami, arguably a little bit more powerful for FaZe. He's able to play bunker very easily, block off all the top-down angles, and be an absolute pest in the bunker position. I think they have the double wall. Yeah, you see those double walls right there reinforced? Makes it very hard for an attacker to do top-down. Like, he's actually able to play that spot pretty safe.
Loud has come out on top 3 of these 4 rounds, so things are clearly working for them.
So everything now in the right position. What are we going to see from Loud? We're going to see a Sinks plant. Are they going to block off the... Okay, they're going to block off the double door. We're going to fire whiskey bar. But there is a Wamai. Wow. W roar usage. That's my Loud boys right there. Super good take. The cap fire. Maybe I would have done it from above, but cap fire. They can't peek whiskey. They roared off the double door. It was absolutely raps. That is a good ISO strat. That is what Loud brings.
An attacker-sided cafe.
Really good attack.
Fantastic thing to see, and Loud is very happy for it.
It doesn't get much prettier than that. This game really starting to resemble.
Wish I could understand Portuguese. Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, they do sound so hard.
That game, Los were getting a lot of good attacking rounds, and NIP weren't doing a whole lot.
Yeah, that was really cool.
To disrupt them. It's something our analysts touched on.
I thought they were going to roar off whiskey double because you could do that as well. But bringing the Capita to fire it, now that guy can't play aggressively on it. And also because there's an Azami up, the guy could play on that wall or in bunker, playing prone behind the bunker. So Capita, good choice there. Anyway, firing it off. Roar off the double. So where we saw Pino throw a C4 would not be able to happen.
Don't have a whole lot that they can do to disrupt that.
Yeah, literally nothing FaZe could do. FaZe could do there.
They let Loud set up for a full 2 minutes.
Almost needed to win that pick. I believe it was a zombie on Handy peeking the window player.
So that they can smoke and get into the bomb site. I mean, everything that Loud want to do, they're doing it flawlessly, and they've got 2 minutes to set it all up once again. It just feels like
Masterclass cinema. You have all the reps on that take? Yeah, you just know where the gunfights come from, right? That's kind of what Rora provides. Like, if you get the Rora gates off, like, you get the reps on that take, I mean, you're 100% right. Like, you'll know where the gun, like, how you can lose.
We're being dismissive of their
That's why I like ISO strats like that a little bit. Just makes the game a lot easier. Then like clearing backside, like the lower tier teams, I feel like you'll just see like go backside, clear VIP, like go for kills.
Way too long, and they're not finding anything for it except the result and the outcome are what change our talk of these strategies. If Loud is taking 2 minutes and 30 seconds to pull off and execute, and then are pulling it off impressively well every time, which is what we've seen in 4 of these 5 rounds, then it's not that they're taking
I do think the best teams that I've seen use Roar is obviously Loud and then Shopify.
They're isolating them. They're taking utility. FaZe Clan is setting up.
I've definitely taken the new operator and put it right into their attacking strategies, and both those teams have been impressive with it.
With a lot of drones remaining, it's one thing I've noticed through all of these 6 rounds now, since technically we're in the 6th round, that Loud is not suffering through intel. Doesn't matter what lineup FaZe Clan brings. Loud is aware of where they are, and the drones are getting into great spots.
It's gonna be a rush coming pretty quick here. STK gonna hop up the freezer. Basetto gonna run down the red.
There's another
more of a distraction than
preset strategy.
Gonna come over towards mining instead of inside of restaurants. They'll take their time, they'll drone things out, and here comes
this is like the best spot to plan on a mining rush. Most people think you're planning behind the wall, but we just smoke, plant, we're exactly where base did. And now this is a nice, easy post plant from outside the window. FaZe, I don't know how we're letting the bomb go down there. Trying to get on it while it's smoked is actually really good. See, I've seen this take with Aurora as well, where you block off the site, the train double door while you plant there.
They can use to conceal him should he hop onto the kit.
Yazami could be huge here.
Plan at the moment is to shut down these players outside of the bomb site. Time running away. Nobody on FaZe Clan wise enough to hop onto it. Loud's now been forced back. As finally KDS hops on, they shut him down as
Daffo just got to waste 2 more seconds.
It's him and Handy in a 1v1, but the clock strikes 0.
5 attacks for Loud.
That Handy would be able to pull off the disable with the clock being what it was, and Daffodil still alive and firing through the smoke. Loud take the round. A statement.
The Amaru pump a load of baits to dining plant. Could have also just went up dining hatch as a distraction.
Even worse than their
right?
last matchup.
But maybe they already knew he was there. But I could see it being used just to go up and then everyone freaking out that it's that Amaru dining quick play that we see. That's very true.
Smoke coming out from the fire extinguisher that you mentioned.
We'll see like Yang on dining window, Amaru up, just start planning immediately. That was really smart.
Oh my god, stepping up with
But Loud, the question mark for me comes on defense. I have not really been impressed with their defenses.
another one of those players, of course, used to go by Daffodil.
FaZe are really good on attack at this map as well. But Loud is cooking. What's happened to FaZe? They took down Furia, our kings, just to get 7-2'd on Club and now down 5-1 on to Loud. What's this?
About the recession.
Saying the signs are there.
Seto also shortened his name. So, how many players?
Oh, that's a good point. That's to Basetto.
Crisis. They are selling off.
Why are we base now? Bass.
We are, at the moment, I should say, at the exact midpoint of the South American regular season. We are at the playdate number 5, match number 3, halftime point here as well. FaZe Clan would like to hope that we are at the very least. It looks like this might not last 6 more rounds, but you never know.
For a second there, I saw the name Bass, and I was like, is it Bass or Bass? And then I was like, wait, that's Basetto. There is I watch the other broadcasts. I listen to how people pronounce it. There is almost always variations in the way that people say certain names. 9Z versus 9Z was a good example of that. I've heard people say 9Z before. DZ. Nobody says DZ. Always DZ.
That rhymes, though.
Yes. I think that might have been a branding consideration, but either way.
We could call them 9Zine if we wanted them to rhyme.
Really don't need to get that deep into it, but whenever you're casting new teams or a new region, there's always I don't want to say a bit of...
All right, FaZe with the gridlock as well.
In private conversation.
And we're on the top floor site.
There's always a concern that you're going to...
This is more of a classic. Like this FaZe kind of attacks the site the same way every single time. More so the bar side is what they care about. Getting picks, Cigar, getting the C1 pick, rotating someone to heaven window.
But I mean, you look at some of these names and you're like, wait a minute, who is this? I saw Basetto, and for but a brief second.
Don't really want to deal with all this nonsense over here in Piano, but we might see him at least clear the shield. We did, because it's absolutely free. No Wamai, no Jaeger. Just a shield.
Sharpest tool in the shed today, I see.
All right, Soul's in, and you see him starting to surround. Grim's going out. We got guys on both cocktail windows. Heaven window, cocktail window. They're going to be going for the cocktail player. Daffo in a really good spot here. Not getting Grim beat at all and ignoring all those nades. Daffo eventually does go down. KDS finds the kill, and at this point they can flood, and they are. KDS flying into the bathroom. Gets 2.
KDS is having a monstrous game.
No one refilled us C1, but there is a cocktail player, and we still see live. We're gonna go live. We still hear him downstairs. No C4 though, but if they have vision, he can still stop plant. I think they know this guy's close. They just gotta flood him. Wait, wasn't there a guy Fraser?
Managed to clear out Cyber, so it's now equal. There's still 50 seconds.
Live's upstairs now too. And KDS is 1 HP.
They want to get trades if they do end up going down.
KDS has been reduced to
good stun.
At this point, the staying power from Loud is all gone. You've just got 2 of these flex ops still remaining in Malusi.
KDS 1 HP needs to ace to win the round.
Live taking 1 down, and KDS will need to go even bigger than he already has. He's had multiple multi-kill rounds, and he can hear the
damn. A little bit of a stall there for FaZe. Really good take. I mean, that's what they've been doing for a long time on that. Once you kill that C1 guy, you flood.
You could see Loud triumphant on their very first defense, and if you're FaZe Clan, you were hoping that is the only defensive round Loud is going to win, because Loud
wasn't live on I believe so. Wasn't he like 18? There's Smoke player back in the day.
wrong. You know, they were
Are we thinking of the same guy?
KDS was taking over that round, but what do? They group up. They go for little swings to get that equalized man count, force it into a 2v2. You know where Cyber is? Is it a risky gunfight to take? To swing him on the window? Absolutely. But
yeah, when you lose the Heaven guy, you have no pressure on Cocktail. You're absolutely right.
They took risks when it was
They're able to kind of
necessary,
just
and they
bunker up
managed
in
to
there.
pull a round back that they really had no business winning. Parker, you talked about the discrepancy
2020?
on FaZe Clan. Souls at 0, KDS at
I was
10.
gonna say back when I was
This is maybe
playing,
what we're
I
used to
remember.
from FaZe historically, but this stage is not the case. KDS has been on a bit of a bad trajectory. His best
All right, I want to
so
say,
far in the South American
hey,
League was their opening
I would have
game
predicted
against
FaZe. I didn't do any predictions for this game. I would have predicted FaZe, obviously, and on Cafe as well. I would have predicted FaZe, but I'm happy.
I don't know if you'll take too much joy in that.
I like watching Loud.
Souls usually not.
They're one of my more fun teams to watch, and I glaze them so much with their attacks.
Games that they've played.
I think again they have really good roar usage. They have like really good solid preset plays and stuff like that, isolation strats. Been struggling a bit this season, but I am happy to see them up 6-1 right now. Want to see these guys qualify for EWC.
I am stunned at this result. Loud is obviously not a bad team in the slightest, but I did not expect it to be quite this one.
Souls going 0-6 when he was the absolute hero in multiple of their wins. Kind of an X factor here.
You look at where they are in the standings. Loud again was a team that got a great deal of air.
Here we see like this is kind of that normal roar usage. Make it look like you know, you got the Capital for anyone behind bar.
They sit in 6th. Their round differentials a -1.
In bakery.
For all intents and purposes, they are exactly
The bakery bar. No Amai, no Aruni, no Jaeger. So very free for Souls to just fire over if they want to contest.
Loud are a team that haven't had the same sustained success. So the fact that they're doing
So this is just a bakery ISO. And if top floor was, for whatever reason, forfeited, Cyber is up top with Ram. Makes a little bit of hurt. KDS with a good entry on the reception side. That's just the backstab right there. Normally you're expecting all the pressure to be bakery, not anywhere near the backside. Walks in reception and gets 2. KDS, 12 kills. No one else even close on his team.
Backpack's getting heavy. I don't know if KDS can keep carrying, but they are in another man advantage. Didn't stop Loud last time. I still like their positions. Look how they're grouped up, able to set up crossfires, and Perez wins the swing. Basetto another, STK a third.
KDS to save them again.
Again in the 1v3.
I mean,
KDS got to be like, guys, hello?
Pure stat padding as he has all 3 kills.
It's got a minute to work with. What is happening?
The rest of his team has 10. KDS certainly keeping his team in this, but how many of those kills have been high impact? Because it's do or die now. Loud looking for all 3 points.
Echo drone on him as well.
Not be easy, but Loud are desperate to get those points.
He's just chasing him with the Echo drone.
Try and catch these top teams. FaZe Clan, one of those teams above them, and boy, oh boy, what it would be for Loud.
Wow. Okay, to Ace.
KDS has something to say about that. Though.
Basetto versus KDS. Best player on on the Loud here. Basetto. This guy's go, but can he win with Echo? KDS saves him with an ace. Oh my god.
My god. They have no right.
Camera's on. Camera's just on him.
One of the finest plays that we've seen in
Holy
Brazil
shit. Had a chance to ace the previous round. Saves him this time. 60% of the team's kills is insane. That is insane. Holy shit. Somebody please wake up and help KDS. Somebody. Hopefully that ace revitalizes him a little bit. Jesus.
Dragging his team through this game, and he does it again.
Rocking with the seeds and content. I appreciate that, man.
It was a beautiful round by KDS. You know, he hit the shots he had to. He seemed to have.
Why hasn't Matt sent me an M80 jersey yet? Because he's fake. He's fake. Can you believe that I've never jersey swapped with Matt? Flip side, where's his flip side jersey? SK, where's his SK jersey? DZ, I don't got no hot and cold DZ jersey.
Step up. He's not going to be able to put up aces for the next 4 rounds. He's a great player.
Wow.
But I don't know if he's got 20 more kills back to back in him. The rest of the team needs to get motivated off of that. They need to get a little bit of energy in.
All right, please. Cyber, wake up. Souls, get a kill.
Up against a team like Loud. Hopefully that changes things and lights a fire for FaZe.
Okay. I don't really have the correct words for the clip we just saw whatsoever. Like, genuinely, I'm speechless. I am speechless. KDS coming alive.
That is wild.
Gulf between the two of them will only the gulf between KDS and non-KDS players will only continue.
All right.
15 kills for KDS.
I mean, imagine FaZe comes back and KDS keeps getting 3Ks. He's gonna set the kill record.
The lowest kill tally on Loud is 7 at the moment, which is higher than everybody on FaZe except for KDS.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous photo of statistics. I mean, if FaZe Clan managed to win the game at this point with really only one player performing in the server, it'll be a crazy comeback. But it tells the story of these teams, right? On Loud, everybody is playing.
All right, Loud, we're playing that tarp bunker. You see, Stacks wall reinforced. Live is just gonna fall off here as soon as he's droned. I'm sure with Tube, he's gonna end up falling back. Probably just drop down into pillar. Is a very easy spot to just fall down.
They want to get a couple of opening picks. Desk talked about it. Defensive entries are.
But we see Cade Tube. That Goyo fire really good if they want to clear cocktail. And then that smoke playing tarp bunker. Just able to smoke off Whitehall. Live does go down though. That's a mistake from Loud. He needed to just leave that spot, play late round against him. But ends up going down to Heaven Window, which is a really good counter to that Shaco spot, or that close cap position. A good job from FaZe. Now they're going for the C1 player. Nate almost takes down Cade. That would have been a massive pick as well. And top floor control basically ours. There is smoke top though, still wasting time upstairs. Here comes his smokes. All right, drops down. Minute left. 2 smokes in the pocket.
Who's still searching for his first kill, but with the way this game is going, it's basically KDS go kill, and that
we need to see some top down out of FaZe, and hopefully Souls was able to manage to get the Goyo fires here. I'm sure there's some Goyos. Yeah, there's still Goyos stacked against the reading door. If we don't pop those soon, this could be tragic for FaZe.
Laundry, but he's quite tucked up, so he can absolutely kill a planter if he needs to.
That Goyo fire didn't get popped still? This is going to be bad.
Basetto doesn't look in the right direction. There's 2 players now.
And 2 smokes for the default plan. Goyo fire pop now. FaZe is going to have to come up with a different plan. Although, Basetto kind of solves a little bit of a problem for him. Gives him a pick back. Not a bad flank there, but maybe ill-timed. Cyberth another pick. Yeah, they just have to flood. Not a good end round from Loud. Had everything they needed to win that round, though. At the end of the day, FaZe just got some picks.
Buckle up.
FaZe comeback?
Getting interesting. It's not over till it's over, and FaZe Clan, they know that. Wasn't that long ago, a year and a half at this point, where they were on the receiving end of the greatest comeback in Siege history. They know what it's like to choke. They'd love to be on the other end of that coin for once, and so this is going to be where they start to pull things back. As we mentioned right at the start, they called their TAC timeout after round 3, so they don't get their chance to talk to their coach. They don't get the chance to talk with Rafadel, who is still coaching.
Grimm's a good ban.
Has been for years.
They've been using Grimm a lot on their attacks. That is a good ban. How are they going to replace the Grimm?
To bring it back from this point, it would be the most
Loud timeout, I also think not bad. I mean, you are giving FaZe a chance to talk again to their coach. They called that early timeout, which honestly it wasn't that successful anyways.
I love taking this tactical timeout early rather than later. Yes, it does allow FaZe Clan to speak, and it does allow FaZe Clan to communicate all the same, but one thing that I like about this is it prevents the game from getting out of control and that ball rolling down the hill to a point where it is.
Guys, FaZe won a round and KDS didn't even get a kill. Sheesh. Souls still was 0.
You've got 3 rounds. Call the timeout now. Assess the problem, and if you can't put it into action,
Mega sold on choosing their win con there. Yeah. I mean, just maybe like get a little bit early aggression. They could have won a 4v5 there. If they just held their positions with that Goyo fire late, the 2 smokes, default was not happening. Like a default plant was not happening. FaZe was going to have to go for a push through or plant somewhere else.
See a team on defense on Cafe, most of the time you're going to say louder laughing. Not the case. Right now, only 2 rounds have been won by the defenders. It is an attacker-sided cafe, as we saw in our very first match.
We're going to double down, though. Again, meta cafe. When you're playing these second-floor sites, we are going to see a layer strategy. Enforce FaZe to get picks and kind of struggle in the last minute. We are going to see a Cade for the hatch, which is not bad, but you can easily solve it with Ace, which we see on Handy. Very easy to just Ace open the hatch. So Cade is, I mean, kind of questionable at the site at times. Oh, no, he's getting off Ace. Okay. Well, what's Fighting King have? No cans? Okay, no way to open up the hatch.
Real test.
Real test, I should say, for this could be pretty good for Loud here. They just can't forfeit picks. If they fall off the top floor and don't all die in reading, because I'm gonna say maybe FaZe's execute is gonna be more through reading here and going to dining. If they don't care about the hatch.
Last 6 Invitational obviously led Loud to a top 6 finish where they really overperformed expectations. This might be a tougher game though, a tougher comeback than anything they played against at SI. This is certainly going to be
work mining probably. I just think jumping window is terrible. Jumping window with bomb is not good.
Much easier said than done. Mining, dining.
But maybe if we walk down the red staircase or something or pillar, yeah, that could be fine.
Really excellent drone game from FaZe Clan. They started the previous round with a big opening pick.
All right, live here, same position. Cat playing a little bit safer though. Now he's just making sure he's not going to die from any angles, shooting drones. And we're going to see him fall very shortly. There he goes.
Information from it, but the rest of his team too. We are still on kill watch for Souls as Handy got the first kill in the round before this. Will now do so yet again.
Another blunder from live. Early death again. Lock in. Come on, lock in. C1 nades again. Tarp bunker again. Getting ready to leave. Here they go.
As there go a bunch of grenades tossed in. Loud having to
does look like they're going to do that C1 lurk style take though. So as they're clearing top floor, FaZe loves to also pressure like Handy right here. Pressure also walking through reading. Now they're using that vert to clear this guy out of there. Handy's probably going to take the space. We see him already in the reading room. And yeah, it looks like they pretty much what I said. I think they're going to end reading side. Already on the white stairs. He's going to be probably the next pick here. Do a little bit of top-down around laundry.
They keep communicating. That seems to never falter for a team like FaZe. They've only got to find 3 more.
It's a red flank happening right now.
To do it, somebody on Loud needs to do something aggressive.
They do know. They do know.
Andy and Cyber showing a far greater will to live in the second half. As down goes Bassetto at the hands of Souls, who's finally on the board. It only took 10 rounds for him to get there.
Really good picks from FaZe. Yeah, from FaZe.
Hit them like a truck. Nitro cell goes off.
Rested. Ooh.
He's trying to keep away from the indicator, but there's
yeah, it's really easy to kind of. If you give top that free, it's kind of easy to work those reading picks like that.
Incredible run at this point in time and overtime getting close.
Live again. I mean, we cannot afford to get early picked.
You know, after KDS's ace, I said somebody's got to keep getting.
Might be seeing a comeback.
Got to find a reaction to that, and clearly they have. Handy a massive play to be able to step up. He's been so consistent in these opening picks ever since
cycling.
His teammate got that huge ace. KDS and Handy have been playing together for quite a long time.
Back to bar.
They are technically the 2 newest members of this team.
Site they had success with. Grim's off the board too, so FaZe can't do their normal take. Want to see what KDS is going to go on. Striker actually usually is his second up. He's able to nade, he's able to flash, drop down the hatch, and then obviously Striker's got Mav's gun. Mav's gun is also really good.
This is by no means going to be easy. Now I almost favor FaZe Clan to take the rest of this game. They have firmly grabbed control.
I'm feeling it. I see our talent chat. They're talking about it. They're like, overtime's definitely coming. Overtime is definitely coming. But now that we've said this out loud, I feel like we have now cursed them, and Loud will either win this round or the next round, and that will be it. And hearts of FaZe Clan fans will shatter.
All right. Back to top floor.
You know that there's some people on that Rainbow Six,
which is kind of just a crossfire kind of site. Playing pretty bunkered.
Silent after the stunning loss at SI last
They do have a
year
zombie up,
versus,
so able to play pretty aggressively if they wish in piano, which could be really annoying. But FaZe, again, usually ignores all of that. But they do have the Flores, so maybe they are changing.
the greatest, if not the greatest match of
Could see
Rainbow Six that we've ever
KDS
seen.
getting a lot of good utility.
They just won SI.
A lot of Flores drones here.
They had the final
A lot of
last
zombies,
lap.
rather.
They're a team that is
Already setting up for the window swing heaven.
for half a decade at this point. One of the most successful orgs in the history of Rainbow Six.
Here comes the
Siege.
Flores. What are we going for?
Door of
Bar
players
side, you
with
tell?
some consistency.
Oh, they're going to go to open the desk? Or
Almost every
oh, the
iteration
Banshee
of
there.
FaZe has been very good. Almost, you could say, every iteration of FaZe has been a top 5 team in the world. This one, obviously, they have their hands full against Loud, but they're still a great team despite what you say about them, Jesse.
KDS's 4th operator on attack. He's really been playing the gauntlet, getting a lot of good value out of his Flores now. Obviously up against the Azami, going to be a really important operator to take. Also against the Malusi, you can get a lot of good value with that. Clear out some of the bars inside a cafe as well on the top floor. Their focus is on SDK at the moment. He's really been using his Keep a Barrier as well to get around this. Cyber is doing his best, but against an Azami, there's not a whole lot you can do. Just have to hope they maybe mess up and you catch them on a weird angle. Piano's
Looks like
still
they're ready
not
to go
fully
for an
controlled.
XQ here.
He's
Something is about to
outside
happen with
his
these
top floor.
flashes,
He
yeah?
might just be looking to send it. Where's Fuse at the point? It looks like it still needs to come into red, still needs to enter.
Just a little bit of a bait,
So they've
okay.
got a lot of work to do.
Oh, I thought he was down, but he just went prone. Trying to work this C1 player. Do end up downing one. Oh my god, both of them just got absolutely nuked there. C1. Not a good fit or fun position to play. Loud trades it back up, but Souls, second kill of the game, big. Did he just ping on top of that guy too? Oh my lord. KDS is still up. Just kidding. It's up to Souls. He's got 2. Can he double his kill count to keep FaZe in this game?
I fear that we might have jinxed this match, Jesse. Not that we have that power.
Doesn't have case here. Loud playing extremely safe. This round looks a little bit wraps. Longest Loud doesn't troll this. Here comes the first fight. Wow. Both times on that site, FaZe looked like they had the initial entry, but Loud just making the rounds really scrappy at the end, getting the trades in their favor.
But Loud rebuff them and take 3 full.
That's the Loud boys.
Came close to be able to
Dark horse.
come back too. I mean,
The
if
dark
KDS can
horse.
Go down to the Nitro Cell in the 2v2. I bet you that looks a lot different. But credit to Loud. I mean, keeping your composure, especially after the attack timeout, not a simple task. They had a lot of pressure on them in that second half. They just needed 1 round.
Was that the upset pick in chat? You guys weren't voting on Loud, right?
5-1 first half against FaZe Clan eventually pays off.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a team that's going to be able to pull a comeback, it's FaZe Clan. I mean, all the comments about their choke.
Loud jersey looks fire. I mean, that's the biggest organization in Brazil, right? I mean, even their skin. I thought their skin was pretty cool too. The Buck
And
skin.
they're an incredible squad against Loud, a team that was middle of the pack. I don't think people expected Loud to be as good in this matchup as they were. But that's predictions from you and I. What do we think Leo and Jack think about the results? And Gassan too. Let's ask him his opinion as well.
Thank you so much, Parker, Jesse. It's
All right, match of the
Thanks so much,
day
Parker,
coming
Jesse.
up.
It is very rare
Holy
that
cow,
anybody
we're
asks
here.
me for my opinion,
We've made it to this moment.
if I'm here to say it, but I don't think my opinion really matters in this case. I think Leo, maybe there's something you'd like to say to Jesse.
Is FaZe still the best team in the world, Jesse? I don't think so. I can we stop to get worried now? Can we stop to get worried? They did lose 3 matches out of 5 at reload. I'm just saying this, you know in general.
Loud skin was the best, in my opinion. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, honestly, focus on the positives. Loud took FaZe to cafe, starting in attack, won 5 rounds out of 6. How did they do so?
KDS needs a
They played
chiropractor.
5
Nice.
times out of 6. Once again, that game style of playing slow, methodical, being the Virtus
Yeah.
Pro of Brazil.
They basically are the. That's very true with Loud.
And this is my biggest
They
issue
are
here
the
with
slow
FaZe.
attacking
Look at the
team
murders they're
in
playing.
Brazil. Kind of
They
play
gave
NA like in a
every
sense.
single way all the zone control to Loud for free almost every single round. Look at this lineup. They're playing Tubero, Goyo. The Goyo dies in the first minute. Why are they still picking? The win condition of the utility from FaZe was to deny the plant every single time, was to give away the control and play towards the late round.
1 to 3.
Systematically, they were moving early, losing bodies, not playing to their utility. On the very first round, the Echo dies. And so that's my biggest worry, is Loud were incredible.
Furious next. Yep. We have match of the day coming up. Match of the day.
Honestly, Loud
We got
took a huge gamble.
Furia
They executed
W7M.
so perfectly. It's actually really nice.
Arguably 2 top 4 teams in the world
About as well in the preview.
going at it.
In terms of
Arguably the
decision to
biggest
start,
match
Cafe is always a bold one.
that we've
But when it
watched
pays off, it
in
really
any
does
region
set yourselves up for
so far.
success, right?
W7M looking like the looking so good with the new Paulu pickup. Obviously at reload they ended up losing 1-2 to I forget who it was.
You put your opponent under pressure, and sure,
But even in the Brazil League,
you see the clutch
18 round count is insane. Again, they're farming teams with the new pickup.
And FaZe nearly started on that.
And then Furia, how can you not say Furia's like, they just won the last event. How could you not say they're the best team in the world? You have to. You have to respect Furia.
And that's exactly what they did. And I think I'll come back to it, Leo. We came into it saying Loud were better at attack than defense. They were the best planting team in the league. They've extended that by a mile today with the plants that they got. And also we needed to see them improve on their intro game. And that's specifically the big improvement that where
The 5 alive style that NA really relies on, where most BR teams play the. Yeah, no, exactly. That's a good way to word it. That 5 alive, like execute-ish style, right?
I mean, gents, we
And if you
here
give it to
from,
'em,
the Horse's
it's
Mouth
kinda
discussing
raps.
Quite a loud one. Pettis
That's like
joining us on the interview.
the Achilles heel a little bit of that play style.
Hello, Pettis, thank you
Ooh,
so much for joining us here.
Perez.
It's one thing to win in that last split against NIP. It is a complete different one to do so against FaZe the week right after. How do you feel after that win?
Oh, it's really good, especially because we didn't have this map on this roster. We never played this map, so it was your ban, and then they got surprised. Special feeling.
Yeah.
So, just quickly on that, have you been saving Cafe? Was that the plan behind it? Were you always going to try and play Cafe today if you could?
I mean, we have the cafe from like before reload, but we never saw the best opportunity to play. And today we saw that it was a really good opportunity because FaZe was banning. We knew that it was not a map that they are like playing really good, so it was the perfect opportunity.
And I'm wondering, Perez, because the cafe was surprising to us because of this, but then you chose to start attack, and that was even more surprising. And it works so well for you guys. Where did that idea come from?
Oh, it's because they don't have any information about your cafe, so we have a little bit of their defense. So it was like, okay, let's play your game, let's do your tactics. They are not gonna know what we are doing, so we are gonna get them not prepared.
I mean, look, this is a lot about now surviving and holding on to the top 6. Obviously, 2 wins in a row, 2 big wins. They're going to help a lot. What happens from this point on with Loud? Because you have W7M that's coming up also tomorrow.
Ooh, that's going to be a good one too.
Because now you can't pull that trick out of your pocket and say, hey, this is the map you were not expecting at all.
Tomorrow is going to be a really good match. This roster of W7M and the roster with Dash, we didn't face them so much, so it's kind of new for us. So it's gonna be, I mean, a really good match. I'm really hyped to play. So just let's go. Just play our game, and the best going to win.
I'm looking forward to any surprises that you might have to pull out in the matchup, and I think here on the desk we'll be theory crafting a lot to see what we get out of it. Perez, thank you so very much for joining us here. Congratulations again, a huge win for Perez and Loud against FaZe. They'll be playing tomorrow against W7M. That'll be game 4. Make sure you tune in to watch that zinger of a game. Perez,
that's cold. Yeah, it's cold.
Thank you. See you.
Perez is he's a fucking killer right there.
There you go.
Humble.
Confidence in having preparation in the back. I'm wondering how.
Oh no, my mouse died, didn't it? Classic.
Also
we're back.
On that preparation. Turns out this was
NA out of here.
always
I said
about
NA.
Rocket Leo
We're
to
not watching
start
NA
the
today.
time.
Yeah, and you think about it, it's even more. I guess it's even more impressive.
Curious what the matches are tomorrow, but yeah, pretty much that Loud W7 one. That could be a good one. The rest of them, I mean, maybe some close matches. Black Jackets, Liquid, sheesh.
It's actually insane.
Kind of some bangers too. We got
10 out of 11 entries.
Is this not the Sexy Cake rematch game versus Liquid coming up after the masterclass that is W7M Furia?
Really snowballed so well after gaining the opening pick.
I'll have to pay out predicts for this game after. Wait, are you both betting? Are both my both my mods gamblers here?
I think for FaZe at some point, it's gonna drag them lower into those standings. Loud are gonna be more comfortable. They're going up with an extra 3 points. It's getting real tight here in.
You think SI winners always underperform after due to motivation?
Team that was supposed to be a shoe-in for the top 2, and you can argue whether
if there is an SI curse,
it's clearly
yeah.
one of the top teams in Brazil, right? But
I do think it usually comes to motivation because, like, I've seen it at a small level with winning a major, which I don't think winning a major should. You win a major, you should be even hungrier, in my opinion, because you still didn't win the big one, which is SI. But I do think like there are players out there. Again, I've seen it at the major level where you win an SI, and it's like okay, a little bit of like chasing, like you feel like you got nothing else to chase. You get a little bit complacent, right? I think you see that in sports as well, so I could only see that translating to esports as well. But also, one thing like why I also think you need to work harder, right, and not put less work in is when you win a major or when you win an invite. Two things. One, anyone's going to be circling. Like, when they play you, every game is going to feel like the Super Bowl match to them, right? Everyone is going to be fucking circling that matchup, being like, we want to go against the fucking SI winners. We want to go against the major winners. And they want something to prove, right? When we won the major, every single NA team that would fucking beat us would type some, like, can't believe these guys are the ones that won major. Mickey Mouse, you know what I mean? Like, it's the fucking Super Bowl. And two, everyone copies you because you win, because that's also what happens. You show so much fucking all your strategy, and obviously it's the best strategy because it just won the event. So everyone watches your VODs. Everyone already knows what you do. Most of it's fucking copied throughout the league, and you have to be more innovative than ever. You got to put more work in. You got to like almost reinvent yourselves a little bit sometimes.
Especially of the early months of this team in E1 and then especially Reza Company Academy at SI. Live was insane during that SI at Boston, and he was struggling here. He was actually negative EPS and towards the worst rated players in the league before the match. It's actually great to see him step up. We knew he had that potential to be enabled again, and honestly, this news.
Top teams are good at knowing this now. Spoit already has a new CEO cam because I showed a CEO cam.
Expectations to win playoff that much harder. Like that's gotta hurt.
You have.
I mean, you should though. Like, match replay exists in the game now. Everyone is like under a microscope, and when you find a drone spot, that's not good. Like even something as small as that, like the drone, right? That's not good enough to have one good drone spot. If you are a professional player and your job is to be on the windows and get intel through droning through CEO, you need to spend time coming up with multiple drone spots. Because if you throw the same one, it's so easy for a coach to just make a blueprint map of the drones and be like, these are their typical fucking drone spots. Yeah, like Gunnar said, you have multiple cutoffs and drone spots because you're also scrimming pro league teams all the time, right? I know exactly. Like but usually you have a zone, right? Like maybe Spoits Cam Like his zone is kitchen and open area. So sure, the cam that I showed was the sink spot, and he used it that whole game because it didn't get shot. So no reason to go to a different spot, but he should have at least 3, 4, 5 different fucking spots, because if his drone gets shot mid-game, he better not be putting that same fucking sink cam. And the next time he plays bank, he also better not be putting that sink cam, because it will get found. That's also true, Gunner. Yeah. When you're in T1, you prioritize only getting T1 scrims. T2 is kind of rare these days.
Beautiful overview here as you see the beach, but
like, I mean, Gunner can speak on it too, but like, the scrim practice also from like the top 4 teams versus the bottom 4 teams is also drastic. The bottom 4 teams also, it feels like you're scrimming T2.
Furia versus W7M is up on the block, and hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh with me.
You'd be surprised by how many players place the same exact drones even to get shot. You would be also. Your Spirit spitting facts.
There you go. I love that.
That's 100%, guys. Spirits is one of the players that also. Here comes the Spirits glaze. Turn off your headsets, guys. Spirit's also one of the players that this guy, I remember on Unwanted, showed us a fucking 10 plus, maybe even 20 minute plus video of good drone spots on every single fucking map. I think it's an unlisted private video that Spirits kind of just took the time to show drones. But you have to be a nerd like that. Like you have to be. You have to have little tricks.
I would say have insane.
Furia. People think they just got great gun skill. They literally, when they don't get practice, spend their 3 hours of like early practice. If they can't get a scrim, they will go through and look at fucking drone spots. If you look at match replay of Furious drones, it's very fucking good, and you need to be really good because they play for targets. Oh yeah, with the French rap in the background. Yeah, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that. Yo, everyone wants the Spirits video now. Yo, Spirits, monetize that. It was a really good video, though, guy.
You've got to take the rough with the smooth sometimes with them.
Well, like even content creators, like I know you guys don't care that much enough about drones, but that is the kind of small stuff you guys have to be nerds with to also be good at the pro level. You don't realize how easy the game is if you have intel. That is what attack's all about. But like, I can't make a video of that on content. That will not bang at all. No one gives a crap in ranked. No one's even droning in ranked. But like, the teams that have like that web of intel and drones and how to set up those fucking drones, like that alone will drastically improve your attacks. One, it gives you all the intel you need in the prep phase to call the right strategy, bring the right operators, and then 2, in the round when you are after your set piece of attack and then you're now targeting, you now have the info in your fucking zones, and you know, did anyone walk into this? If anyone walked into this room, it's a fucking trap. That guy's dead, right? We can cut him off doing X and Z.
Perfection here in SAL, undefeated, the only team that stands.
All right, enough drone talk. I know we don't give a crap about drone talk.
Against a giant like Furia, but so far they have done nothing less than impress.
They've been perfect. 4 regulation wins, you know, a round differential of plus 18 in 4 games. That's completely insane. The most amount of rounds they've lost in one game is 4. I mean, they've been dominating hard. But I think there is something, and if we get a closer look, there is something weird in this story. They've actually won against Loss, ENX, 9Z, and a struggling Loud. They have
drone talk. Let me scroll through my brain rot. Yeah, that's my bad. My bad. Hang on. Spoit, Bolo. Let me get your attention back. Spoit, Bolo. Stomping. Jinxie.
And I think this is the story today, this week.
Who's in this game? Palu. Is Palu brain rot in Brazil? I don't even know. Is that clickbait over there?
Or is it only because they were playing the weakest team, quote unquote, on paper in this league?
I like the reference.
Herd King, I'm back. I'm fucking locked now. Jesus.
Attack in Brazil, 67%. It's actually the 6th best in the world.
6th best in the world.
They've got the best
I want to know who's above them.
And actually in the world at 80%. And also, they are the best in the league at the opening kill conversion. 90% of rounds, when they get the opening kill, they're converting it into round win. That's second best in the world after CAG, weirdly. But the big caveat to that is, like you say, Leo, they've not played teams that necessarily have tested them so far. So yes, they're looking hot. They're playing individually incredible. They're playing collectively incredible. Really well. But there are big tests to come. And I expect them to pass those tests because I like what they're doing. But yeah, it's just a big caveat on those stats.
And that's the piece of, yes, stats and numbers don't lie, but without context, they don't mean much. And given the context that both of you are just feeding out here and really,
what map we going to? Furia W7M. I think we seen him at Reload play Border, and that shit was close. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was like 5-1 W7M defense half, switch to attack, and somehow Furia brought that shit back.
Well, you know, some tough games here and there, but like otherwise,
some fucking how, and saved their Border. What are they? 14-0 on Border streak.
Engaging in, at least not for
that was an insane game.
Less frustration, more gameplay. Will today be that hump? Can they get over it or not? That's something that we still have to discover off of W7M, because Furia have had almost nothing but difficult games against more experienced opponents going into this fifth day, this third week of competition. So I'm actually really looking forward to it. Even more so, given the context of this game, our match of the day for today. What map, though, will we be playing on is my question. I'd like to answer that here.
Yeah, please answer it, Milos. Please, here we go. Border, please.
Absolutely.
Give us the Border El Clásico. No, no Border.
And the most recent and famous
Clubhouse.
Off Reload. And
all right.
One of these maps.
Okay.
Clubhouse, the decider that's been picked here.
Okay. W7M Furia going to Clubhouse. Let's see what the results were a little bit.
By the way, and they won it 4 times, and the only time they lost it was at Reload against DZ. I remember this.
Either of them played it this season.
It was
W7M and did end up playing Los on Clubhouse. Was an absolute destruction, 7-1. Furia almost lost. That's right. Almost lost to fucking Liquid. The 7-7 Duel of the Fates round. So they both won it. However, Furia looked very, very fucking shaky on it. W7M probably saw it, licking their lips, and they're taking them back to club.
So I don't know what you think, Jack, but I think that we're looking.
Did FaZe lose? They did, yeah. They did lose again.
Right now, placed as best team in the world.
What are the standings looking like?
On one of the best map of their respective map pools. That's gonna be really good to see.
Yeah,
I mean, they're gonna make the top 4, but that actually like helped Loud get back into the top 6. Furia, obviously, they always. I mean, nothing to worry about for Furia. They kind of always struggle a little bit interregionally, but they're the best international Brazilian team, in my opinion. At least, you know, success-wise over the past year and a half, if you count everything. They'll make it in there, of course. But I would not be surprised if this is the actual top 6. I think this has been the top 6 teams for sure.
You say Clubhouse, and for me, there's 2 teams that
so far.
Immediately, old BDS, i.e. now Falcons, and then old W7M, now Furia. So in my mind,
Envy's main problems are, I don't know, newness. There's just like, there's just levels to Pro League. Like, there's making Pro League, and then there's like trying to make top 4 and try to go against the juggernauts. Like, they just need some experience.
Always talk about that on Clubhouse, and really, there's no team.
Need some experience. Figure out what their identity is and lean into it really, really hard. And that's what I would like to see them do for stage 1. I don't really know. I don't really think they need roster changes, anything like that.
Can also show that themselves in this match.
But they need to figure themselves out.
Is there something you'd like to say?
No, I'm just super excited, honestly. Like, I feel like I was waiting for Furia to wake up after a full year of not seeing them perform and seeing them.
If when DZ plays Furia, it ain't an if. I feel like DZ's been playing Furia at the last couple events, like constantly. Am I right? Am I wrong on that? I feel like
we knew it last week when we started.
Kenny, I think Kenny has gone against Furia now at both events.
The level of which the caliber.
I think they're 1-1.
The level of which they're playing, like as soon as you start watching,
could
one of these guys,
be wrong.
Crazy shots every round. It's insane, and only one other team can bring that to me. It's W7M against Furia. And that's gonna be the play today. That's gonna be the thing. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. DZ is NA Furia.
Like,
that's true. That is also true.
Into the game right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, get
Last
you
time was the first time I've
someone
ever had an
who
event where I
talks
didn't play
about
TC.
Leo
Yeah, that's unlucky for you, Gunner. Sheesh.
if that's what you want
I used to
see.
love playing the
Our game
Sonics.
is ready, so
DZ,
we're
Sonics,
actually
first
not
Gunner.
gonna dilly-dally
God,
any longer
every
as
event.
Intero and Jesse
Every
over
goddamn
to
event.
Yeah, we're not. You don't even get to see us on camera. You just hear our voices as we are from another realm. No physical casting today. Just
All right, here we go.
audio
Clubhouse.
casting.
Again, both teams have played club.
Clubhouse.
And W7M looked a little bit more impressive on it, 7-1.
Here in South America, Leaguer Clubhouse, Chalet, and Cafe.
Furia almost losing to Liquid. Huge comeback. They were up 5-1, almost let Liquid win that game, but they did end up winning it 8-7. However, I think this is a good map. Furia is obviously usually very, very good on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, one of my favorite maps to cast. I think it's always got so many fun.
We are seeing the Cade Bandit ban. Who's that by? That is by W7M. I do think it could be a little bit of a mistake. I think what I've seen out of Furia when their defenses, they like to use these mirrors on the outside wall, and to be honest, that seems more annoying to deal with than Bandit. I'm a big fan of the Cade Mira ban, which I think we'll see Furia do when they switch to attack.
To open things up. You're going to look at those hatches down in the basement. Probably
Ace Habana, more common on Clubhouse. Always going to pretty much see an Ace Habana ban.
A little bit harder. You're really going to have to rely on Thermite, and then again, Maverick will be an option here for them too. So
Is going to make it hard to open those outside walls again with Mira up.
On social media, they call it the clash.
And site rotation-wise, Jim seems to be the best site
But regardless,
during these
we're gonna
bans.
have a really exciting game between these two teams.
So we are going to Jim. Probably going to see that cash extension by Furia, using the tube just to kind of waste time on that side. Obviously not running Bandit or anything with it.
It's not every day that I say, great job, Jesse.
W7M also, I think they've been running Mav more than almost any team that I've seen.
Clubhouse of the day, a nice break from the cafes that we've had. 2 cafes, 1 chalet so far. And again, these 3 maps getting played quite regularly. They will play out very differently. Clubhouse is a big map.
Ooh, Herds with the impacts. This could be a big run out.
To track down these players and full clear the entire map. If they don't roam, you're still probably going to take about 90 seconds, a minute.
Probably a prep play. From what I understand, Furia plays very, like, off the very first 3 rounds of defense, they try to hard counter you. Whatever they've seen in that Clubhouse game from W7M, that run out could be specifically for that. Waiting for W7M to go wherever they have in that VOD, and then just absolutely countering them.
Finally gets it. Finally opening up the wall.
He is still there.
And poking some holes now as well as the rest of the team can start their advance.
Gonna have no issues getting open the plat wall, but they are not gonna be able to get this wall, huh?
Contact for W7M.
Outside connector wall. We are gonna try to go for a thermite, but
I'm a little curious with the Zoto canister if they manage.
oh, we're just mapping it. We're not gonna open that mirror?
We didn't catch it on the cam.
Huh.
Apollo is out of thermite charges, and with a Zoto and a Mira there, it's certainly possible. I remember at SI, actually, Furia were trying to do that exact thing. I don't think they had the Tuberao involved with it, but they were doing their best to try to trick the con single wall.
Therefore, W7M went. Yeah, it's true. W7M did beat DZ on club, and DZ owned Furia on club. The math's math, and I like it. Herds, you were not behind the Azami anymore.
Herds the opening death now to Lobin outside on the windows, and they keep on coming as these cash players.
2 good picks from W7M. I expect a nice pause here from them. Palu gonna also take down Nade. It's gonna take an absolute hero plays here from Furia to win the round. 1v5. Very good attack from W7M. Flawless.
In the server, quite hot. That is a flawless start to the round for W7M.
Ooh, and the new Furia skin right there.
I thought that the game was going to be too strong.
Good position. Yeah.
The kills still went the way of W7M.
Every time I read Spider's messages in chat, I literally just hear his fucking voice in my head.
Nice job being able to hold the cutoff angles, right?
Like literally with no one else.
Struggling to clear that cache side when it's taking too long. You can't really play those sight windows because somebody's going to peek out from cache or from CC, I should say, and get you the vertical angle there. But they had the wall opened up thanks to the Maverick. And they were still able to collect a few kills.
Yeah, that's the Furia map skin. What you think about that?
Cash. They were really able to work those angles that they had outside the building. So nice stuff from W7M. I was geeking out over the thermite great trick, but end of the day, that doesn't really win you rounds, does it? Everybody ends up going
All right, not
down
going
to 2.
cash.
That's going to end up being what matters.
Instead, going
Nice
lower.
little push by W7M starts them off.
No Cade, so we are going to see Furia do probably a little bit of an extend here. Kind of hard to bunker, but they have been forcing Clash, and I think they're the only team that I've seen run Clash on this lower bomb site.
Committing some, maybe not errors, but at least found themselves in an unfavorable spot. First and foremost, taking a little bit longer with that Maverick to open up the CCTV wall. Additionally, whether there was an exothermic charge tricked or not, there was
W7M double shields. Probably going to go for a little bit of a clear here.
W7M to find a clear way into the site, and yet still they were able
Get
to
the
bail
full
themselves
map.
out of the bad position. Just
What are we
the hallmark of a
Thatcher
great team.
for?
And hey, W7M might have a different roster, but the organization just keeps winning, and this team looks mighty good. Right now,
For the ADSs, maybe?
bit of action on this
Mute jammers, if we were running one?
Furia is W7M
So the
taking
Grim
up
can get some
space
usage
with
out of
double
blue?
shields on this main floor. Now, Loban will get in on the fun as Dots.
No way, we're bringing it for Clash, right?
Door. It looks like Furia, for the most part, has fallen off, so now it's time to get
For
to work
Clash?
and open up all the hatches.
Yeah, not really a roam game from Furia.
That
So it'll be a
is-
slow
that- is it
round
that
for
worth?
7M as they take all this control up above. Obviously, this is the organization that Furia used to be a part of a couple years back. Now, a year and a half, Furia swooped in and signed every single player and coach off W7M.
So right now I'm thinking it could be used for those 3 ADSs on blue. So then we can use Paulu's Grimbees here.
Herds had a bit of an interaction on Twitter between him and Judenhoff, where specifically Judenhoff had tweeted towards Herds, quote, "Hello Herds, I miss you guys so much. These new guys on my team are so annoying. I hope one day I can have a team as good as it was when you were on it." Now, I would never accuse Herds of faking a text message for social media clout, but I think it highlights that there is a strong rivalry between these two teams, and there is probably no other team in the league that Furia
Some big
would
Valk
rather
cams. We didn't bring IQ at all.
7M.
Whenever you see Valk on this map, it's almost always for all the hatches. Being able to call if anyone's on the moto hatch, being able to call the kitchen hatch. You can pretty much call the take at that point. Valk is really strong. Sea Falcons or old BDS used to run Valk a shit ton. Is going to be that moto take. Where are we going to see Paulu's Grimbees get used? That's what I'm going to need to see.
I would say, but you can also just count the number of players on site. Furia going with a very standard turtle defense down below.
Wow.
They've got
Opening the wall.
towards the B-bomb. They've got a close eye on
But we still have Azami, which is one of the strongest operators in Church. But as I say that, Volps just absolutely shot through the Azami. Okay, that's one way to solve that problem. But they do have a Clash as well. Azami Clash, I would not think is where you want to go for this. But they're switching it up, walking down the hall. Could just plant deep armory, but are we there to cover? Ooh! Oh my god, Fellapox. That could have been real bad.
Swatting away at W7M. Helpless after getting that very first pick. Furia dominate the scoreboard and win round number 2.
Big play by Felipox inside of.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that attack.
Blackbeard walks down the secret stairs.
I feel like they got
Doesn't
stuffed a little
realize
bit.
To his left is the biggest threat that they needed to be worried about.
I feel like I would have
You're
rather
absolutely
took
right
some
about that
space
Clash, not something they really
somewhere
had good
else.
Answers to on the side of W7M. So when it comes down to it, they really don't have a good way of getting him off.
How'd you
the
get
board.
ads, Spider,
Needs to be
or
more
Spirits, or
information
subbed?
to the rest of the team, as it was just kind of Nade chilling out inside of Church, feeding that info to the squad. JV and KZ were deep inside of Arsenal. Armory, I should say, managing to lock down the.
I would not like to be Fellapox there. Yeah, that
Felipox, the main player.
little awkward SMG 11 fight, but thank God he was able to get the shotgun off, and thank God we got a 2-month resub from Spirits. Big W sub for our favorite pro player in the chat. Don't tell Hot and Cold.
By the way, with Clubhouse goes, I mean, we have seen unpredictable maps so far today, but I do think it is reasonable to count on a 4-2 half from the defenders. So that means that W7M
I'll not be watching nor supporting your last Yeah. Here's the good news, Gunner. I'm coming out with another YouTube video a little bit later that is going to take the attention off that one. So don't worry. I apologize for the content, but you guys 7-0'd the very next game. So, you know, at least I didn't drop it last night. Or 2 nights ago, rather. Got delayed a little bit.
When things change, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. These operator bans by Furia focus on hard breaches.
Spirits with the hype train. Reading. Thank you for the sub as well. Much appreciated.
Dots and Loban all playing shield operators. That will not be fun for Furia.
We've got a lot of data for W7M on club. They played
a little bit of a Mira roaming here. Just a little bit of extended hold. Not bringing that Mav anymore because we do see this outside Mira, which is kind of a Mav counter. I'm sure we got to see a C4 and impact something. Okay, wall open. I think we missed the impact.
When they were even playing as Los before shields were kind of cool in the meta.
I was almost too free.
Strategy that W7M lean into quite nice.
Does make the breach a little bit awkward, sure.
Pretty rare, even
does make that.
Right now, it's again a pretty passive defense from Furia, where they're letting W7M take the space down below.
Looks like we are going to see a master over here, which I think is so strong. When teams are taking away Ace and Habana, you are now able to bring a lot more power operators. We see double shields coming out from W7M. Which is good, and that is an absolute freebie. Love seeing Blitz, but a lot of times I'll see a lot of Grim Capital get used, which I think we saw DZ literally do that this clubhouse, the last clubhouse they played. And if you get Master Control and you have Grim and Capital, it is absolutely fucking wraps. I feel like you have to contest this side of the map a little bit more on defense, but we don't see it. We're going to see a Pixel. Nice. Just absolutely red herds there. Walls open. Just a mirror to deal with. But this is not a big deal. We got double shields. You already know me and Spirit see double shields. We are licking our lips right now. This guy is an absolute freebie if we can just get over there. Good run out, though. Paulu getting run out on in the big 2-5. Oh, this shield is panicking. Somehow, the movement on Volp's too good. Was able to stay alive. Blitz! Big blitz round. Massive blitz value here. 3 shields? Wait, what was this? Wait. Oh, there was a Blackbeard. My bad. 3 shields. I can't count. Even more so licking my lips.
Did a great job of, I think, just letting Furia move a little bit. Both he and his teammates, right, were able to exploit some of the movements that were going on from Furia. That initial peak that came out, we saw Herds holding that angle into
triple shields is wild. I don't think it's that wild.
He's been looking for in this
because if you're gonna play this game, like this is my theory as a shield enjoyer and lover and cheese lover, if you are going to get rid of Ace, Habana, Thermite, fine. You want to play that game. You want us to not struggle to open walls. I get it. I get it. But if you're gonna ban that, like the teams that I would coach, like you are going to feel the wrath of fucking cheese and double shields and triples. You're like you are going to regret banning fucking hard breach against us. That's how I think the meta should be played right now.
For W7M, they will only have Maverick and can openers to accomplish this task, which is gonna make it horribly painful. We'll put it like that. Still, though, I feel like
you're going to wish that you banned cheese and left us to play Ace, because then it's a default game, right? Like then, if you just leave the Thermite Ace Habana, like you will see a default game and maybe like one op. You'll see like maybe Grim or Capital. So you have your options. Would you rather play a cheesy game? Like here we go, double shields, Capital, Grim. This is the kind of game Furia asked for, and I'm glad to see it. Heard same run out on the Vigil. This again probably a prep play. They know someone repels over there, and my god, do I hate dying that in ranked, because I repel there every goddamn fucking time.
Uncharacteristic that it takes him so long to get onto the score sheet. But I mean, are W7M prepared to deal with the lack of hard breach? They have no choice but to bring those can openers, and they will triple up on it, which is, I think, the right call. Actually, quadrupled up on it.
You can't ban cheese? Yeah, but at least, like, there would be less of it, though. Right? Would you rather go against 4 cheese ops, or would you rather go against 1 or 2?
My god.
But I do agree with what you're saying. I do agree with what you're saying. Because then walls are open, and good luck. Also, I don't think there's that many teams that you have to worry about that much cheese. I don't think, like, there's some teams, I won't name names, that are just not good at cheese.
Just need to be patient at this point. You got yourself a very large lead by taking down that Blackbeard. The only player that didn't have access to hard breach gadgets, and now you'll see the rest of W7M and their painstaking process of opening all of this up. Don't really know what Herds was assessing there. I think he just realized
that mute jammer just too far away or what?
I can't really go anywhere else, and
because I see no EMPs. Was he also wondering how that wall got opened up?
Him no favors. Just a little bit over a minute to go in both teams at 4 players.
I mean, Hertz was dead to rights anyways. All his escape routes were being held. He knew that. He got his 1 at the start of the round 2 with that run out on the Loban, so he should be fine with that. Ultimately, I like that we saw.
All right, well, backed up, and we got 2 Capfires, 5 Grimbies, and a Montane. We should be able to. Oh, this is. If we can get this clash out of the A bomb spot, which bring that Capitao right now. Paulo, get the hell over here. This is a free plant. There is somebody underneath, but there's no C4. Do they have vision? There's the Capfire on the shield. Yeah. Ooh, this is a free plant. Come on.
Dots is in, taking damage from the barbed wire and potentially on a collision course with this clash. But
okay, see a clash.
From the window play, W7M dotting their I's, crossing their T's.
Boom. Start playing that bomb now. That canister's about to go off.
He has to fight his way out. Down goes Paulu at his hands. The Monty
oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why?
Fight against Dots. Down goes JV92 again. Both of these teams pummeling each other. And for yet another round, it comes down to the
feel like that played in a Furia's hand a little bit there. Maybe there was some vision they felt like they couldn't get rid of, so they definitely couldn't play with the mute underneath.
The SMG11. You know, sometimes in Brazil they just call him Pox for how he's so good with those.
That was desperation Montane moment though. What the hell was that?
This stage. Controlling the recoil as he needs to, aware of where the push is going to come in, knows that they're focused on the windows, so
oh, wait a second, Matt's here.
It's reaction time. I mean, the guy on the bed,
oh man, I think that was a complete free round. They had Grimbies, Capfires, Clash dead. They just popped the pipe, so the bathroom player can't do anything.
Relayed to his team which windows specifically were being held.
Hatch wasn't even open for Jim. Also.
As well, so really good stuff. You can tell the communication is flowing from Furia, even when the rounds get a little bit messy.
I will agree with you yet again.
Thanks.
I imagine that when you waste time,
have we seen Gunner on a shield?
Final couple seconds, maybe waste.
Gunner, you played Blackbeard, right? Why do I remember a round you played? Yeah, you played Blackbeard ACOG. What am I talking about? This guy plays ACOG on BB, guys.
Very hectic, and I mean we've done listen-ins before, and
said it's tech.
Have started sharing clips with big moments.
Said it's quite tech.
Very beneficial for the average viewer. You have to.
Oh, use Hol. Oh, okay, you've been changed. Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And they're really insightful. And when we see it, it's chaos. Trying to pick up the signal amidst the noise is a huge challenge. Now, I don't know exactly what's going to go on here, but Nade kills Wolves almost immediately. W7M
going for a quick up-tempo play here. I've died that way as Monty, literally, in our fucking element game, so unfortunate for Volps.
They're down 2 players.
Main stairs is theirs. If we... Now we have a... Do we keep flooding site, or do we go back upstairs for the roamers? Looks like we're going to be going back upstairs to the roamers, which I think is a good call. You got dope calls, and you got a lion as well. They do get the frost, and now Herds is isolated here. We need Paulu to keep on moving connector. Oh, that's a really good LMI. Paulu, where are you at? Paulu.
And now it's all up to Paulu and Dodez to try to hang on for 2 minutes.
That's such a sick play. The active Elamine being used to clear.
All right, 2v2.
Now it will get traded out eventually, but Herds has caused so much destruction to this push. He wasted a lot of time playing up towards the jacuzzi wall. He killed the second shield player. The first one died in dirt tunnel at the start of the round. So he killed the last shield player alive for W7M, and he dropped the fuse kit on the ground and set himself up in a position where, in theory, he could have won the round straight from there if he was able to keep holding on to the kit. That's a really high-level play. You're starting to see teams...
What's the game plan here? One Lion, one Dokkaebi call. We are hacking cams.
The rise of the shield operator.
I don't know if we had a BP on Frost. We do. Okay. So BP is going to have to go away.
And then when you see an Ela being brought, there's almost always 1, 2, or in Hertz case, all 3 Grismots left in pocket for when you get rushed down by a shield. Really cool play by Hertz there to get the pick. Will it matter, though, because we're still in a 2v2? I think it'll be fine. We've got Nades and JV, 2 of the most dependable anchor players in the entire world down in the site.
Oh yeah, I'm constantly like, anytime I see Goyo on the TCSG, I'm just like, whoever made your strat, figure out, please, for the love of God, how to put a vector in this guy's hands, please. Because if you're on a vector, you're getting 2 kills. That's like just mathematically and scientifically facts. Can't argue it. But if there's one player that can run the TCSG, it's JV92. But if he had the Goyo vector there, I'm sure he wins that fight, guys. Palu down. This is a 1v1. SMG 12, SMG 11. Please, God, pull up the SMG. Pull up the SMG 12, please. Please. What are we rushing with a DMR for?
I think he realizes it's all he can do at this point. Get the lion up, try to isolate this smoke, as Nade now has ample opportunity to reposition.
Almost lined up. He's gonna have to plant the bomb. What? He won. Oh my God! Trades are in favor of the defenders. Oh my!
Gotta be feeling good about that. You know, there's been some
holy shit.
How CGX tends to have more 1-for-1 trades than what we've seen.
Holy shit!
Rainbow Six. I don't know if
the Furia buff
people are just feeling that way, but regardless,
just fucking came in.
I also feel like we've seen a lot of it in competitive over the last couple of weeks, and that one massively favoring Furia.
Oh my!
1v1 at the end of the round. The winning team goes
to W7 and completely changed their game plan to just like super fast up tempo with cheese. That was actually a good strat idea there. Double shields again, mid floor, go for the early picks, have the Dokkaebi calls, being able to go back up top floor, get the roamers.
Debatably the best.
What are they gonna do on cash though?
This game in the modern era, you know, people will bring up Brede, and I think rightfully so. But
so far, looks a little bit more default with the map.
One of those guys that you can always depend on. He's had some big clutches in this league so far. 14% clutch rate is pretty
too many
good.
Trades. I feel like I feel like that as well. Has it not been like almost every game we are seeing multiple trades?
Well, dismantling that very.
I feel like that has not happened before.
Push that W7M brought to round 5.
This is the final round. We said dub for the first half. W7M. 3 rounds.
It depends on the bands, Ali. It usually depends on the bands. I mean, this is a classic clubhouse ban phase, though. Like, I'm gonna take away your wall denial. I'm gonna take away your hard breachers. Then you're gonna run traps. Now we're gonna run shields.
Still with their timeouts. Operator bans obviously will influence this, but keep in mind, if W7M is able to win this 6th and final round of the first half without a single hard breacher, except for obviously Maverick, I'd say that's a team that is able to adapt. And we talked about adaptations earlier today. Both of these teams are more than comfortable at being able to change things up on the fly.
Definitely slows things down. I mean, even if you're a good Maverick player, you're going to take a while to open those walls, right? So that's part of the reason why Furia wanted to ban the other 3 hard breachers in the
This
game.
is gonna be tough if we're trying to do a garage take. Double reinforced garage walls, so even if they get garage, like that's actually huge. Even if they get garage, they are not gonna have that cross, and it's gonna be extremely fucking difficult. They can mav it.
Don't have a frost at the top of the stairs. They don't have a legion. They don't have.
And to get garage control, you still have an Azami, which is one of the better operators. I mean, this guy's completely isolated at this point.
Oh, no way. Not again with the Ella.
I can't believe this might happen. It'll give the Azami.
See the Nomad? Oh, there we go. The power of the Nomad Monty. Good trade.
Almost another to come out.
Keys taking down Loban, but now what? Wall double reinforced. No cans. Oh no, Herds.
Controlling the recoil on that.
Does he know? I don't know if he knows. It's to hit the yellow trap.
The help of an oxygen tank, of course.
Clash, the biggest Monty counter there is.
Game at this point in time. Bottom frag on Furia and playing on rolls where you
Dodez just going. I don't know why he was chasing that kill. That's insane. That is insane. Probably thought that guy was trapped.
PLC, Jesse. I know you're a big fan of that show.
Paulo getting an absolute freebie right there. Classic. 2 smokes. Just kidding. 0 smokes, but we have Clash up.
red stairs. Palu will ascend. Nade greets him quite handily, and now it's Volps with the sidearm out to take care of both the Ela and the Clash. Spotted inside a sight, and a miss on that. Bulletproof camera will buy time.
Just got to run one at a time here. That's all you got to do. Ooh, behind the Clash shield.
And now with very limited time, Volps knows this round is overcooked, I think you could say. As Furia will have
Why'd he get off? Why did he get off? Why? He might have actually got that fucking bomb down.
Kill 4-2 the scoreline for the defenders of Furia. First round was won by W7.
Why do people do that? Why do people play like bitches? Holy shit. Why? Stick the bomb plant. Stick the bomb. You have no way to win the round unless you stick the bomb.
All right, I know the
You're in Pro League. Who cares if you die? Holy shit.
That Ela play from down inside the oil pit.
That is so tilting. Why do people do that?
They don't have a frost. What are they going to do about this Monty? Playing inside of oil pit with the Ela, so you pass the Gersmont mines up to the Monty, pushing up rafters, and you're doing this because you know they're gonna have a Monty because you banned out every hard breacher. You left all the shields up, so of course
I gotta start doing that. Oh my god.
With their push
oh my god.
The rafter stairs. That was such a cool play by Herds, and then he follows it up by killing the player that was sent to.
To be fair, could be a call out from the teammate. Call out for what?
B2. But I watch them play, and they just exude aura, right? I mean, they have main character energy, start to finish, and Herds consistently is putting that up for this team. Really cool strat. Good clutch from.
Yeah, he's not gonna kill him with .3.
Super perfectly, but man, that's something I've never seen before, and I think we're gonna start seeing more teams copying that.
It's only a matter of time until we started to see more creativity from teams on similar maps.
The call out was get off. We can lose the round. That's a great call. That's a great fucking call.
For a decent amount of time.
Paul, we probably told him to yo, come on. Come on. He said, yo, CKD.
Small changes to maps, those destructible ingredients.
All right, anyway.
Environmental hazards, but also
called it exactly. This is Furious bans on Clubhouse. They're going to get rid of the Cade Mira, which I do think is a little bit more annoying. Now we can run Mav for free, so no reason to run a Bandit because JV92 is just going to run the Mav almost full time here. And you don't have to worry about that outside Mira, because holy shit.
Love to talk with more teams about it because they have greater insight.
Trying to thermite that wall is scary.
All of these teams are, no stranger.
Unless your name's NJR, then you can do whatever you want.
Players, champions, obviously on the side of Furia, W7M.
All right, good castle mute combination. We'll see this quite frequently. Teams know by now to just go Habana and open up all the castles. So you kind of need a Cali player on your team for these situations.
One thermite banned out, so that won't be an option for Furia. This is one of those sites that Philippe Hawks almost always runs the Monty on, so he's going to have to flex a little bit. Goes to the Habana, which usually you'd see the ace.
And we are going to see a master overcast, which I like doing the best. We do see Monty was banned, so Monty, obviously, good op for taking Rafters control.
Top and bottom of the wall to make it soft as well. I know a lot of people are.
And we are going to be contesting it.
Ever since we've changed up the band.
Which I do think you have to. I think you need a defense to contest the Master Over. I think the Master Over is too strong with cheese up.
Once again with the Maverick, nothing changing too much. Sometimes you see Nitro Cells getting tossed out when a Maverick's doing work like that, but Paulu not really in position, roaming over towards.
Wall open, BP gone. That's a good start. Minute and a half.
Volps on the Sentry as well. Didn't choose to bring any Nitro Cells, so. A lot of map control still held by W7M. It's been a minute and a half.
They don't know map tech in the big 2-5.
They don't actually have any control.
Are we talking shit about Furia right now?
Lurks in and gets a pick, though.
You're absolutely right, but we talking shit about.
It was a 50-50, and he chose wrong, and so did we. But eliminate one of the hard breachers. Maverick is technically considered a hard breacher for those that might be a bit confused as to why we refer to him as such. He's not a conventional hard breacher and requires a bit more sophistication and delicate nature, but he's still able to get walls open, maybe just not.
Wow, W7M playing very aggressive on Furia. You don't really get to see this against Furia often. Another pick. Nade taken down. That's the Twitch.
Even greater numbers advantage.
What's the plan here now, Furia? Walls open. That's about it. That's the only control we got.
Yeah, clearing rafters.
Everybody outside. We're going for the rafters pick.
But without a Monty, of course, it's banned out.
Got someone about to walk in underneath.
Just got that pick on a nade. There's a trade back. They find Bulbs more towards the red stairs, so this could open things.
Please don't all swing plat, guys. Please don't give keys freebies here. Just let your Rafter guy die. There's 10 seconds left. Dota's huge pick.
Dota is now in a hugely powerful position.
And that's all she wrote.
Tough one, and Dodes finds 3. KZ trying his best. He's got a couple players very
Oh, give him one more. He wants it.
Palu, irrespective of what happens with the rest, elude him. And finally, Palu will get that kill. W7M picking up quickly on this second half.
He needs a DMR. He even brought Mavs. Wait, I didn't even notice that. That's crazy. Hey, some people just need the DMRs.
Dodes has been
the
single best defensive player in the South.
Who's the top 3 DMR players?
Exactly.
Go.
Sorry, I should say the single best attacking player. Still very good on defense with a 1.6 KDR for W7M. Has been really one of their power players on both sides of the field. He's still a bit of a newer player, don't forget. It's only his 4th stage of Tier 1 that he's played.
I actually like that DMR. That's one of the best sounding DMRs.
Players in the league. I think you've really got to...
Guys, he's on Habana now. Okay, he doesn't need a DMR. Hang on.
By other teams before being picked up by
Gunner on E3. Nice. Nice. The Scrim Lion out there on E. Nice.
A lot of stars on both of these teams.
NJR, Dan, Surf.
I feel a little bit vindicated that this would be our match of the day, and so far it is certainly living up to that billing. There's still quite a bit more of this match to go, but so far, so good. I mean, the FaZe Loud match really did start to pick up there.
All right, here we go. We see JV on the Cali. And again, you're going to see this because that castle mute combination. You're able to just mute all the castles. You can't just bring a Habana for it. We see Pambazoo, I believe it was, also do this. He was Habana the first round. Once a team counters with mute on the castles, you got to bring Cali. Just knock him out, knock him down, get him out of the way. I think it's honestly like, yeah, you force a player on Cali, but I think Cali's still really good. Also able to help with the mute jammers if need be.
Vivo was the name of a corporation. We've had this actually quite a bit in other esports and in ours as well. I mean, I remember even Orbit was like Zowie Orbit at one point, way back in the day.
Zowie Orbit. Who are we talking about here?
That'll be our final match. ENX or ENX sit in 7th place, so they will have a golden opportunity to match up against Team Liquid, who finds themselves.
All right, Rafter extend. Ooh, that interesting shield.
Match just based on where they are in the standings. By the way,
try to block off and run back. Didn't work. And yeah, first minute.
A very quick round.
Tried to contest.
I mean, mostly W7M. Furia is pouncing upon these defenders who keep presenting themselves without knowing.
All right, well, that was a fast round. Just do that every time.
Akali was also on the board. That round is over before it basically began, Jesse.
Oh my
God.
God.
I mean, our attention was, of course, over towards Rafters and towards Garage, where a lot of that
new shield tech. New shield tech.
At the same time,
protect against the angle. But was he not a zombie though? Do you really need a shield there? Or is that to make someone have to get rid of the shield, so you have to jump it, aka exposing yourself to anyone playing Tuck?
A good angle onto him, and then
is that what that shield techage was?
Alone in the site, got one for his troubles, but then traded out by Philippox, so that left the site.
Why can't you just punch the castles?
And Nade was able to pinch in alongside Philippox. They had really a two-way push coming on towards Cash, and then
ain't no way we're gonna send a guy highway to punch 3 castles down.
W7M could have gone for a plant, but Nade was
that would be on YouTube if I watched. That would probably be something M80 would do. Guys, they brought castle. 5-man. Let's punch 3 castles down together. Hang on.
Apart by some angles they maybe weren't ready for, or maybe weren't quite expecting. So nice from Furia to be able to find those long angles. Probably hit some nasty shots.
That'd be some team bonding for sure.
That's going to be our first 2-round lead of the game, Parker, if I'm not mistaken.
Kyle's such a hater. Hey, you're just in chat. It's just too easy. It's just too easy. You're just here.
I mean, of course, that's ignoring the fact that it was a 4-2.
Go put your DC jersey on. I don't got an M80 jersey.
I mean,
you think we were talking about this in chat before Matt got here. I've known Matt for how long, and this guy never once asked me to jersey swap. Where's my flip side hot and cold jersey, huh? Where's my SK hot and cold jersey? Where's my DZ hot and cold jersey? Where's my goddamn M80 hot and cold jersey? I got fucking nothing.
Other games to hear and maybe feel a little sad, but
rant over. We're back into the game.
One is 2 teams problem solving very quickly, matching up to each other and making shots happen.
Grim down. That's going to be one of the most powerful execute ops for
On a beautiful angle and one that I'm
Oh,
almost certain Jaden will
Scopos.
be very upset by.
Dodo's making a weird
Wow.
Scopos, but
5v3.
pays
Get the
off.
hell out.
Kills
Go to
pretty
basement. Go to
much on the
basement.
floor. Usually you'd see a
Everybody,
Scopos just
abort,
teleport
abort.
back to site, and Dodas does pull that off, but wanted extra kills for his trouble, and so does get it. Paulu surely dead.
Where's his gun? He's cheating.
Does
Guys,
get
he's cheating.
cleaned up by Nade. So they get one for their trouble on the side of Furia, but that is a dreadful roam clear, not just because you've lost 2 players, but look at the
Remember we all punched, shot a hatch open? Yes, I actually do remember that. Did we ever get it open, Matt? That was ridiculous. I do remember that.
Likely to clear out blue, likely to provide some pressure over towards church. Maybe go for the floorboards for some of those as well if you want to drop the kitchen.
Isn't Matt 6 inches taller than me? How tall do you think Matt is? You think Matt is 6'2"? Guys, hot and cold. It says 6 foot on his license. At the DZ house, we did not believe his ass. We literally made him go to the garage and measure him up against the fucking wall with a tape measure. I won't leak his actual height, but he's not fucking 6 foot. I won't leak the height, but that's some bullshit. That guy's lying to the DMV.
Foolish to count their chickens before they hatch, and right now KZ is the last one left on the side of Furia.
Yo, what a fun clash fight. What a fun interaction that was, huh? Volps had a blast.
The shield to give W7M the round. That gap is closing and is 1 round away from tying things up.
Yeah, Dodas loves the Scopos on this site. He played it both times. They had to defend bottom floor in their last matchup against Los. Of course, that was a 7-1 win for W7M. So maybe against Los, not a team that provided a ton of problems, but it's no doubt that Scopos has been so successful for Dodas. He's got to be one of the best Scopos players.
Oh my God, Goose, you're moving.
Clubhouse in the entire world. Again,
What do y'all think about the red outlines? For someone as blind as I am, and obviously the infamous clip of the Ella just prone right in front of me on border, I couldn't see him. Imagine if I had red outlines. Man, I'm a big fan for people as blind as me.
Such a difficult push. The 2-round lead that they had will not grow to 3. W7M answer back to keep it back within 1. It's just really a game that smells like round 15. To me, I'm getting whiffs of round 15 already.
You're just you want it, eh? I would love to see
Dota is putting on a show. 14 fucking kills.
The full distance.
Ali, you're king. 3 kills. What's happening here, huh?
Maybe a bit more of it. And against these 2 teams, I know that those OT rounds.
I'm not reading that message.
A real treat.
Over
to Jim Bedroom as the final set of swaps come in for Furia. They have completely busted up their composition. The one holdover that I saw before everything changed was Leapox taking the Grim away from KZ, who had it in hand. Talked about how hard it was to deal with the operators that were brought in the previous round. What's your main takeaway right now on the ops that are being brought from Furia this time?
I mean, I feel like they've brought in, again, a lot of operators that are going to be good for that execute. Grim always an operator that you want for the late rounds, but Deimos can be one.
The Bandit ban was real good from Furia, knowing that they were going to lose Mav.
When the bomb site's you in bedroom, your initial focus is always going to be on CCTV and cash. Can you clear that roam game before then taking construction?
Now we're able to play
making your push.
Haban. I'm surprised we're not seeing Ace, because that gun goes burr.
One of the best operators for clearing out the cash control. As you're
Not bringing any EMPs.
To make a play that way, but
just in case of a mute jammer. All right.
They might not even be so concerned about that. They just want to get Jacuzzi, get the Logi hatch, push that way. We've seen that work as well, as I say it.
Wait, was that wall soft? Why was that wall soft?
They've got options, I guess is the name of the
Typical
game.
C4 lineup, trying to kill the guy outside breach.
Losing herds does not feel great though.
Wow, even Rafter wall's soft. Should be a total fall-off strat. With the clash, this should be a pretty heavy bunker here. Yeah, here we go. Those mute jammers putting in work. Decided to not bring any EMPs. JB92 right now trying to go for a Twitch drone. But don't know if he's going to be able to get it. Deimos, little 1v1 happening here. Wow, I cannot believe Dotas didn't get both. That is not a fun fight from Keys.
On the action as well, and Furia will keep these numbers close. KZ suffering for it, and KZ will break double digits with that. The only other player in the lobby that's done so is Dodas, who's quickly and quietly amassed 15 kills total, and again is so on a roll where you expect.
Well, they gave up the control, and we do have a Grim on board. 4 Grimbies. Not sure where the mute jammers are, if we have any, like at bathroom or some of the key defensive spots, but seeing an Azami and seeing a Clash on board, this could be a little bit too much. Also, late round Fenrir's on Palu. This is looking like a defense round. You also got that BP up if they want to go downstairs, play late round. Surprised we're challenging this. Very surprised we decided to challenge that, but we got the trade. There's another good pick, and it's 2v1 with a Clash. It's over. 20 seconds left. How did he make it past? Okay, that could have been a troll round.
Left, right. Where do you choose? And W7M
Imagine, yeah, that would have been a troll round.
At the right moment, Jesse, it's my favorite round. Round 11 with both teams on 5. That means
you know, a wise man once told me way back at the beginning of Siege, 5-5, the most pivotal, the most important round in Siege right here. And I don't know the stats ever since he told me that, but he's probably wrong. I think we've seen a lot of people come back being down 5-6. But mental-wise, man, is this a big round. You want to be on match point.
2v1, he should have his gun up, and that was the right decision.
Do you think audio is an improvement in Siege X?
Back and forth, and he really did a good job of playing with JV92.
Yes.
In that 2v1. So I thought W7M played the late round really nicely.
Yeah.
Again, they did a good job keeping a lot of options closed. Nobody was able to push up main. Nobody was able to go jacuzzi because it was still closed. Nobody ended up going over towards logistics, which allowed W7M to really focus on the 1 or 2 angles where the push was coming from. And I think that really kind of gave them the advantage they needed to close out even early in the 3v3. So good stuff from W7M. Again, it feels like both teams are playing a really strong game plan at the moment.
You're compromised. No, I'm not compromised. Oh, that's so funny.
I mean, overtime seems likely.
All right, Cash. Last time they tried to do some kind of master over. I think what we're going to see here is possibly... Why are we doing these high... You know, I don't want to doubt Furia, but why are we doing these high breaches with cans? Is that tech? Is that just an angle on rafters? So if we're going garage, we have a lot of work to do. And it looks like we are. We got ADSs and we got a zombie up in there.
Don't have to worry about the Surya gates either, so... If you're Furia, those drones
Habana tricking?
great places, and honestly, it's one of the things that separates Furia from a lot of other teams.
You can do it with the can? Can you actually?
How well they're able to work on the intel they get. As I say that, they just lost 2 drones.
You just double can, makes wall soft, top bottom. That's the trick. Nice. Nice interaction. Okay.
Really need this garage control, which Dodas is doing a good job holding down. Capital bolts coming out, and the bees as well, but he's positioned himself in a different spot. All
right, window guy down. That's the first pick, but okay, we've seen this at a W7M2. Clash comes in. They make the rotate hole. Clash in here. Both fires are gone. This is a counter to shields. We need someone to shoot this guy, though. Someone needs to get an angle on this guy. Yep, Clash. Okay, well, at that point, you're dead. Ooh, peek the plat guy. Good trade, 2v2.
Cleaning up, back to a 2v2.
Have to play aggressively, though. No smokes, no C4s. Can't let him just get in a default plant.
No time to stop, right? They've still got one more set of bees. They'll toss it out. Can get to a plant spot as long as they cross by a red, which seems tough, but with the shield in front of them, should be able to get past Palu.
Palu in a 1v2. Blackbeard, though. The other guy's going to get off. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
There's a reason why.
How? And who's that behind Paulo? That guy's hyped. Is that Paulo's brother? Holy shit.
Disgusting. Those are some of the nicest.
Oh, my God.
Parker. I mean, there's a reason.
What are we doing, Ali? Holy shit.
Player in the South American League right now. In the 3 months since leaving Liquid, Paulu with W7.
That's a timeout. Yeah, that's a quick timeout at that point.
Paulu again, the best
Holy shit. Palu has been a massive fucking pickup for W7M. Literally the best team right now standings-wise in BR, and honestly, besides DZ, also the team that looked like super fucking impressive at Reload.
Say their talking points about him, but at the end of the day, you can't deny his skill, right? He plays this kind of support flex role where he's trying to play behind his teammates so that he can show up in the late round and get the kills when it really matters. And yeah, he's in that position a lot. I'm not going to pretend like he isn't, but that's what he needs to be, especially for a team like W7M, who have a lot of other very aggressive players. I think exceptionally
had to throw D. At this point, it's just funny with you guys in here. Become a Cloud9 fan. Hey, I'm a Dream fan. I'm a fucking Dream fan, like a real man. I don't know about Cloud9. Cloud9 kind of rubbed me the wrong way with the contract negotiation. I'm not gonna lie.
Things did tend to go by very quickly, and I have completely lost track of time.
Gotta rub me the wrong way. But I'm a Dream fan for sure.
Palu has just been on that team forever, and I mean, for a long time, it certainly seemed like he would never leave that Liquid squad, but for reasons that I don't know have ever really been talked about, and reasons that frankly I don't really know, he was moved off the roster and is flourishing over on W7M. He'll join Dodez, breaking double digits. Nade and KZ are there as well as their three players with
Wait.
It's
is this bar?
Oh my goodness.
Have we said that this is bar?
And in 6.5 years, it wouldn't shock me if not once they.
I do like this. So
decide that they want to.
Furia, typically when they call timeouts, their coach gives them a plan. Their coach usually tells them, here's the strat, some type of strategical advice. If you go back, they are going to go back to this site, you guys should do this. Now we're going bar. Whatever input Furia's coach just tried to give them there, going into like possibly match point, is going to be rendered useless. I am a big fan of, especially on match point here, of going to the off bomb site right after a timeout. Furia got to think for themselves. Keys is going to get the opening pick. Oh man, here's the problem with bar though. You're able to just work picks. Volp's holding on to kitchen control for his goddamn life. The goddamn army is after him. Holy shit.
Just because they can see it doesn't mean they're going to get there. Just a little over half the round to go, and an advantage for Furia right now in a 4v2.
Was every fight for kitchen control? That is insane.
Solo up above the bomb site, but it's not exactly as advantageous. There's a lot of plant spots that you can't deny from above, so he does.
This is good for Furia. I think a lot of teams kind of just do a top take, which is kind of what bar, like people that play bar want you to do a top take. It's figuring out where to plan after a top take, because you have to take a little bit more map control. So this is kind of good for Furia here.
Lobin shot from a direction he wasn't expecting, and overtime now unless Dodez can
Dodez wins these, by the way. Hey, traded. He got his.
Well, the former world champions will secure OT. Neither team will walk away with 3 points. If you take a step back and look at the standings at the moment, W7M entered the day on top with 12 points. Well, due to the results of the Black Dragons game, they have company. And with the round
well, who would have predicted the 2 top 4 teams in the world playing a match that we would be seeing some overtime, huh?
They've also picked up 1 point.
Who would have thunk it?
They will hold on to first. I don't think any other teams can catch
Who would have thunk it?
my quick math, but the general rule is we don't do math on the broadcast, and I'm going to leave it for the desk.
Lower bomb site, the site of choice from Furia.
7M cementing their place at the top has given Furia a window to pick up 2 more.
Is that the bomb site to go to?
As of right now,
we're going to see a tech pause. Because all hard breach are gone. All you need are cans. Right? All you need are cans to get the hatches open. And we usually see, what, Grim Capital bring some cans. You got a striker there. Monty could. Like, all the hatches are going to get open.
In this match. Volps is disconnected, but it seems like they're still playing through. I don't know what's going on.
No, they're not. There's no way. There's no way they're playing through it, Taro.
Everybody will leave. I'm not sure if that was somebody crashing or what, but he looks so strong.
And he is strong. I mean, he's been carrying teams in tier 2 for a very long time. Now, obviously on W7M as well. I mean,
Yeah, a little tactical timeout, right, guys? Am I right?
But when you get down to it, I mean, top 2 matters quite a bit. If you can lock down top 2 in the standings instead of just top 4, you guarantee yourself a spot in the second round of the playoffs. What that generally translates to is if you get top 2 in the regular season, you guarantee top 4 overall for the stage, which really can matter for a lot of these teams that are going for these international events, that are going for those SI points that are so important here in stage 1. W7M losing, they had an opportunity to get all 3 points in that last round. Round 12, they had the opportunity to get 3 and launch themselves up these standings. They choose to go bar stage, and people are going to be questioning.
Coaches speak during tech pauses? No.
Right?
Everyone's kind of muted. You just normally got Gav just fucking singing a song to himself. Liquid play again. They play next, Gunner. They play next. They play Sexy Cake's team. Sexy Cake, little revenge tour. Can Liquid win their first match? Level impossible.
Furia aren't most teams. You know, this is a squad that have been together as a 5-man stack for multiple years now. They've been playing at the highest level, and I mean the highest of the highest levels, for multiple years. And so if anybody is going to have strats ready to clear out,
does Team Bliss still exist?
It's probably going to be Furia.
I don't know. I've not heard it. I don't think so. Unless they're under a different org.
Overtime, they forfeit at least 1 round, potentially 2, to their rivals in Furia. So I don't know about that last decision to go bar stage on their side. Will it matter? Maybe not. They're sitting decently.
Man, look at all these comments on this new YouTube video just talking about Gunner. This is crazy.
This is crazy. Third or fourth because they are 1 or 2 points shy. Well, this might be one of those rounds where you go back and you have to wonder.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of rounds that have been like this with how close this has been. On your screen,
not looking at it. There's one comment, and it's not even about you. I think the comment was, they won their next match, you know? Well, they 7-0'd.
The play days for today and the results that we've seen, I would say it's
all the glaze.
I do agree with that. For those that are looking at this graphic and are wondering what happened, I'm going to spoil these match results for you. We started off the day with Nip and Los, as you see in game number 1. And that was a very, very close matchup in what we didn't really expect would be quite so close. Nip prevailed 8-7 over Los, but Los did show huge improvement over previous results. And they're a team that is inarguably improving. Black Dragons went up against 9Z next, and well, BD's time at the top is no fluke. They are doing exceptionally well, and they prevailed 7-3. Next up,
a lot of prevailing happening. Is Loud prevailing?
He's been hugely before favored by an ace from KDS began an impressive comeback. Ultimately, they would fall short, and Loud would still win in regulation.
Oh, I thought they prevailed.
Ace Clan making up ground very quickly. We are currently in the midst of Furia versus W7M, and we are about to start overtime. These teams tied up 6-6.
What are our thoughts on Roblox karaoke and anyone who plays it? Absolute legends. What the hell? What the hell is Roblox karaoke? I need clips.
Liquid are up next, Jesse.
I need clips.
Lots to say about that game. I'm very excited to get into it. Feels very
didn't prevail. Yeah, I know prevailing happened.
Horrible spot in the standings, but it'll have to wait just a few more rounds, at least 2, as this game is dragging on in the best way possible.
Wait, Gunner pregame speech? Wait. I seen the tweet that, but I didn't. I won't lie, I didn't click it. Was that on Roblox?
I know, but usually I can just look at the screen.
Nah, alright, hang on.
It doesn't say round X, it says overtime. So we're here in round 13 anyways. Furia will get
someone that sublink it, because it's gonna time Gunner out. Someone that sublink it to me. I will pull it up. No way that shit was like, I thought it was just in a pregame lobby, because Gunner, you're always known to sing. Like, if anyone doesn't know that about Gunner, I think someone was asking, is Gunner singing in the pregame? Like, God, Gunner's been like, that's his thing. On Sonics, that guy is like constantly like, that guy was always singing something, right? And we played him every goddamn stage.
So often the attackers
Ghosty, thank you for the gifted sub to Gunner.
adapting if they have to go to
W
sets if they want
sub for the
successful in
linkage.
regulation. But that's all theory. End of the day, theory is not going to matter for these two.
What are your
teams.
thoughts on Gunner avoiding the one-chip challenge? Smart man. Smart businessman.
More or less a full
That's my
anchor set.
thoughts.
Everybody playing in the basement. It looks like KZ may be the sole exception to that stat.
All right, overtime. They got to go back to the same site.
Yeah.
And yeah, lower. Look at all the cans we got. Like, we don't need a Bana Ace or
Technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
And now
or
KZ is
Thermite.
anchoring too.
So I don't know about going lower, but you know, whatever. W7M have been kind of struggling for lower, so sure. We are going to be switching up the take a little bit, possibly pushing dirt. That ain't happening against the Clash. That is not happening.
Kill the clock and waste utility.
You know what would be tech though? Since it looks like Clash is alone in dirt, we need a little sledge EMPs, guys. Sledge EMPs would absolutely shit on that Clash. You guys saw it happen to me in ranked.
Clash can find some pretty serious value. As an attacker, you're going to want to drone out dirt tunnel a couple times because if there's not a Clash playing in there, it's not uncommon for anchor players.
I thought it was going to go to my second monitor. That's on me. That's on me, chat. Thought it was going to go to my second monitor. I'll pull it up after. I'll just scroll up.
It'll allow them to command both the hatch over top of the bomb chassis, but also...
All right, overtime. When the game slows down, we gave them the map. Here comes the top down. Dota's making all the vert. What is the execute? Because from what I'm seeing, it looks like we want to just do a kitchen drop with the Monty.
An operator that can be extremely devastating. There is no
Jaegers, if they're stacked for blue, this could be bad. Loban going to be able to C4.
As well, and that
So we're just standing in kitchen without Cup.
Nitro Cell removes the Monty off the board. So now you're looking at a push that maybe doesn't have the Monty coming forward, but you'll have the Ying to try
Well, if they didn't know there was a Valk, they do now.
Even more important now that Palu gets
That's a
values out of
massive
it.
blunder.
They don't have the easy tip of the spear they were going to have with dots on the Monty. So Palu really needs to find an opening alongside Loban with some of these Capital bolts.
Smoke gone, and we're pivoting. We can't get Kitch Hatch open. This is a full-on pivot. We're going for a Moto side execute. Grimby's going to be going out. Does get the player out of Church. That's a really good pick. A zombie in Church is so hard to clear, and that was freebies. Clash on the way over. Rotating. This is what Furia does. They stuff. They knew it was a Church take. They are all over here now. They completely fucking stuffed it. Will we see W7M rotate off, or are they just going to use their util? Oh my god, how's Clash not dead sooner?
They're trying to eliminate the Clash. Nade's been dropped. KZ's the only one left.
They don't know! What? No! No, no, no. No. That should not happen. Is he fucking invisible? Oh my god.
Takes the first round of overtime.
He's such a little rat for that play, but that's exactly what the team needed. Low on time, low on information. KZ sees the opportunity. He says, what if I just hide in the spot?
Guys.
They will never expect. The buck ran right
What the hell? I'm not
gonna.
I can't comment.
Wow.
I'll just say wow.
Right next to him.
Who was Buck?
That has gotta be so devastating.
The guy's dying right next to you. We're not flicking. We're not flicking.
Right pass, not checking his corner close.
Oh my god.
Wow,
that guy's looking like Gunner right there. Looking like Gunner, just absolute rat play. That guy's giggling to himself right now. Jesus.
He had gotten one way earlier. I guess it was the Nitro pick onto Dot, so they wouldn't have really known his positioning going into that.
Holy shit.
What a ratty.
Yeah, of course. Gunner saying, what a great play. So smart. So smart. Wow, tactical genius to be there. Okay, that could be wraps for W7M. Unfortunate. Insane play.
So smart.
Well, rivaling KDS's ace to win the round for FaZe Clan, KZ pulls out all the stops to get a 4K in an incredibly crucial round. I don't know if the play itself is more impressive than KDS's ace, but I can say with certainty that it was far more impactful at the moment. for the match. If W7M goes on to win this, then I think there's a good argument to be had here as to which one was better. But a bigger moment from KZ, but less mechanically impressive than KDS. I don't envy the desk and production. Will have to decide which of those two will be play of the day. And who knows? Could be that ENX and Liquid later have some fireworks of their own that could throw a real
Anyone clip
spanner
that,
in
by the way?
works.
Where's my W
Either
clippers,
way,
huh? Ain't no W clippers in here.
round for Furia from W7M.
Unless it just didn't load on my screen. Maybe there's like 10 clips.
But how did they not drone him out? They knew he was there. They should have known he was there. I'm just baffled.
They can't keep dwelling on the pass, Parker. This is going to be an early roam fight engagement. There was a clash inside of Cash. Bombside's basement, don't forget that. So this is going to be a really awkward round. If they can try to get in, this is going to be really engaging with the roam clear.
That's a nade that goes off, and yet another is now a Nitro Cell is in hand. Nade living up to his namesake because both of his are gone. Still two in pocket for Herds as KZ and Philippox get the lead-off picks. W7M have looked mighty good in this matchup, but that might have been as close to a victory as they are going to get. They'll need heroics of their own, which on the side
Oh boy, W7M is chalked. Are we gonna see another rat play here? Hang on, Dodes. There's potential. I gotta hype this up. There's a little bit of potential here. Oh, never mind. He's back in the site. Oh my god, you ain't gotta win the round sitting in sight. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Jesse, not with 5 players still on the side of Furia.
Yeah, at some point, Volps is going to have to put that shield down, bring out the gun, do what he can with the Clash rework. It gets a little bit easier, but still not easy.
What a bitch. 30 seconds left. Sure. We're gonna play a late round here. Guys, if you're Furia, just stack, man. Just fucking stack somewhere. They literally can't win.
The hammer to break it through. That's going to be 2 players going this direction. They could still have some players over towards
3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're about to see it. We got, okay, we just made the call. I got dirt. Okay, 3, 2. Freebie.
Just about out of time. KZ with
Oh,
3.
wait a second. Wait.
No. Taking no
Oh, please down that guy. No.
Lighting up the Blackbeard, but all the while the diffuser
Oh
on the hands
my
of Nade.
god, that would have been sick to watch. Holy shit. Oh my god, what was this fucking game? Oh, that would have been cool. Why did he not kill that fucking Blackbeard? Oh man.
Wins the first round of OT, and then Furia across the board get the second round to secure the overtime victory.
I think it lives up to the hype. W7M.
That's why he TP'd back. Oh, that's all. That, hey, that's on me. That would have been sick as hell.
Doesn't belong anywhere in Esports, but if you're a W7M fan, you really feel like you should have won this game. So many opportunities that slipped through your fingers thanks to amazing plays from the guys on Furia and just small mistakes from W7M. One for the history books. Maybe the best game that we've had in Brazil all stage, but I'll leave that to the analysts to decide on too.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a whole host of games so far in the South America League. You honestly could choose which game is the best, and this one, in my mind,
I'll
is
choose.
One of the finest games
I'll
I've
choose
seen
which
in
game's
actually
the
quite some
best.
time, and one of the finest that you and I have had the pleasure of casting. What an incredible performance from both teams. So often do I find that we get stuck in the which team didn't do enough mindset, whereas this game was both teams were doing plenty. It just came down to which team did it a little bit better, and by a hair, it was Furia and the former world champs picking up 2 points over the former major champs of W7M. We still got one more match to go today, Jesse, but let's break down all the chaos that was W7M versus Furia.
That was indeed W7M versus Furia. What an incredible matchup. Can we just keep replaying KZ's clutch like all day, every day? That I'm gonna wake up to that every morning, and it's gonna motivate me to just get on with my
Oh yeah.
So, Parker, I just noticed you're wearing
Just gonna. Oh yeah, Kino clip. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see the Kino speech or the Gunner speech. Sorry, pre-game speech for anyone who hasn't seen this, like me. Where's the Roblox? I don't see no Roblox. This is.
Yes.
We need to fix our problems.
What
Okay?
problems?
We can't have that problem we had yesterday.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Listen, we're not gonna win games stressing over if we're gonna win the game. Okay? So if we're gonna lose, we're gonna fucking lose. And
Well,
that's
no,
just
Sean.
that,
We're
okay?
playing
but we're
to
not gonna
fucking win today.
Stressing if we're gonna do good. Okay? So
Shut up, Gav.
let's just play
Someone's
Rainbow
talking.
Six Siege,
We're
okay?
playing to win,
Let's
we're not
just
playing
do
not
our
to
thing.
lose.
Don't be afraid of the storm. Learn to dance in the fucking rain. Come
Yeah,
on,
man.
baby.
Sheesh.
Was moved to
Okay,
your channel.
champions know everything. Okay, so we're gonna go out there and we're gonna show them the champion Rainbow Six Siege experience. And after this game's done, I'm gonna go get on Roblox karaoke. Okay, and I want to have an enjoyable moment on Roblox karaoke. I don't want to be sad. So let's be good today. Let's win the game today. Let's be great today.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go.
That's good.
I didn't know what you said.
Yeah, I had no idea what you fucking
I had no idea what you said, and then the game starts. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yep. W pregame speech. I would have been fucking motivated. I wouldn't want my teammate being sad at night on fucking Roblox karaoke, whatever the fuck that is.
Didn't do enough. This team hasn't done enough to win.
I would play my best in that situation right there.
Did enough to win
And I'm
this.
glad to see they suck in 7-0'd. And I better see that pregame speech.
50 in a lot of the rounds. You
Keep
didn't quite know
continuing.
how
That's a
it would go.
superstition at this
And
point.
then it came down to individual clutch moments. That late
Look at
round
those
hold of the
trades.
nerve. It's exactly what you want around a
I did see the Super one. Yeah. I did see that one.
Still don't know who's going to win it.
Oh, that's gonna make it sound bad. I clicked that one, huh?
And when teams and a lot of other pro teams, whenever
Come on,
they
guys.
get inspiration
I'm too
from
old for
strategies
Twitter.
and ways they wanna play, they look at South America League. There will be other teams looking at this, trying to get the strategies, trying to emulate this across the world. That's how good these two teams are. I'm not sure on the
Yeah, he said interesting.
everything else was just such top tier.
And innovation too. I mean, look at the innovation. Even though you don't like the that clutch was just crazy. By the way, I just can't
It's
rewatch
insane.
it.
It's incredible.
That placement from KZ was so smart. Just like once again getting in a spot that no one expected. But look at the innovation on these teams. It's not pure, firepower. It's not pure team play.
Now, can I get a
It's
clip
also
of like
yes, the
actual?
strategy, but it's also
Hang on, I gotta do some research here. Like, I want to know actual Roblox karaoke right now. Like, my interest has been peaked.
I'm sure this is the reason why also this league is looked by all of the
Is that a
regions
thing?
at the pioneering of
I
what
Show
Siege is
Speed
supposed to be
plays
at top,
Roblox
because
karaoke.
this match was
Okay.
such a great example of
Oh, I'm doing research, guys. Hang on.
I think we're gonna have to ask
It's my
directly
party and
the
I
horse
can't
himself
go
here
on
joining
to-
us,
Who was
Felly
that?
Pox,
Go on to
on
cry,
the
cry,
interview
cry.
from our winners at Furia. Felly Pox. It's
Why
good
does
to
this
see you
remind?
again.
Like, what was
an
that Steam
incredible match.
game?
I mean, for you,
Karaoke
maybe
something,
it was
right?
close and
Is
tight,
that?
but
It literally
for
just
us,
looks
it
like
was
that.
Pure entertainment. Walk me through this game because Clubhouse is always this map where both teams need to be at 100%.
Yeah, well, I'll show you guys after
fundamentals,
the
and both you and W7M have that
Furia
in
glazing.
spades.
Hang on.
First of all, hey you guys, nice to see you again. It was a tough match against them. They were undefeated on the tournament. We got the first defeat against them. And it was a really tough match. On defense, they were playing a lot of shields. There was a round they were playing 3 shields. And I think we adapted really well. Like, we started to bring Ella in almost every lineup that we brought. And on attack, I think we were playing good, but we threw some rounds too. Palu won a 1v2, and yeah, there were some close rounds. And then KZ on overtime did the KZ things, won an insane clutch, and yeah, we got the win.
I've got to ask you, Felipox, watching you guys play is always so entertaining because the matches are so close. Like Liquid's game was also overtime win. The FaZe game was 7-4, NIP was 7-5. Why do you think all of the matches you guys are playing are always so close?
I think everyone likes to play against us. Like they have more fire to play against us, and they play better. I don't know. Souls against
You
us.
have a target on your back.
He got 4 rounds, like playing individually very well. And then today he was 0-8 against Loud. So I think everyone plays a little bit better against us.
Leapox, can you describe for us how different it is playing best of ones online to playing best of threes at LAN? Because we know you guys as a LAN team and you come good and you're very consistent when you play at LAN, whereas online it can get a little bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's really different. when we are playing online, it was something that we started to try to improve, because playing online we couldn't like to get the match as if it was a game day, as it's in LAN. So we started to do things to improve that, and yeah, because the environment is really different. Like we are a LAN team, so we are trying to do new things to get the same game that we are playing on LAN.
As an EML viewer, can you write those things down and send them to Virtus Pro, please? I think we would all appreciate that. Felipox, again, it's always a pleasure to have you on here and kind of discuss the intricacies of these games, because today it was absolute cinema between you and W7M. Now, tomorrow you get to go up against 9Z, which is kind of a different scale. When you have kind of these highs and lows and kind of mountains and crevasses, how do you prepare yourself for those differences over the weekend?
We have to prepare against them like we prepare for every team. It's not because they are not a really good team, like people think that, but we got to prepare the same way, because if they are playing the South America League, they are a good team. So if we're not playing well, we are going to be punished, and yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to 9Z before tomorrow's game?
Despite all that I said, you guys are going to be stomped.
Wait, what? What did he say?
Thank you for that, Felipox. Again, congratulations on the big.
Oh, they're gonna get stomped
against W7M.
I thought I heard. Sorry, I heard stomping, and instantly I dialed into the conversation, as one may do.
Game number 1 for the day. Felipox, take care. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. See you.
All right. What's this gunner clip? I'm scared to click it, guys. I'm terrified.
I love getting the humility,
Wait,
but also
we actually have a gunner clip? Okay, hang on.
Yeah,
oh god, no way, no way. Guys, we're in for a fucking treat.
What we're worth, right, Jack? It's always good.
All right, there's obviously a little bit of a break. They're kind of yapping, but guys, we're in for a fucking treat. Hang on. All right, this is 5 months old, so maybe most of you have seen this, but I haven't. Yeah, the brain rot. Exactly. I heard stomping. I was dialed. Roblox karaoke, huh?
This. Yes. Okay. Lock in, chat.
Turn it up a little bit. You want this turned up? You want this turned up?
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
People surrounding you.
Yeah, that was that.
Name and your that is not an easy thing, an easy place to be.
Oh man, what a clip! What a fucking clip!
We see it in the small things, right?
Oh my god, he's so good. Somebody signed him to a record label right fucking now.
That's exactly what we're getting here.
Holy shit!
Throughout this game, despite how tight it was, for lack of better terms.
Oh man, how have I not seen that before? I mean, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to hear Gunner's real singing voice. I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely.
A little disappointed.
On 2KD as well. Like these two guys, I mean, the talent on the teams. Dodes on the very last round, I was like, no way he does it. It's insane. The 3 kills, the 3 kills on the very last round on Scopos were insane. Like, honestly,
21 and 10, Dodos went. Holy shit. 21 and 10, and they lost.
These guys play in playoffs in BO3s.
I just feel
that guy's right now talking to the general manager.
Furia W7M.
I want a fucking raise and a chiropractor.
Even though they were disappointed today. And just
we're going to be seeing them in the playoffs, so like this is a match we are going to see again. Possibly, like with FaZe looking as weak as they are, losing the last 2 matches. This is the 2 best teams in the region by far, unless any Liquid fans in the chat here. They might be a little biased still. They're coming back, mid. They're going to make the top 6. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait. Liquid's gonna make
Gentlemen, it seems
EWC.
like we have learned the key to victory, which is not to go to bar. Realistically on Clubhouse, I think that could have been a completely different situation. But yes, Jack.
I don't know if it was a bad shout though. It was right after a timeout. They're probably talking about the defense that they expect it to be from a rotation.
Yeah, fresh nose ball right here.
Just to throw them off it. If they've counter-prepped, they've gone, oh, they're going to go GM.
And that is what Furia does.
And then boom, they've hit you with a bar defense. Now you've got to think on your feet. You're a little bit disorientated. I can see the logic behind it, is all I'm going to say.
For once, I agree with Jack. I think it was a good move. I think it was smart. I think it was a good gamble. And I love to see unpicked bomb site at pro level. And I think this...
Oh, that's Gunner's command now, huh?
Later.
Interesting.
Well, let's
Interesting.
see. Anyways, gentlemen, this was our match of the day. Game number 4 still means we have one more to go for. ENX takes on Team Liquid after the break.
After the break. It's my face. Oh, it's my clip watching it?
Roblox.
Nice. I'm glad I'm a part of that. I'm glad I am part of history right there. Oh boy. Last match of the day, and after getting to watch a couple of legends play the game, we now get to see if Liquid can win their very first game. Couldn't ask for better.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Oh, absolutely not. Hey, there's no dictatorship here. Hey.
Back to
I like how there's like no real breaks here.
Beaches.
I feel like there's no real countdown. We're just into the next matches. Like to see it. But I'm going to take a small break. I'm out of water as usual, so I'll be right back.
Wikipedia or anything like that. Thank you very much. Here we are. We're back after an incredible matchup. For those who missed it, I'm not going to spoil the results of our previous matchup that just went down between Furia and W7M. You will have to go and rewatch that yourself because, oh my god. However, now I want to turn our attention to our next and final game, ENX versus Team Liquid. And gentlemen, how about we talk about Team Liquid, but actually let them talk about themselves?
Well, looks like things aren't going smoothly for the cavalry, and that's exactly today's topic. Is Team Liquid going through their worst slump ever? Wait, what's going on? Oh, I see. That's just our editor's way of saying we're reheating some agenda. Actually, and unfortunately, it's Team Liquid that's stuck on repeat. If you don't remember, back in the first stage of the 2024 Brasileirão, the cavalry hit a rough patch, dropping 4 straight losses, something that only happened once before, during stage 2 of BR6 in 2022. Now Liquid has hit that low for the 3rd time in their history, all in a season full of roster shakes and changes. Let's be real, this slump started at Reload, when they couldn't even make it out of groups. Then came SAL, and with it, a string of heartbreaks in game. First, a loss to their former teammates Palu and Vopes, now on W7M. Then, a painful beatdown by their biggest rivals, FaZe. Another L in round 3, this time to a revamped NIP. And finally, last Sunday, Furia cut them off from what could have been their first win in the tournament. Now, all jokes aside, yes, Liquid's had a brutal schedule so far. But if they lose to the newcomers ENX today, they'll set a whole new record for failure. Unlikely? Maybe, but better safe than sorry. And to end this video on a less depressing note, let's hear what our pros have to say about this mess.
Olha, tem time coeso assim, quanto tempo leva? Tipo, isso depende do grupo, depende do quanto a gente consegue ter sinergia, do quanto a gente vai conseguindo se entender, vai conseguindo encaixar as peças dentro do jogo. Tipo, relativamente, talvez de 6 meses, assim, 3 meses, isso depende. Às vezes pode ir da liga direto. Então, mais acho que um tempo mínimo ali seria uns 3 a 6 meses.
Às vezes ninguém sabe o que tá passando dentro do time e tudo mais, coloca uma culpa em X pessoa e aquela pessoa não tem nada a ver. Porque aí você acaba até queimando a imagem do jogador, de um treinador da vida. Então, tipo, mano, eu vou dar um exemplo de 2 caras que são muito amigos meus, o Palu e o Hugo. Tipo, mano, muita gente não gosta deles, mas, tipo, mano, eles não tinham nenhum problema, tá ligado? Tipo, mano, às vezes só desgastou a relação e acabou, tá ligado? Tipo, por exemplo, o caso do Palu, tipo, mano, trocou de elenco, então, tipo, agora tá jogando super bem de novo, então, tipo, mano, não é que o Paulo virou ruim, tá ligado? O Paulo sempre foi muito bom, mano, então, tipo, você acaba, às vezes, ficando manchado e tudo mais, mas também, mano, é aturar, né, mano, é a nossa vida de competição.
Alright, and with that, I am out, sending all the luck in the world to the cavalry. Go easy in the comments, okay? Thanks, everyone. See you next time.
That is Team Liquid, better known as the Cavala, the cavalry in Brazil, of course, due to the fact that is a seahorse that you see on their jersey. And there used to be an old joke that they would go through Mirata Cavala. That's back in the day, in your days actually, Alfama, when you were playing. That this was a thing that Liquid would be spamming around everywhere. Now that has slowed down. The horse has gotten a bit older, and I'm not talking about Nesk specifically in this sentence here, but what can Liquid do to recover, because they are gonna have a rough time being only there with 1 point at the bottom.
Yeah, put simply, right now, this must be the start of the remontada. Now, I'm gonna put some context here. We've just seen the video. These guys, it's not the first time they start a stage 0 and 4. One thing that changes thing is, last year when that happened, they lost to teams they should not lose to. Quote unquote, E1, for example, right? But look at who they faced so far. They've played FaZe, Furia, W7M, and NIP. 4 of the best teams in terms of momentum right now in the stage, right? So technically, all the weaker teams, the losses, the 9Z, the ENX, all of these teams, they still have to face them. So it's completely okay to be 0 and 4 if the remontada starts now. Problem is, with teams like FaZe dropping points to their competitors, their fate might already be not in their hands anymore. So overall, I'm convinced that it's okay for these guys to hit a slump and to grow as a team. They've just made 2 big changes. Ask stepping up in the team partly has been struggling coming from Black Dragons. Also, Nesk, who used to be the main fragger for the team, even at Reload, is struggling. We need to see them start to set up and have a convincing victory that start their stellar run and their remontada right now.
I understand the argument about losing the first 4 games and why it's never really okay, I would say, Leo, but why it potentially might have some mitigation in the fact that it was against 4 pretty good teams inside this league, Leo. However, that can do a very strange thing for confidence and momentum for teams, I would say. Certainly with the way that Team Liquid exited the Reload event, and they've actually not won since the group stage of Reload, which coincidentally was when they beat FaZe Clan. And what that means is they've got the quality, but they're on this downward turn, they're on this downward spiral. And I agree with Leo, this is a real inflection point where they can now make that change. They can now come out with a bang, get that win on the board, and then come strong at the back end of the stage to get themselves into playoffs. I will say the one thing that's worrying for me is that actually,
where we at, chat?
Liquid have a below 50%.
We're talking about Liquid. Wow. Okay.
Which means they're struggling.
Hopefully, how many people ban? Jesus, how many people did Ali ban in chat? They get a lot, huh?
Liquid are not particularly.
They get a lot.
Below 50%. And that's a struggle for them.
Okay, there's the okay. This subboard things. Let's see.
Should be able to improve.
The dream still not get back to me? If not, I'm just setting the date right now. Right? Meow.
And that's where they should come strong.
Okay, dream didn't. Nope. Date has been set. It's Wednesday at.
There is no LCQs. And I remind you, last year Liquid made it to
Wednesday at.
And ended up going through them, which was an impressive run at the major itself.
Oh shoot! Hang on.
That took that second.
Oh, what time is that? That's late.
Hang
on.
That they did
math. I got a math.
The stage itself.
Calculator. Not a calculator. Calculator.
Itself, they will not have that.
I guess that is where I would math.
Because you need to be in the top 6 to qualify to playoffs, then the top 4, then to make it to EWC. However, on the other end of this question is ENX, and they're also still here at the bottom 4, not too far away from Team Liquid. And if we're looking at their previous play day, Well, they've had a great day against 9Z. Today can't just be another bit of surprise. Sexy Cake and the squad were
7 p.m. East, right? It's actually. He said he's done with scrims approximately at 4:30 CST. That's gonna be 7:30 East.
You look at the EPS score, nothing looks really good. Two standout players. Florio, as the only support in that team that had tier 1 experience.
And we're talking a best of 3. It might go on a little bit, but at this point, screw it. We gotta just set the date.
Tons of potential.
7:30
He
East.
was already a standard player in Challenger Series, by the way. These guys.
I gotta make a message.
Especially last week.
I never added Ali to the mid versus Dream as well.
They went overtime all the way
All
against
right, what do I gotta make a message that lets people.
They lost to them only 7-8.
How do I do this? I gotta make a message and then just say like react on it if you can make it, if you want to be in it, or something like that, huh?
But they're making their dream alive, and they're proving that they can be a good dark horse right now.
Wait. Where did 4:30 come from? Sorry, did I say 4:30? I was talking about my time zone, PST. He said he's done it 6:30.
Both of these teams, but particularly Liquid, you maybe want to try and keep it simple.
Yeah, 6:30 Central. That's on me. If I don't know where that 4:30 came from.
They've got the more established talent. They've got the more established gunners, and therefore take it to a map where that talent.
4:30 CST is 5:30 East. No. 6:30. He's done it 6:30. 7:30 East. Yes. Could make a Google Forums thing. Yeah, what's the best way to do this? Do I make a like? All I want to do is put a message in that Discord with all the people that were invited already. Let them know the date and give them the first opportunity within like 24 hours to sign up. After that, I need to go. I need the time to look for people because we're like 4 days away at this point. Do I just do a react?
By W7M, but that gives you lots of learnings to go into that match.
Border is always that map that we talk about when it
Put me in the Discord, please. People are scared of me. Come on, people are scared of me.
I like your T-shirt a lot.
I suspected you would say something about it. You love metal. You love Ghost. I started the day off by sending you some
you're
King
invited.
Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard songs to
I'll give you
listen to,
admin.
and you enjoyed them very much. And then I got onto a Ghost kick. And
Even Dream hasn't joined the channel yet. That's how scuffed this is.
Look, there is a big question here. Who will be on the square? Oh my God! Hello. Hi, Habibi.
I have left the door closed all day.
It's the only alley free space in the midverse.
So now he goes on camera. That's how it goes.
Oh my God.
How happy are you to be on camera? No? Okay.
He saw that Uncle Milos was here, and he's very, very happy. Anyways, our game is ready, so let's go on with this Danse Macabre. Intero, Jesse, take it away.
Thank you very much. I love being able to shut out Jesse. You know, he's censored. Jesse is not allowed to share his thoughts when he is on the 5 panel. That's just how it works. So.
One day Milos will ask me a question first, okay? And when the turns table, I'm gonna abuse that so hard. Just you wait.
Turntables. Oh, you
When the turns table? What did he just say?
ENX
Nice.
versus Team Liquid. The desk, I think, set it up perfectly, Parker. This is do or die for Liquid. Unlike last year, there is no LCQ, so they need to turn their season around right now, or things are not going to go well for them for the rest of their stage. Team Liquid have lost 13 of their last 16 games, and of those 3 matches that they were able to win, one was against FaZe Clan. Great, okay, good team. One was against Joel Esports. All right. Huge. And the other was against Packer, which, sorry, Packer. But the point is, it's been a long time since Liquid fans have had anything to be happy about. They need to get something big today. They're playing against one of the other worst teams in the league. They need to get a win right now, or the season might just be over until September.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long drought here. And for an organization like Liquid, which is one of the biggest and most infamous and most well-known esports orgs in the world, for crying out loud, Liquipedia, the esports Wikipedia, is named after Team Liquid for crying. Like, they simply just have to be better. That's just the way it works, especially after splashing out and getting a new roster.
All right, added roll. So if he's done with scrims at 6 East, are we running it at 8 East?
Some results. And I mean, when you look at Gomez,
Possible.
When you look at Diaz and Ask, I get them confused because they always play together.
It is possible. We basically they need whoever can sign up. Need them to be available between 7:30 East and like. Well, technically it can go 3 hours. So 10:30 East.
You've lost a little bit of fragging potential.
It's a best of 3.
I would say quite a lot of fragging potential.
It might not take that long.
Really should not be in last in any region. Period. The fact that Liquid is here, I don't even know where you begin to diagnose the problem.
Well, they're gonna have to figure it out at
Also,
some
Ghost,
point because once again, this game feels quite.
if you're listening, absolutely love this iced tea lemonade from Ghost, by the way. Fantastic during the summertime. 115 degrees here in Vegas. Sun shining. Pool right outside. Nothing more refreshing than an iced tea lemonade Ghost.
East. With the Azami ban holding East becomes really difficult, but Smoke is the go-to operator for most East Stairs players. If Azami is not available, and Ask is going to follow the trend, bringing the SAS operator to try to lock this down. It means those Cox
Look, we're playing a little bit more aggressive here.
Late, they still get value.
Vigil on Cat. Able to get very, very aggro. No drones up top are going to see Maya playing in any of those extended aggressive positions. 3v3, really good trades here. I would take this on attack. All smokes used from Ask. He's stuck on the East Stairs as well. Liquid does know. Can they pinch him out? He's rotating down below. They're going to either ignore him and try to flood top.
Angels and Florio. Florio, a name that many people should recognize. Name is Sexy Cake. As the desk discussed, these players are relatively...
This is why I bully you. I just thought it would be fun. There's only 10 people in there.
My goodness. What is happening here with these engagements all over the place? Liquid.
I thought, like, mine kind of inspired it, you know.
Swinging and trying to get back to the bomb site with limited intel. Now it's Resets' turn to do the same. Looking outside onto the balcony, but can't find anything, as now it will be a circle around office in Fountain, for which Resets is prep Jesse.
2v3.
You didn't like
to get some of these swings back, but it doesn't matter.
DS on XG and this M80 Rasa were all out of whack, really. I actually thought he was pretty good on M80. I actually thought he was pretty good. Resets going down. ENX going to pick up the very first round on border. This is an attacker map. I still believe it is. As an attacker, you're really hoping to get 4 attack rounds here. 3-3 is also doable, but you do not want to go down 2-4 on attack. So really good first round for ENX.
Making sure they didn't let any trades come through from Liquid.
Again, Liquid just
be prepared. Yeah, I would also say be prepared to play, because again, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get everyone to. Either you'll have to fill in, or we'll just have to take somebody from chat last second. I also think Diaz, though. Yeah, Trev. I mean, I agree. I think
all the teams above them have at least one. Most of the teams, in fact, have
in my mind, especially during his time with M80, there was very clear 3 best Mailbox players in NA. Mailbox cutoff players, and that was NJR, J90, and Diaz.
They could actually vault over ENX and jump up to 7th, but
he was absolutely clutch for them and on both those rosters as well.
Which is Furia. So
that's why I actually don't hate Diaz on Liquid. I do think he's good.
Same issue previous stage when they were playing in the Brazilian league in BR6. So Liquid are no strangers to adversity. I don't know why they.
We've only got 4 guys, and John already can't make it, so now we're down to 3. Okay.
As possible during a match, but.
Well, this is why I need to know who can make it, and now I'll go back and look into the Google form and see if we can find
a team winning on this map.
Replacements.
Very attacker-sided, but it's not always so simple. There might be a bit of a play coming out here as the first Vinca charge has gone out. Already Nigel gets the opening pick onto Ask, so they're starting to make a little bit of space, but it looks like the push is just coming towards East. Bot gets 1 kill as well, but with a trade back onto Angels, it's not going to be all favorable for ENX. They still have this control, though. They should be happy with the first 60 seconds of this game, as they've really managed to nab control of the eastern stairs and now can use that to push down into the bomb site. Information here for Nest. He could go for a play, though.
Oh, resets eliminated.
Scheduled to preach Wednesday nights, so no skipping. Yeah, no worries, John. No worries.
But it does not go.
We will, depending how this goes. I mean, this is just kind of the first one. Depending how this goes, we would like to do more.
With the spear, as resets will engage and win the duel against Sexy Cake. A bit of a baffling play. Sexy Cake, a former member of
And, you know, maybe there's also somebody out there besides Dream we could challenge their subs to. You know, we might need you in the future, John. We just got to get this one kind of scheduled before all that 4th of July nonsense happening.
Two remaining players from Liquid are
And, you know, America and all that.
Now, and there's resets. Grabbing the kill from behind. Florio has no choice.
Both 1 HP, though.
This action happening, there's still a
And we might got the best attacker gun here. This is winnable, Florio.
He's happy he has time, but this is still not a good spot. No information to where resets might be. He'll open another angle with the Selma to
That's
try to
one.
pressure this player.
That's
Good
one.
shot. Worked out where he had
Yes.
to be based on where he was.
TCSG Goyo, guys. What do I say about that?
1v1 and DS is very low health.
If this guy had the Goyo, I would believe in him.
And this is
Yep, see right there? Goyo would have killed him.
incredibly winnable.
Vector would have killed him.
Both of these teams
But Diaz is, I mean, we were just glazing him, but definitely one of the most clutch players. Diaz can win this.
Now it's Diaz to make a bit of
Oh my god. 1 HP. Both of them on a single bullet.
Diaz knows exactly where he is.
Yep.
Florio gets him through the
Yep, if he had the Vector.
And Liquid get mighty close, but not close enough. 2 in a row for ENX.
Huge round from Florio, shutting down Diaz. We know how dangerous Diaz can be.
2-0 for ENX. Liquid absolutely need this win. This is a must-win territory for this roster.
Against CAG Osaka, where he got the 1v5 clutch coming out. That was an attacking on Vent's workshop.
I'll just delete my message.
Not up against ENX, it seems. The play from Florio just too good. I loved the way he cleaned up that first kill. You know, it really wasn't an easy one. He had no idea where Resets was going to be. Resets had been a slippery little rat that whole round, unable to be pinned down as the entirety of Team Liquid kind of supported him. ENX weren't able to find Resets at all, despite the kills he was getting. But then, it's, of course, it's Florio to come on back and find that frag to be able to then spiral into another pick late into the 1v1. Beautiful stuff coming out from the former hard support of Black Dragons, now hard support of ENX.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Liquid. Border is a relatively coin flip map. I mean, we haven't seen enough games across all regions to be able to talk about it confidently. It does tend to skew towards the defenders, like almost every single map in the map pool, but it's often not enough.
In record time, he almost bankrupt the organ. He doesn't play shit. Dang.
It can go either
Dang.
way. The fact that ENX has taken the first 2 rounds on attack is not surprising, but it does give a little bit of cause for concern.
Echo Supernova Tech. I thought we moved past that phase. Well, maybe he plays someone normally with a shotgun in this spot, but Echo is a good operator to play. Yeah, the armory spot.
Almost won it for his team, not because of teamwork or strategy, but just because he's a talented player.
Able to drive it outside the armory wall. Really good for books walks. And it looks like we're going to see a site hit because, as I almost always say, we're going to see a vent site, and this is the most rushable sites on defense. Anyone who's pretty good at Siege usually sees this bomb site and is licking their lips. And this is a loud execute. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe W7M, maybe it was. You're going to roar off the door, run through the site, and they're looking for whoever the site pick is. There's Warden, Resets, going absolutely huge, taking down the first pick. Diaz helping, killing both players running through the site. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a struggle.
Really struggling on the entry at this point. They went for a
Resets down, but they're not going to be able to finish him out, and they have full top floor control. Need to find picks at this point. Can't just go for a plant.
You saw the Nigel on the Aurora closing the doorway, giving some comfort to those playing over by Workshop. Surprise Resets has not been picked back up. His health is depleting very quickly, which would suggest to me he's trying to move to a place where he could be a little bit safe. Maya eliminated.
Okay, that's one good pick, and Reset's about to bleed out, so that's a 3v3.
Jesse goes back to a 3v3.
Yeah, good.
They know there's a player in bathroom.
One back into the realm of possibility. It was a really weird rush. They tried to go really.
You see Sexy Cake and the Sledge. And they're calling Dokkaebi. They know someone's in the bathroom. They're going to try to work this guy, maybe.
Team Liquid either. There are some rat players around here.
Could many BPs could smoke and maybe go for a plant.
The rest of these players as well holding onto the top floor, so if they can get a vert angle onto the set that goes down inside of
no flashes on Dokkaebi, so it's not like we can flash anybody top. We're going to try to get this guy off the top down holes, though. That's got to be Nesk and Archives.
This is a position that Diaz has been sitting in for quite a while, and you can hear the footsteps not far removed. Sexy Cake will search for his very first kill.
No, you know he's there. You know he's there. You know he's there. You don't know he's there? Oh, Sexy Cake, movement-wise, Ask able to help trade up top.
Angel's the only one standing. Ask and Nesk, the last two alive, holding from above, and Angel doesn't seem to know where.
Not a bad round from ENX, though. You can see them actively trying to work around the map with the 3 players and just... Oh, what's taking them so long? Just trying to work picks. And that's exactly what you have to do if you go down to man advantage on an attack like that. You have to completely pivot, and at that point, you're just targeting. And everyone looked like they were on the same page. Worked a bunch of picks together.
Very early, but then it felt like all 3 players were hyper fixated on DS inside of bathroom, who was a problem they needed to solve. But other than Bach, who went top floor very briefly to kill Maya, they were very focused on the main floor. Both Nesk and Ask existed up above the bomb site the entirety of that round, meaning that with Yokai's in sight, there was really no way they were going to lose that unless some ridiculous vert shot came out from ENX. So, bit questionable maybe on how they played that late round, but obviously once the brunt of that push falls to pieces, it's always going to be difficult to recover on the side of ENX. So still for the 2-1 first quarter, you're not going to be too upset about that. The Ying does get banned out, so Liquid kind of recognizing that, hey, that could have been a much worse round than it ended up being. That Ying can be absolutely devastating. We need to remove it. And then ENX with the Mira ban as well has been played a little bit from Team Liquid so far in this game, so I can respect that. Last round, actually, the first time it got played, that was Nesk.
Bomb located by attackers.
Nesk is a player that I'm always keeping my eye on when it comes to the success of Liquid. He's in a bit of a...
Oh, man. Ban Monty, Ying, and Blitz. And we might see Sexy Cake back on the Fuse Shield, huh?
The team might still be winning, but it is...
Ooh, switch at the very last second to the Lion. Every single time I try to comment on something. Boom. Boom.
Maya was brought in, who, by the way, has 0 kills at the moment, which on his role is tremendously bad, like catastrophically bad. But when you brought Maya in, I don't want to say Palu was a bit expendable, but so often Liquid relied on that 1-2 punch of Palu and Nesk, while the support players did what they needed to do, but usually didn't rack up the kills. Every now and then you'd see Resets do that. Legonis very rarely would do anything big. There'd be next to no splashes on his side of the coin. Now you brought in a change of the way that the team is going to play. If Nesk and Maya
nice little drone. Maya has no idea. Oh, no, they're pinging it. They know. Never mind.
To recover and cover up the 2 players who you expect to lead the way. Maya, in particular, was brought on to dominate, and we've seen him dominate.
Maya playing here with the Vigil again. Like, sure, you can't drone him, but I feel like there's better operators to play that break cat spot than Vigil.
The season he's had in his career. Leads the league in deaths, but
maybe it's a counter to this Deimos. I don't know if ENX have shown to do a Deimos under, but there we go. Reset C4 AC. Little rush strategy up the main stairs. Ooh, and Maya gets his 2-piece.
The round's just over. Everybody tries to collapse off just one little play from the Sens coming in.
That's 2-2 Liquid. That's so far they're back in it.
They know exactly what's going on the side of ENX, and so they shut that down beautifully.
These are just this is border. I mean, that's how border plays out. Sometimes you blink and the round is over, right? It is a smaller map than it feels like.
Vigil for that spot is smart.
Be a much bigger map in very rare instances.
I mean, it's not a bad pick.
You don't really have a lot of roam potential.
But like, you know that guy is a breaker cat.
If you leave a hatch open, you can drop down. But really only that lobby part, which is what's on the screen right now, that's the only place that you can really jump down.
I'm a fan of having a C4 in that spot, personally.
If it's being held or cut off, as it
I also like the teams that do a Solus there. Because Because you can get aggressive, see where if things are air jabbed,
A sprint outside between armory and security, or
if anyone's sitting on cams. But otherwise, I normally like a C4 in that spot because there's huge C4 potential outside the break door, or even hitting the windowsill on Cat. But Vigil's not bad. Not saying it's bad at all. You just don't see it as much as you used to.
Many times, and they might just let you sit and wait because they know there are very few ways for you to get to another part of the map. A great example of this for people who are old enough to remember was that old Vitality team that would drone everything for 2.5 minutes and then just kill you. Obviously, they were not the best team in the world, but their system worked for them, and you should watch some of their matches on Border. They were very impressive. Old Vitality.
New Vitality is not a team. Now
I mean,
now they're called Wolves.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
then that's not even the same team at all.
I mean, I was talking about like not one of the newer.
When Baby Shark plays, yeah, that guy's just a vigil player for sure. There you see Maya playing the same spot with the Fenrir. This is a little bit more common. Usually some type of Legion Fenrir, I think on Border are just like a deadly combination. Almost every single team runs Legion Fenrir on most sites on this map. See it a ton out of Furia. I mean, shit, almost every Border team.
Wasted some time too, but here we go. This is the problem. Coming in from break and immediately being pressured.
Huh, interesting way to try to kill break. Yep, let's just jump a Blackbeard at him. Okay, sexy cake. All right. Not a good attack. What are we doing?
Finally getting on the board, Jesse, as Angels takes out Ask. Him and Bach left standing again. The breakneck pace.
Liquid 3 straight should be here.
Means there's a great deal of time after the initial burst of action. ENX have to go back to the drawing board here. They've still got utility. 1 flame bolt and 2 smoke bolts. You got a Twitch drone and 2 smokes in pocket for Bach, so it's not the end of the world, but you have to get a pick relatively quickly. That is step number 1 for ENX. Find and isolate one of these players off site and then go from there. And, well, they found him, but they found him in the wrong way. Now all of the coverage around Angels will disappear. And
how good is ENX? I think they're a bottom 4 team in Brazil.
more like the team that we expect to see.
They haven't been that bad. Like, there's been some games they've haven't been that bad, but I don't think they're a top 6 team at all or anything like that.
Attacking rounds that Sexy Cake has played before this game have been on shields, and he's had a decent win rate with them as well. But not
What's up,
so
Aspirin?
confident the shield play has been going as well. For
Games have been good. I messaged you. The last game was W7M and Furia, and I think that game might have been the best game this season. Even had some insane clutch rounds. So I messaged you about that one. Otherwise, I mean, the games have been pretty close today in general. There was another 7-7. Was it Low Snip? Was a pretty good one.
So far this game, I think Liquid have done a great job of countering that shield play that ENX have been trying to bring out. Not only by
They love HUD. Thank you so much for the prime.
and Blitz, but
W7 and welcome.
by not allowing
Well, we could prioritize
picks where somebody is
the wizard video first, and then
one of those shields. It's been nice to see
whenever you got time for the Furia vid, we could drop that.
4 and 3 after that.
Because I don't think I'll get a thumbnail until tomorrow, anyways.
Rounds, you mentioned it. Liquid kind of only does well when Neska's doing well. That's been the case so far through this stage. So Neska's starting to get
Done a little later. Yeah, no worries at all. I figured we could even just drop it tonight or something. Whatever you got, Tybe. Sam, thank you as well for the brand new sub and welcome.
Have to suspect that
Thank you.
having a huge impact on that.
What are we bathroom here? Or vent?
Most maps is not usually a
Okay,
top
vent.
5 must-play operator, but when you lose a Miro, when you lose an Izami...
All right, pretty typical. You don't want to die in any extended positions on vent. A lot of teams kind of play pretty bunkered up. CC, just a spot of early contention for a drone. You see him fall back. Reinforce off. Normally you'd pair this with like a Mira, but Mira's taken off the board from ENX. And yeah, we're playing super bunkered. We have all top vertical control. We have the warden upstairs just in case there's a smoke plant, a rush, because normally you should be rushing this site anyways. Are we throwing a high ace because of a mute jammer? What is Zach doing? For the repel? Sure. Huh.
open for a kill. They weren't
Maya's
really
probably
able
just
to
as confused as I am
outside
right
of
now.
Liquid, so now he kind of needs to contest them. It's been a weird breach. Obviously wants to play on the repel. What a tight angle he holds, but he doesn't get rewarded with the kill just yet.
Oh, he just exposed. Oh, he should have died right there.
Right into the
Oh, okay.
Managed to make his escape, but lucky to be alive if you're Maya.
Yeah, very lucky to be alive.
0 and 3, Jesse. 3 kills since, no deaths. Every round that Liquid has won since has been in large part because of Maya and Maya's contributions. They had him on the run.
They have this Echo. Probably have an Echo drum. Yeah, I think he just shot one right there, actually. And that, remember I said they had the Echo? They actually don't, because he died to a nade. Liquid might be a little bit, like they pushed back a little too far here. This is, like, we should be able to just walk in for a bomb plant vents. Where's the rest of ENX? It's another kill. 2 kills. This is easy. Yeah, just rotate the bomb downstairs. Leave someone up top to hold. Just walk in and plant.
Team Liquid just with Nesk and Diaz, oldest player on the team and one of the newest players on the team, will be fighting for their life. Diaz down for the count.
Excellent value out of the shield here.
Have an opportunity for a flawless round. Can Nesk shut it down? He's gonna miss out on the diffuser being planted, chased off his position.
Dying to nades in the big 2-5. For sure. I think he was on his Echo cam, because you saw his Echo cam get shot out.
30 seconds. Long range sexy cake will take revenge against his former team, if you could call it that. He's been off the squad for a couple of years, and the first half starts no closer to a resolution than when the game began. 3-3 on both sides.
I mean, good half for both teams. Honestly, good half for both teams. Really can't tell who's going to win after that, because on attack, sure, you went 4. But like I was saying before, 3-3, not bad. Defense-wise,
I don't think he realized was there, and then the second one was
also 3 rounds is pretty damn good. Border's pretty much even at this point, not going to lie. Border is, again, you can cheese a lot of things, but it's pretty even.
A lot better in that round. I kind of criticized it earlier, so I'll give credit now. He did a really good job of making some space, distracting some of those roamers' attention so that his teammates could come in and get some picks as well. And then once that
Castle Azami, pretty typical bans. Azami's such a powerful operator on this map. Being able to play East Stairs.
Where you expect them to be on the side of ENX. For Liquid, you're coming on to the attack.
And I feel like Castle, kind of underrated, just a bit, because people run so much Castle on this site. You have to run Flores and all that nonsense to get rid of it. But leaving Mirror up, I think Mirror is so good on Border.
They got through their worst half, only losing 3 on a map like Border. I think you'll take that if you're Team Liquid.
Chat, I think we're back.
Even here, I mean, Liquid doesn't have a win. I mean, we need to keep saying it, unfortunately, just because it is something that is important for the overall health of our broadcast and for talking about and contextualizing the league. But if Liquid is to start,
Maybe not. Maybe we're not back.
It's a no-brainer that it should come against teams like ENX and 9Z
F for Cox.
also at the bottom, right? The fact that Liquid is currently tied against ENX shows that this isn't really a fluke. Liquid are genuinely suffering.
I'm going to pretend we're back, and hopefully the stream's just back.
Had a bad bout of misfortune. It's showing that Liquid really are struggling through as much as the stats would suggest. ENX, on the other hand,
Buffering like hell. Yeah, I'm seeing the drop frames big time.
been able to shut